Hello there. Hello, everybody. It's a Wednesday morning. Hopefully, that every one of you is okay. The 19th of November, 2025. So, just an update on what's currently going on is that, well, we're still going to have Brown Mokhotsi, but unfortunately, they decided that the lawyers of Brown Mokhotsi wants to review some of the documents, and then they're going to come back at a later stage, which is 2 p.m., and really come and tell and advise him. I hope that you guys can hear me. Just let me know if there's any issue, especially regarding audio. Seems like sometimes when you start, it fails to kick in. But do let me know if you can hear me before we start, because we are basically going to be starting with Mr. Nkabinde today instead of starting with Brown Mokhotsi. Okay. I hope the sound is okay. So basically, what's happening, guys, is that Brown Mokhotsi is supposed to come in today, start at 9 a.m. 9:30, sorry. But unfortunately, there was communication between him and his legal team. They decided that we are going to have to come back. Sorry, after some hours after we have reviewed the documents. I mean, if you know that you have been caught, you must back yourself up. That is why he decided that he is going to have a look at the document. So what is going to happen today is that we are going to start with Nkabinde, and from 2 p.m. we are going to shift from the issue of Nkabinde and run back to the one of Brown Mokhotsi, just to conclude from what we had yesterday. And once we are done, I think Nkabinde will take some time as far as um, midnight. So we are going to go back to the one of Nkabinde just to seal the whole story of these two guys. Hopefully, you guys are okay and you got the message. That is how we're going to start. So, firstly, I want to look back at the issue of Mr. Brown Mokhotsi. They are calling him the brown envelope. This guy, one of the things that he touched, I think most of the issues that he's talking about are lies, but one interesting part was the fact that he said John Wick is Ket Matlala. We've been suspecting that for such a long time. And he says there are intelligence documents that really compile the whole story of John Wick is Ket Matlala. And now he says those intelligence documents, Peggy Cele, who was the minister, knows all about it. And there is a picture of Ket Matlala who they are suspecting that the man is John Wick. So when Peggy Cele said that I don't know Ket Matlala, except for the fact that we met, he came to KZN, he was lying. Meaning that even when he came to KZN, Peggy Cele already knew about John Wick because they profiled that man as Ket Matlala. So now it takes us back to the issue of politicians will never be honest. It doesn't matter which politician we're speaking about. Here is the video just to do a recap of the brown envelope speaking about the issue of John Wick and Ket Matlala.
Presented to Minister Bekicele. It has a picture of John Wick, his ID number, it has his previous convictions, pending cases, and everything, all the matters that were withdrawn against him. It was in 2018 October, Commissioner. Commissioner, John Wick is Vusemose Ket Matlala. Even the picture is showing that. Now, former Minister Bekicele says now he only met him in December 2024. Now, one will ask again. He even said he didn't know him. He invited him to his house, and it was a freebie. He had to take it. And I should also share, it's within those messages between me and Ket Matlala. The story that Minister Bekicele was in Ket's house, it is true. We actually had to arrest Minister Cele at that time. He was affected by this POCA Act, the Proceeds of Crime Act. There was an arrangement. I believe when you get to those messages, one will be able to allude to the commission exactly what happened. It was during the ANC Lekgotla, when General Cele was in that house. And the basis which I also refer to, I'm saying when we reach there, it's written in my statement, the monies which Ket Matlala alleges to have given to Cele, they are there.
On the timing, when was Minister Cele in Mr. Matlala's house in relation to the award of the contract?
It was after the contract was awarded, Commissioner. The contract was awarded last, presented to Minister Cele. There's a picture of John Wick.
Okay, I thought it's a longer video. So basically what's happening, this guy just is telling us that he's an agent and he has a handler. Now he knows intelligence information saying that Cele knows about Ket Matlala, who's allegedly John Wick. We know what happened with John Wick in Mamelodi. The person has been killing the criminals. I mean, if they're killing each other, who are we to complain? But this is the John Wick that people have been wondering, who is this guy? Now he's telling us that Cele knows about the person. I looked at the testimony of Cele at the ad hoc and thought, as much as we are happy that he's giving us all the information, what about the one that is not telling us, that concerns him? Always when a person comes to tell the truth, you must wonder, what other part is he omitting which really is against him? That is the situation with Cele. The same with this man called Brown Mokgotsi. I want us to really take a step back and think about the issue of Brown. Brown says, I'm an agent. He's telling us about being in the MK and being recruited as an informant and now being part of the intelligence as an agent. Now, it is not easy for any agent to come forward and say, this is my real identity. One question that we must have is that if really this person is telling us all these things and their truth, we must question, is he really Brown Mokgotsi, the real identity, or is there another name to this person that we don't know? What if he's just coming to the commission and telling us this information so that we can calm down and say, well, maybe he's being honest because he's coming out at the end of the day as an agent. I do not really believe this guy is, the real name is Brown Mokgotsi. This guy's name is something that we don't know. They probably changed his name. But really, the fact that he knows a lot about our intelligence is more of a worry. I'll come back to this video of Nkabinde. We are 10:38, so we are going to be going to the ad hoc committee soon. I just want to go through some of these videos. So
now
we spoke about General Mkhwanazi and Misuzulu saying that they are CIA agents. And when he spoke about that, I remembered the testimony of Mr. Nkabinde. When Nkabinde started, he wanted to discredit General Mkhwanazi. So it seems like they are all agreeing on the posture that they're going to take. Firstly, when you start discredit and start giving information, maybe to back yourself up. Nkabinde wanted to discredit. They caught him up on the lies. They told him to go back. Now he's coming back, maybe a refreshed person. This guy wanted to discredit. Now, this is the second day where they have to say, well, you told us all this information, now we want proof, or we want to cross-examine you on all those issues that you came with. He wants to see the lawyers so that they can go through the document, meaning he probably doesn't have anything to back the claims with. Let me not speak too much. We are 20 minutes to starting with the ad hoc committee. Here's the video.
When South African government initiated an action against the government of Israel in the International Court of Justice. Now that's when we got information that the area in Richards Bay, which is controlled by this Israeli interest. There was a worry from those interests that South Africa may hold that particular business, the trade.
What area in Richards Bay, Mr. Mokgotsi?
There is a mine in Richards Bay. But then the information as it came was that there was a suspicion then, a real suspicion, that Lieutenant General Mkhonazi was recruited by the Central Intelligence Agency, the American one. And he actively worked for them.
We are not arguing with what Mokgotsi is saying, but we need proof. When asked about proof, he says, I've been told. And I also went to, I stand to be corrected, Kenya, to meet another agent just to confirm the issue of General Mkhonazi. And the agent confirmed that I also suspect that this guy is working for the CIA. And the agent, that is Mr. Mokgotsi, comes back to South Africa and says, well, this person is definitely working for the CIA. He brings the issue of Nathi Mthethwa. He didn't go into detail on that issue, but it seems like he wants to say that, well, Nathi was going to back me up, but the CIA that controls Mkhonazi and others took care of him. That is the line that he wanted to take, but you can't go that route if you don't have any evidence. Today is going to be a very difficult day for him because I think if they start at 2 p.m., they should be ending at around 8 p.m. so that they can conclude the day, unless they would be wanting to go to an extra day. We are just, it is 10:42, so we are going to go there 16 minutes to 18 minutes to, sorry. We
Recording in progress.
To the ad hoc committee. As you can hear the sound, they are going to be starting with Nkabinde. What I've done yesterday was to provide a WhatsApp line for the voice note. So anybody who would be interested in sending their voice note, I think a lot of you participated yesterday. I'm going to pin it on the comment section, and as we watch, you can send in your voice note. We'll be playing them during the breaks. So I just want to go back to that video of Mr. Nkabinde and just highlight the same manner that Brown Mokgotsi is taking, wanting to discredit and then go further and provide more information. They're telling us that I'm going to shake Parliament or the Commission, but in the end, they expose themselves. Listen to what Mr. Nkabinde said last week.
General Mkhonazi was a very close friend of mine. I think it's safe to say it was a boys' trip. Safe to say like that. Otherwise, me and him will get into trouble. Because I believe his wife and my wife are watching here. So I don't want to delve much.
So you can't tell us much more, is it personal?
Yeah, no, it was very personal. Things that we do with him are sometimes very personal.
So wasn't Minister Mkhunu curious that the two of you're on a boys' trip? What are you doing coming to visit him?
He did not even ask, what are you doing here? He did not even know we were in Pangen for what.
Describe to us your relationship with Lieutenant General Mkhonazi. It seems to be... I can't hear.
Honorable members, a boys' trip is a boys' trip. Yes. So let's keep it straight and simple. That is what Mr. Nkabinde is saying, that let's just keep it straight and simple. May we proceed as
So describe to us that relationship that you had with him.
Chair, I can just give some few examples why I'm saying General Mkhwanazi is a very close friend of mine, which I even disclosed to the minister, that KZNPC is my friend. I can just give a few examples. First example, it's already on the table. He assisted me even to find a job while I was not employed. That's the first thing. Second part, General Mkhwanazi had a bereavement at his home in Pietermaritzburg, a death in his family. I flew down to KZN to support him. So when I arrived, General Mkhwanazi drove with me in my car during that funeral processes to the hall, to the funeral service, to the cemetery, just two of us, whereby a lot of police management, they were also there to support him. He even left his driver and he drove with me in my car, just two of us. As a result, even other police were saying, "Hey, are you close to this man?" I said, "Yeah, no, this is my brother." Then, so you will understand, Chair. I'm at your funeral, and people supporting you, but you are driving in my car, just two of us. You're having a driver, you're having bodyguards, and you even left them. That no, I'll drive with Cedrick. So that's a sign of how we close. And a second example, just to show how close we are. General Mkhwanazi wanted to build a house in his homestead at Nkabinde, KZN. He came to me to help him to design that house. We designed that house for him. So a private home with the security features, you can only design that thing with a person very close to you. And over and above that, the architecture to draw a design and a plan of that house, I'm the one who recommended. He used my architect to design that house. So I'm trying to show that, and there's a person who come often to my house, knows my family. I go to his house, I know his family. He come and visit me in my house, I go, we eat in one plate together. So it's a very close. There are things me and him, we go to the grave with. The way we are so close. Things that when he was doing a media briefing, when he was testifying in the Madlanga Commission, when he testified here, he never mentioned it himself. So
this is the strategy. Come up with ridiculous story that you can't even back up. Anyway, guys, I thought I must say this again. The Madlanga Commission was supposed to start at 9:30, but Mokgotsi and his lawyers requested that they go through the documents, and they are going to continue from 2 p.m. today. So after 2 p.m., before 2 p.m., as we are continuing with Nkabinde, at some point we are going to jump into that one of Brown Mokgotsi just to conclude on what is currently going on. So we are just 11 minutes to listening to Nkabinde. As you can hear, Nkabinde is clearly telling us some fairy tales, which they're not even going to assist or are not even important to the ad hoc committee. I wonder if he's going to continue with the style that he took of trying to discredit, because you cannot come to the ad hoc and now tell us about plans, about the houses. That doesn't help. But hopefully today they deal with him and they finish. And one thing that I think is very interesting is to say that, let me check the date. Next week, Wednesday, the ad hoc committee would be the 26th of November. So the 26th of November, next week, Wednesday, Ket Matlala, the ad hoc committee is going to Ket Matlala just to deal with him. They're going to ask him nicely, few questions. So we are basically going to know the story between Mkunu, Yomokotsi, and also Ket Matlala. So I believe that if what we are hearing from a person like Mokotsi, that he was just an agent and part of him was just trying to find more information on Ket, and he can surely tell us that Ket met with Mkwanazi and at some point he's thinking that there was an exchange of money. So we are going to hear from Ket Matlala. He must come and tell us his story. So I think we are getting nearer to the truth, but it seems like all of them just don't want to be straightforward with their truth. So it is 9 minutes to starting with Nkabinde. So I thought it would be nice for us to just give the updates on what is currently going on. Nothing much to say, but I am going to provide that WhatsApp line for you guys to send in any of your comments. For now, I think it is just to wait for the ad hoc to begin, and we are going to go to Brown Mokholze at 2 p.m. I thought I should let you guys know about that issue.
He's taking so much money. I can attest, I assure you now, the period in question, Sibia was not a policeman. But because there's a misdirection, there is something that is concocted just to say this one is doing that. Now, I hope we're going to go into the messages, Commissioner. You will see messages that I sent to Ket, messages that I wanted to publish secretly, came out this Sunday from the, I don't know whether the Sunday World got it, but it speaks of the Inspector General, that's the report. It's there in those messages. They're not talking about it. It is there in my messages that the car, the Mercedes-Benz belonging to the crime intelligence was used, and the AK-47 was taken from the SAP-69 for the death of Magad. They don't talk those things. They want 149,000. They want Mutuni with the... It's just to mislead everyone. They even did that in the absence of the president. We thought Masemola will say, you are not supposed to call a press conference like that. He did not even respect the protocol. No, he's endorsing that. When these generals are arrested, he refused to suspend them. What did he do? He took the same provincial commissioner who was in Western Cape who refused to open those cases. He's now working in the office of General Masemola, Patekile. In 6 days, he met those generals who were arrested, he cleared them and said, internally they are not wrong, they must come back to work. I speak to you now, Lushaba is back to work. I believe General Kumar, the lieutenant, is going back to work this week. It's because of this police mafia. There is something that is colored to mislead everyone. Big Five, the crack cartel. Gaten McKinsey, the minister, said there is a mafia, Chinese mafia, Russian mafia, spoke so many things. But in this report of the Big Five, there is not even one Chinese, not Russian, nothing. They just orchestrate things.
On the issue of the brown envelope speaking, one question that people could ask is that how can an agent know so much about the dealings of the police, the crime intelligence? How can a mere agent know so much? That is why Brown Mokholze is probably not his real name. He's not telling us, but they have to go deeper into this history and story of this gentleman. This guy is not Brown Mokholze. His real name cannot be Brown. Something about him is not make sure. So they have to go further and find out who is this guy. And if he doesn't tell, lock him up. They must just lock him up for nothing. I mean, he will answer one day, but for now, I don't think he is a good individual for this society. He knows too much, and that is why we are where we are today. Because Mkwanazi wanted to expose these things that are happening. You can't have a Mokholze knowing so much, yet we think the country is going as normal. It is just 5 minutes ago, 5 minutes away from the start of the ad hoc committee, guys. Thank you for tuning in, and please do click that like button. We're starting with the ad hoc committee, and at 2 p.m., Brown Mokhotsi will be at the Madanga. Then we can just shift to that side of Madanga and just have a focus, just to conclude and listen to what the more lies we get, maybe we might be convinced that the man is indeed delusional.
The report is there in those messages. They're not talking about it. It is there in my messages that the 12 million is taking so much money. I can attest, I assure you now, the period in question, Sibia was not a policeman. But because there's a misdirection, there is something that is concocted just to say this one is doing that. Now, I hope we're going to go into the messages, Commissioner. You will see messages that I sent to Kat, messages that I wanted to publish secretly, came out this Sunday from the, I don't know whether the Sunday World got it, but it speaks of the Inspector General, that's the report. It's there in those messages. They're not talking about it. It is there in my messages that the car, the Mercedes-Benz belonging to the crime intelligence was used, and the AK-47 was taken from the SAP-69 for the death of Magad. They don't talk those things. They want 149,000. They want it's just to mislead everyone. They even did that in the absence of the president. We thought Masemola will say, you are not supposed to call a press conference like that. He did not even respect the protocol. No, he's endorsing that. When these generals are arrested, he refused to suspend them. What did he do? He took the same provincial commissioner who was in Western Cape who refused to open those cases. He's now working in the office of General Masemola, Pateki. In 6 days, he met those generals who were arrested, he cleared them and said, internally they are not wrong, they must come back to work. I speak to you now, Lushaba is back to work. I believe General Kumar, the lieutenant, is going back to work this week. It's because of this police mafia. There is something that is colored to mislead everyone. Big Five, the drug cartel. Gaten McKinsey, the minister, said there is a mafia, Chinese mafia, Russian mafia, spoke so many things. But in this report of the Big Five, there is not even one Chinese, not Russian, nothing. They just orchestrate things to mislead the public.
The time is 10:58, so at this moment in time, I'm just going to shift to the ad hoc committee so we can begin with the proceedings at the ad hoc. Thank you very much to those who joined in, and please do click that like button. We are going to begin with the ad hoc, and 2 p.m. we are going straight to the Madlanga Commission to listen to Brown Mokhotsi. Thank you for tuning into the channel, guys. Let us focus on Mr. Nkabinde, Cedrick Nkabinde, until further notice. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Ngola, good morning. Honorable Sokanyile. Honorable Kola Banat. I see you are a loner today. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Honorable Cameron is on his way up and Honorable Breitenbach has 2 meetings and will then come.
Okay. Honorable Sauls. Honorable Matthews.
Morning, Chair.
Honorable James. Honorable Skosana. SC.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Committee members, everyone present.
Advocate Mkhwaitz, good morning. Advocate Zikalala, good morning and welcome back. Thank you so much, Mr. Cedrick Nkabinde. Good morning to you.
Morning, Chair.
And the team behind you, led by Tloyabulepye. Thank you so much. Good morning. The members of staff of Parliament, good morning to you. And the support staff of political parties, good morning. Can I check if we have apologies? We recorded apologies, 3 apologies. In fact, it's for the apology of Honorable Sangoni. We said that she's in Ghana this week. The apology of Honorable Mwangu. We said he's away this week on oversight commitments, parliamentary oversight commitments. The apology of Honorable Malema has been recorded that he will not be available this week due to organizational commitments. The apology of Honorable Chopper, academic commitments this week, and Honorable Vessels as well is away on academic commitments. May you please, Honorable Kola Barnard, restate those 2 apologies of Honorable Breitenbach and Honorable Cameron.
Certainly, Honorable Cameron's on his way up, so he'll be a few moments late. And Honorable Breitenbach has 2 meetings and will then attend. And you know, Honorable Kloppers is writing exams, so won't be here this week.
Okay. Honorable Nomvalo, good morning, and how are you?
Morning, Chair. I hope you are good. I'm good too. Honorable Shongwe is stuck in traffic. He will join us.
Okay. Do we have further apologies? Okay. Before we proceed, Honorable Matthews has whispered to me that she has a matter she wants to raise. Let me give her the opportunity to raise the matter.
Thank you, Chair. Just on some housekeeping matters, we have the supplementary statement of the witness, and we need clarity from the evidence leader why we have accepted a supplementary statement and whether it's legally sound and whether it's even procedural legally. Because the initial statement, we literally sent the witness home last week because we couldn't process, or we couldn't continue rather with his statement. And then when you actually read the supplementary statement, the witness is indicating very clearly that he produced the statement under, well, not duress, but it was last minute. The evidence leaders weren't on time. So we also need to know whether the witness is going to be prejudiced during this process. So we need to understand from the evidence leaders what led to them deciding that the witness must come in today, because we were not taken into confidence about that. Also, as a committee, we agreed that the lineup is something that we must agree to here as a committee. But we appreciate, Chair, that there will be last minute moments and instances where you as the chair, you can make that decision to process. But we have a WhatsApp group exactly for that. So the witness in his supplementary statement, he says that he was told on Friday evening that he's expected to come here today. So we had all day Saturday, all day Sunday, all day Monday as a committee just to be briefed on what is going on, and this is how we are moving. So last night, literally after a 12-hour shift, almost a 12-hour shift, we were told that the witness is appearing here today. And I think that could have been handled in a better way. We also understand the other housekeeping matter here is that we don't know, we've asked the evidence leaders to tell us whether they have capacity or not. I mean, even the quality of our statements and the work they are producing, I don't think it is of standard that it should be expected from Parliament. But we also understand that there's only 2 of them. So, Chair, maybe you must also take us on board on your engagement with the Speaker, because clearly there needs to be more money or budget allocated so we can have a team of evidence leaders. I mean, for the past 2 weeks, there was only 2 of them, and the work is getting surmountable right now. Yesterday, Auntie Mary embarrassed us in front of the whole country, telling us that we don't even have a forensic investigator. Yet we spent a lot of time as a committee and indicating the resources that we need. Chair, this is not a matter of national importance. It's a matter of national security. We're not doing political theater here. People are dying. People are unsafe here in the country. It can't be that here in Parliament that we are producing an inquiry that is substandard, that we are begging, literally, by the way we are processing some of the information, we are begging that all the work that we have done and the findings that we produce and the recommendations that we make is going to be taken on review, because we are not putting our best foot forward. We also cannot be told the Speaker should have been embarrassed and should have called you already and called you out, Chair, on why we don't have a forensic investigator here after Auntie Mary tells us that we don't have capacity. It's here in Parliament, Chair, where budgets are approved. So how is it that the whole entity of government, or of the state rather, that is responsible for appropriating budgets is saying that, oh, we must be conscious we don't have enough money to conduct an inquiry of national security, not of national importance? So I do think here as political parties and as individuals of this committee, we start taking this work more serious. That, Chair, you need to go and engage the Speaker and those who need to be, that we beef up our back office so we are able to produce high-end work. We cannot have witnesses tell us now, giving us supplementary statements. I guess the evidence leader will guide us on, we got some legal advice on whether we can accept a supplementary statement in the first place, but we'll also be guided by the evidence leaders, and maybe our Parliament legal team can do the same thing. But I'm just pressing on us as a committee and you as the chairperson, that we become what the people of South Africa needs here. We also have a commission that's going on. There's huge amounts of budget that has been allocated to it. We also know that historically, commissions, they just end up being a report and nothing happens. We want this Parliament, our process, our findings, our recommendations are going to be binding. We also don't want that situation of where Parliament has just become a rubber stamp, where political parties use their numbers to cover up the corruption of their colleagues here in the country. So we're just asking that we look into this matter, and you just advise us on what happened at the back of the office, that we have the witness here that has told us in his own statement that it was a rush job and we didn't give him sufficient time to prepare. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I see.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members, Honorable Mates. The witness, Mr. Nkabinde, when he last appeared, ran into some difficulty explaining some of the dates. These difficulties were discussed by honorable committee members, and subsequently, Chair, you ruled that the hearing would be discontinued and that Mr. Nkabinde would be given an opportunity with his legal team to make adjustments to what he had told the committee and what's in his statement. He had used an unfortunate term like that some of these dates were a thumbsuck. He had also complained that he didn't have access to his devices because of the search and seizure operation. And he was then literally sent back by you, Honorable Chair, on behalf of the committee to reconsider and to come back. He has done so in the form of a supplementary affidavit where he addresses his efforts to confirm the precise dates and information that was given the last time. And in our view as evidence leaders, he's entitled to do so in the form that he does. Yes, the supplementary affidavit may have come in late. It was also late for us because we again only this morning had the opportunity to consult Mr. Nkabinde and his legal team. And we would respectfully submit that we are ready to proceed today. And Mr. Nkabinde is here willing to assist the committee. The timing and dates of his appearance today, as you well know, Honorable Chair, it's not up to the evidence leaders. It's up to the Honorable Committee and yourself. You do discuss it with us, and we have done our best to accommodate the schedule, the changes in the schedule, sometimes late, sometimes last minute. We've done so to get the work of the committee done. In relation to the quality of witness statements, I don't make any comment. I think the Honourable Committee and its members can make up their own minds as far as that is concerned. All I want to say is that the team that we have, with the resources and capabilities at our disposal, we have done our best. We've sat long hours. We sit weekends. We sit at night. We have to engage not only with witnesses, but as you can see for yourself today, they often have an entourage of lawyers and assistants, which they're entitled to, and we also have to deal with them. So it is so that at times witness statements come in late, but there's little we can do about that, Honourable Chair. Thank you.
Maybe before I rotate the matter, let me say this. The honourable members, yesterday after our meeting, I presented this item to you to inform you that the legal team has called me and said that there is a possibility that they could bring Mr. Nkabinde this week. And then I spoke to them and said, if there is agreement between the parties, because we said to him that he will come back within 10 days. If there is agreement between the parties, let's have that happening. We will take the matter to the committee for ratification. And that is exactly what we presented yesterday, to say the committee should ratify the decision that would have been made to have him here. And the committee agreed that they ratified that decision. And my understanding was that the honorable members understand we are pressed for time. We no longer have any time available, and we are still waiting for the extension. But we must be able to have our key witnesses appearing in the event that extension is not granted. Some significant work must have been done. But look, even when that explanation is made, it does not take away accountability from the chairperson of the chairperson of the committee is responsible for everything that happens here. And where there would be mistakes, I will not even try and pass the buck to somebody. I will take responsibility for those mistakes that would have happened. Like Honorable Mathai says that maybe we could have shared that in the WhatsApp group to say, members, there is this proposal that Mr. Nkabinde should come back to the committee this week. I take responsibility for that, and I cannot even shift it to anybody. If there is any person that the committee must crucify, it's me. And secondly, I want to indicate that some of the matters that Honorable Mathais is raising may not be the matters that we deal with here. We can deal with those in the committee meeting when we discuss the budget that is allocated and so on and so forth. The fact that the witness is here and we have not received any application on their part to request extension means that, or where I'm sitting, I can assume that there has been agreement between them and the legal team that they will appear here today. And with regard to the quality of the statement, I think the approach that we should take is that honorable members are here. They can probe the witness. If there are issues that they are not happy with, they can indicate so that the witness is not responding to questions. I may not be persuaded on the statement that the witness has made, because we cannot force the witness to write the statement anyhow. The witness writes what they think the committee deserves to get. I think we spoke to the witness last time when he was here. He's a human being. He's a responsible and reasonable public servant by presumption. And obviously he must have done his best to give the committee the information that it deserves, especially with regard to the material weaknesses that could have been there in his statement last week regarding the chronology of events, which we said they must go and improve. So I think just one point that you may have to clarify, which Honorable Mathai spoke to, is with regard to what is called a supplementary affidavit. I think that is the point that you can clarify.
Sorry, Honorable Chair, I just missed that. You want me to clarify why there's a supplementary affidavit?
Yeah. And what is its status?
Because it differs from his main affidavit. He explains the reason why. You will recall, Honorable Chair, there was an issue with the dates. The committee debated it with him and amongst themselves quite extensively. And he's obviously taken that on board with his legal team and is now sought to correct that. And he will explain how he's corrected it, what his sources were. And that, Honorable Chair, is typically done under oath in a sworn statement. And when you make more than one sworn statement, you would usually style it a supplementary statement or an additional statement or a supporting statement. And in this case, they elected to call it a supplementary affidavit. So the main affidavit still stands and is before the committee, and the supplementary affidavit serves to supplement and to explain some of the initial issues that arose from the main statement. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, with that explanation, I'm going to circulate to the members and then hear what their views are. Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Chair, I think we must indicate that we take the concerns by Honorable Mateus in good light, because I think it's one of those regular checks that we always must do to safeguard the credibility of the process. But I think it is important to reflect a bit that part of what was the crux of why we deferred the witness was the issue relating to him having the numbers of Mr. Mkhotsi in Lusikisiki, whilst he claims that he has got the numbers of Mr. Mkhotsi preparing for the Stilfontein thingy. So there was a mismatch about the dates, which actually appeared that the witness might be misleading the ad hoc. And I think in the supplementary statement, the witness has thoroughly explained that the dates which actually ultimately led him to be in possession of the contacts of the men in question. So I think that part has been clarified, Chair. And also, Chair, we as the committee have actually advised Mr. Nkabinde to state plainly in the statements the challenges he's facing in soliciting some of the information that is required in the ad hoc committee. And Mr. Nkabinde has also done that to an extent that went to an extent of saying, he even went to an extent of writing to Brigadier Gunene, who is the applicant for the seizure of his gadgets, and he didn't get any assistance. So we would have said, Chair, that you must plainly explain to us in the statement that you have found these challenges in actually soliciting some of the information, and he has done that. Chair, it is correct that when we released him last week, it was plainly communicated to the witness that would recall him within a space of 10 days, and we have done that. Also, it is true, Chair, that we are not enjoying a luxury of time. In 7-8 days, our term of office is coming to an end. Of course, subject to what the House would decide on. So I think, Chair, it is important to note those things and say we must proceed noting what Honorable Mateus is saying, and just saying in a number of witnesses that are still coming, we must always say avoid such kind of hiccups. Some are naturally going to come. It's a given fact, but it is very important to have a very innovative way of navigating through the challenges we encounter during this period. So, Chair, we say as we proceed noting what Matis is saying and actually thanking the witness for having been able to provide this kind of crucial information under pressure like this. And it's a supplementary statement that deals with particular issues. The statement that mainly we're going to use is the main statement. It was just correcting some of the issues we have raised with them and the legal team. So thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chief Whip. Okay. Honorable Nombalo.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think I must start by saying that our ultimate goal is that the work of this committee must not be derailed unnecessarily. We don't want to fail South Africans by subjecting this committee to an unending process, to a monotonous process with no progress. But that, Chair, is withstanding the fact that our confusion, which we thought is going to be clarified by the SC, is that insofar as we understand the supplementary statement, it does not only correct areas that were identified by the ad hoc committee in a previous meeting. It goes further because our understanding is that in terms of the legal principle, a supplementary statement is wherein you supplement what has not been addressed in an original statement. In other words, you are not amending the original statement because a statement that has been made under oath cannot be amended. It can only be supplemented. For instance, if you did not mention the address wherein you stay in an original affidavit, you can make a request that, may I draft a supplementary affidavit which will add the address. You are making an addition. You are addressing shortfalls. So when we read and dissect this supplementary affidavit, it starts from, if I have the correct one, it starts from the first, from paragraph 1 until paragraph 78. So our understanding, Chair, was that a supplementary affidavit would actually come with maybe new aspects which have not been addressed in an original affidavit, to say, I forgot to mention that on this day, this is what happened. I forgot to mention just those areas. Now, to us, this is a new statement. And if we can get some clarification on that, Chair, but obviously, our firm view is that the work of the committee must not be derailed. We desire to move our work expeditiously. But we need that clarification from the SC. What happened, SC? Is this a new statement? And if it's a new statement, how many amendments have been made? Where are those amendments only related to the areas or to the gray areas that were identified previously by this committee, or the witness went further by making further amendments? But if he added some information, there is no crisis, which has not been addressed in the original statement. There is no crisis. A crisis can only arise in the event where the witness has chosen to amend some amendments or some remarks that he made in the previous statement. So we need that clarity, Chair. Thank you very much. Before we suggest whether we can move on or we can stop the today's proceedings.
Okay, let's see.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just in response to Honorable Nobalo, this is not a new statement. The original statement that served before the Honorable Committee on the last occasion, that still stands. In the supplementary statement today, Mr. Nkabinde clarifies, and I want to refer to his statement. He says at paragraph 3, the supplementary statement is deposed to in amplification of my main statement dated 10 November 2025, filed with the committee. I further submit, that's in paragraph 4, that this statement is intended to clarify the dates on which the committee raised issues and required additional information when I appeared before it on the 13th of November. As will be gleaned from the supplementary statement, I still do not have access to my devices that were taken during the recent search and seizure at my house on the 10th of October 2025. I have, however, had to make alternative arrangements, as I will explain below, to verify some of the dates. Any dates not specifically corrected herein should be noted as remaining unchanged from the main statement. At paragraph 5, in this supplementary statement, I do not repeat the facts stated in my main statement and ask that they be read together as they relate to the same issues and facts, and the clarification and or rectifications be noted accordingly. The purpose of this statement is also to ensure that the committee is fully appraised of the challenges encountered, including delays, limited access to essential devices, and insufficient time afforded to prepare a proper response. Then on page 13 of the supplementary affidavit, there's a heading, my efforts to confirm the precise dates and information for the committee, and that is then explained. There are two main aspects that I will refer Mr. Nkabinde to, and they relate to the dates issue, recording his communication with Mr. Mokgotsi, and the other aspect is in relation to the phone call from General Mkhwanazi.
Thank you. I think that clarifies the matters, Honorable Nombalo.
Yeah, no, Chair, we hear the explanation. However, Chair, our concern has not been allayed to this point. Because, Chair, our understanding is that in a supplementary statement, you don't make repetition of what is contained in an original statement. What was supposed to happen here, Chair, is that this supplementary statement was supposed to acknowledge the content contained in the original statement, not to repeat it word by word. And then they just write a topic of issues that they supplement, facts that they supplement. It was not supposed to be this long, Chair. We're not supposed to have an introduction. We're not supposed to have a background of the deponent, because that has already been clarified in an original statement. So it creates a lot of confusion because it gives an impression that this is a statement that is amending the original statement. Because if it is not amending the original statement, it should not repeat the same facts that have been, or the same averments that have been addressed under this original statement. It should only deal with a new supplemented information and say, we note paragraph 1 of the original statement, we note paragraph 2, we note paragraph 3, and write a new heading, supplementary information, and you supplement. It was supposed to be only 2 pages, Chairperson, but now it's a repetition of this statement, and it creates a lot of confusion.
Yeah, no, I hear the point that you are saying. If you look at number 5, it says, in this supplementary statement, I do not repeat the facts stated in my main statement and ask that they be read together as they relate to the same issues and facts, and the clarification and rectifications to be noted accordingly. What the legal team might have done was to bring the contents of the earlier statement after this preface, so that in the event we want to make reference, you don't have to be having 2 documents in front of you, but the contents of the previous statement have not been changed. That is why it is written there at number 5, the way you are saying. I agree with you that in terms of the structure, you would have wanted maybe 1 or 2 pages. But the other, am I correct, SC, that the contents of the previous statement have been included in this supplementary statement?
Indeed, Honourable Chair,
Yes.
it's confirmed by Mr. Nkabinde. And in the ordinary course, if there's any material differences that constitute contradictions in the supplementary, and it contradicts what he says in the main, then clearly he will have to take responsibility for that, and any adverse finding that is made, will be made. As evidence leaders, I think I've explained it a few times. We interact, we consult, we do a draft, we send it to the witness concerned. The witness concerned, almost in all our cases now, have their lawyers. They look at it. Sometimes they make minor amendments. Other times they redraft the statement completely and send us their statement. And it is not for us as evidence leaders to tear it up, throw it in the bin and say, no, we don't accept what you say in your statement. Provided they do so under oath and they take responsibility for it. Our job is to lead them according to their statement, and for the rest, the honourable members then debate it with them and ask them questions.
Chair, no, I think the SC is not helping us at all. If anything, he is just exacerbating our confusion. Because one, it's your responsibility, SC, to guide the witness on legal technicalities. The witness has a responsibility to produce content of his statement, but to guide him on the legal technicalities is your responsibility. So you can't run away from that. Secondly, Chair, we still insist that this is not a supplementary affidavit. This is a new statement. And this statement amends this statement. Because if you say on paragraph 5, Chairperson, of the supplementary affidavit, you are not going to repeat issues which have been addressed in the original statement, but on the following paragraphs, you repeat them. Issues which have been addressed on the previous statement. That means, and when you repeat them, that means you are amending. And we are saying, Chair, by law, that is not allowed. You can't amend a statement that has been sworn. I mean, a statement that has been made under oath. It's illegally wrong. Chairperson. And I'm so disappointed that the SC does not address that, is shifting the blame to the witness as if he can take anything that comes from a witness, even a love letter, which has not been made under oath. It's his responsibility. We must agree on that. So, Chair, but like we said, that our intention here is not to delay. Maybe we can note all these things for deliberations, because we really want to proceed. We have an interest of questioning this witness, but these observations that we have made here are worrisome. And what exacerbates our concern is how the SC is reacting to our concerns. He's trying to belittle them and he is being dismissive, whereas he has a responsibility to guide witnesses on legal technicalities.
Okay. Is your hand up, Honorable Skosan? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I'll summarize, Chair. You know, General Mkhwanazi has put cat among the pigeons. We cannot fail him here. And I'm disappointed as well, you know, that the witness beside their SC is got a legal team and they know the law. They know exactly what we are talking about. What my colleague has spoken about here, if you look at the original submission and you look at the supplementary, completely, it was not, it was only about the dates which the witness told us here, that he told the legal team, meaning our legal team, that he was not sure because of the gadgets. But when you look at the document, this supplementary, it's replacing the original sworn affidavit. And it can't be right, Chair. But anyway, for the sake of progress, I'm not sure whether legally this thing is not going to have impact on us as a committee, but really it's disappointing and it's not a laughable issue. You know, we are dropping the ball, and we always mention this thing on the other committees, that some of our professionals are really failing us. And this is an egg on our face as well, because we are not here to have a gossip, you know. We are here to do our work, and we must represent our people to the fullest. We cannot be seen as, you know, that we are, like my colleague said, it's not a love letter. This is a serious document. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Cameron.
Thanks, Chair. I think we should just proceed. You know, the SC is not here to be a legal advisor to Mr. Nkabinde. He's got his own legal team. They need to do what they need to do. Let's move on. He can take responsibility for whatever he says. We're not there to do. I mean, if we have to go into legal advice for all of the witnesses, we'd be here until Easter of 2029. So let's move forward. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Matthews.
Chair, we just want to make it note that we didn't raise this matter because we are trying to delay processes or we want the witness to go home today. It was to make a correction to that statement.
Yeah.
And the bigger point here is that we can sit through the whole day today. And when we do our findings and when we do our review, when we do our findings and we do our recommendations, we can be taken under review and our whole process of what we are doing. So we just want to make sure that we are doing the right thing. And we did the same thing when General Mkhwanazi was here and he came with the supplementary statement and we had to go and say, just go and fix it and make it as a statement. So for the sake of expediency, it mustn't be at the sake of legal processes. And I agree that the senior counsel is trying to pass on blame. We do understand that the witness has his own legal team, but it's something very simple. Where you properly advise, can a witness come here and say, I thumb-sucked? He's not answering. He's saying legally, can a witness come and say to us under oath, I thumb-sucked the statement and the next minute we supplement it in? Yes or no? I don't understand how was the witness advised to do a supplementary statement and not submit a new statement It's not even, most of that is just cut and paste and just redo it. This whole process of us spending 1 hour going back and forth is so unnecessary because it just needs to be fixed. How do we accept a supplementary statement? And the senior counsel is not telling us how he decided to put this witness down with a supplementary statement, because he could have came to us and say, the witness is not cooperating, he wants to give us a supplementary statement instead of a new statement. We are quite happy to proceed, but we don't want to proceed under conditions that we are going to be held accountable later. And perhaps the senior counsel must tell us that if we are taken, our report is taken under review, what recourse are we going to have? And how is he going to be held accountable for the advice that he's given us that we must accept and we must proceed with a supplementary statement? We want to proceed. Can we just go and fix that statement? I'm sure it won't take long, and remove that word supplementary and make it as a new statement to the committee. That's all. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Sauls, yeah, I will come to you, Chief Whip.
Chair, my understanding of the difference between what we're dealing with now and what we dealt with General Nkwanga's statement is that he had a statement submitted to the Madlanga Commission, and then he had a statement to us. Then he phrased the statement to us as a supplementary statement to the statement that he made to the Madlanga Commission. And we had a problem with the fact that he calls the statement to us a supplement to that statement. We are looking for a main statement in total. So it was for that reason that they had to go back and then come back, and we considered the entirety of what he submitted to Madlanga and to us as the main statement. The difference here is that the witness had to go back and clarify a section within his statement that he said was thumb-sucked because he didn't have access to his phones and other resources. The committee then allowed him to go back and clarify that. He comes back today and calls that parts that he has clarified a supplement to the main statement. It doesn't replace the main statement. Now, Chair, of course, I'm not an attorney, so I'm going to leave the judgment on the legal technicalities of the document to the SC. If the SC says it satisfies the legal technicalities, I've got to believe him. Where I make a contribution is on looking at what the witness says in the statement, and I want to read it. He's explicit in the designation of the statement. He says, he calls it supplementary witness statement of Cedrick Nkabinde. That tells me he's telling us that's a supplement. He then also says that it must be read together as they relate on the same issues and facts. He then further says, in the supplementary statement, I do not repeat the facts stated in my main statement. He then says, where I have not corrected something, it remains as stated in my original statement. So my understanding is that these two statements now forms the main statement. Then on the issue of did Mr. Nkabinde have enough time? He did have enough time in context of the fact that as the committee, we don't have the luxury of time. So the witness had to consider it as a matter of urgency. When he left on Thursday, from that moment of leaving on Thursday, he had to start working on getting confirmation. So he had Thursday, then he had a full day on Friday. Then he had 48 hours, full working days, Monday and Tuesday. That is a lot of time. And then for police, I would think for information such as this, there should be access over the weekends. But that's debatable. But given that he had a full Friday, a full Monday and Tuesday to get clarification or confirmation, in my view, that's enough time. On the issue of Brigadier Kunene from the PKTT, who has not responded back to grant access to the witness to assist in verifying the statement, that is problematic. To date, you have Brigadier Kunene not having responded at all. The question is the PKTT interested in assisting this committee then to investigate properly the veracity of the allegations? So that is a big question. I conclude by saying, Chair, based on the above, we should proceed. Thank you.
Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. It is worrying that a chief of staff cannot take responsibility for his actions. We are in this mess because he undermined this committee in the first place. If anything, he's had an advantage over all the other witnesses because he was given additional time, which he still today comes with a supplementary question, a supplementary statement. We are still subjected to a thumb-sucked statement. For as long as we have this incorrect statement with incorrect dates, with thumb-sucked information in here, we are still subjected to it. I don't understand, in the supplementary statement, it says here, and this is where it confuses me, I do not repeat the facts stated in my main statement. Those aren't facts in the main statement. That is thumb-sucked information. So I would have expected that the supplementary statement today would have read statement, and we would have only had one statement before us. So the outcome of today's proceedings, he will have to bear the consequences of it. That is number one, but we cannot continue delaying. We need to move on for the sake of progress. And that's where I leave it. Thank you, Chair.
Chief Whip.
No, thanks, Chair. Good morning to colleagues and Mr. Nkabinde and his team, and of course our legal team. No, Chair, I think Honorable Souls has dealt with the first part of what I wanted to raise. The distinction between how we handled the statement of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi during his appearance to us and the one that is before us. So let me just emphasize one point in that regard, that in this case, we were given a statement ourselves, which was not coming from anywhere else except from the witness. And there were concerns about the accuracy of certain information, as a consequence of which we then agreed that the witness must be given more time to obtain that information. I think we've got to depart from the understanding that to the extent that it was possible, he has managed to secure the information that was required. We now have it with us. The dilemma that members are raising, which I fully understand, is that but before us today is our original statement or his original statement and the supplemental and statement. And the question is not just of form, that there are two. It's also about the content, from what I think some of my colleagues have raised. Now, this is how I suggest we proceed, Chair. One, I think we should allow the witness to give an indication as to whether the supplemental entirely erased the main one. That's number one. Or he proposes that we must interface with them as one document.
He says they must be read together in the supplementary statement.
Okay, sure. If that is what he says, I want to suggest that we proceed in that direction. It may very well be that as we proceed, we may discover inconsistencies between the one and the other. And if that happens, and if that situation arises, it will be incumbent upon him to clarify us why that and how does he want us to understand where there's an inconsistency. So that's what I want to propose, that in support of all my other colleagues, that we should proceed, but our proceedings must be guided by the fact that it is on his court to guide us when we raise matters that are contradicting between the two documents. So I want to appeal, Chair, that we don't take a break and start working on it again, but we proceed with that understanding that as we pick up contradictions, the witness must help us to interact with those contradictions. But I accept and I understand the concerns as raised originally from Honorable Matthews and all other colleagues. But my appeal is that notwithstanding all of those concerns, let's find a way in which we can proceed without taking a break to deal with the matter. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Honorable Nomvalo.
No, Chair, we are not far apart from the submissions that have been made by the latter speaker. But we just want to correct one thing, Chair, so that we don't proceed on a wrong note here.
Yeah.
The reason why the SC engages in a consultative process with witnesses is for him to guide them on legal technicalities. If the SC has no role to play in the content or in the legal technicalities, then there is no need for a consultation to take place between him and witnesses. So the suggestion that Honorable Cameron is making, that the SC has no responsibility to guide witnesses, is actually far-fetched and untrue, to say the least. We must never proceed on that note, Chair, because we are going to mess things up. Because if we agree on that, then witnesses must just submit statements without having a consultation with the SC. They must just submit them so that we can solely blame witnesses and their legal teams. Here we're blaming the legal team, our legal team, the senior counsel. These are the issues that he must identify and deal with during the consultative process. We just wanted to address that. Chair, like we said, we support the idea that let's move on, but we just need one clarity from the witness. In the original affidavit, Chair, because I just want to be practical, I think under page 2, the topic there is contents. It says that in the original affidavit, on page 16, the witness will talk about the minister's directive of the 31st. And on page, okay, then in the supplementary affidavit, on page 2 again, the witness is making an indication again that he will talk about the directive of the minister. Who, on the same page of the supplementary affidavit, the witness is saying on page 22, he will talk about the knowledge of PKTT. That's how it's written. And in the original affidavit, he says on page 3, he will talk about knowledge of the PKTT. Now, the question that we have here, Chair, is when you talk about the same issues in different statements, are you making amendments or you are making a supplementary of what has not been contained in an original affidavit? Now you supplement it in a supplementary affidavit under the same topic. I'm not sure if my question is clear, because that's what triggers our confusion as well. When you talk about the same issue, when you address the issue which has been addressed already here, what is the intention? Do you intend to amend or you intend to supplement what is contained here in the original affidavit? So that when we move on, Chair, we move with a correct understanding of his intentions. Yeah. That is a clarity that we have. Thank you.
Mr. Nkabinde, remember, you are still under oath. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. My understanding how I outlined the topics is that in that specific topics, there are things that I wanted to clarify, to supplement. So I wanted to make it easier that what I'm supplementing in this topic, you will find it in page so and so, because even when you read in my supplementary, I'm referring also to a certain page and a paragraph of the main statement. This is what I'm amplifying and I'm supplementing, and more of clarifying. Thank you, Chair.
No, I think we are fine with the response.
The last will be Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, when we used General Mkonazi's supplementary statement, it wasn't because we were that we did not understand that the dynamics were different between the supplementary statement and his original statement. We didn't use that as an example on that. We used it as an example to indicate the process that we used to make sure that we do not compromise ourselves as a committee, and that we use the opportunity to fix it so we could proceed in that manner. So it wasn't that we were under some delusion that the two are the same. And just on the issue, and we're going to conclude now on the issue of amending a statement and clarifying. There's a difference between clarifying points in a main statement and changing it. So we will note that there are dates that need to be changed in the main statement. It's not clarifying. Literally, dates needed to be changed, not clarifying. So that must also be noted. And I think the committee must be cognitive of the decision that we've taken today. And when we go into deliberations, what's going to happen. And also our evidence leaders must also be cognitive of the situation that they've placed us in, who are representing the people of this nation, by just not doing something very simple of just saying that this is a statement instead of a supplementary statement, because we still don't have an explanation why it is a supplementary statement, because all it needed to be was just a statement, and we would have not wasted an entire hour discussing something like this that has huge legal implications. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, honorable members. Let's do this. Number one, all of you as members of this committee, I do not have any doubt that your intention is to work in the best interest of the people of South Africa. And number two is that you want to do your work very diligently and very meticulously, because you are lawmakers. You are the first to observe the law of this country and make sure that you defend and protect it. I also want to persuade you, honorable members, that stop sniping at each other and focus on the work that we must do. I know that you come from different ideological persuasions, you come from different political quarters. Talking back at each other is not going to help us. Let's focus on the work as a team. That is what will help us to achieve what we want to do. SC, the members have made very important observations. Yeah. And the last time when and a similar observation was made. I said that we accept that we were not perfect. I remember when I did an interview with one television station. I told them that there was a footballer in Italy in the name of Franco Baresi. Franco Baresi is one of the very few players in history to have played in 5 World Cups. He featured for the first time in 1978. When the World Cup was played in Italy in 1990, he was there. And apparently in the USA 1994, he was still there. 5 World Cups from 1978. In that illustrious career, he unfortunately conceded 8 own goals. But that did not take away his illustrious achievements. So I want to say to you that when criticism is made, take that criticism in good light. It must not break your spirit. You must take it as something that is well intended and that members appreciate the work that you do. And even after a hard day of work, sitting alone, you may still feel that it was not enough, you could have done better. And where members make these critical observations, I want to exhort you to ensure that we improve so that the work of the committee is not scuppered. Honorable Matthias is right that we sat here for an hour having to discuss the form. Not even the content. I think it was only one paragraph that Honorable Nomvalo wanted to be clarified, but discussing the form of the statement. So I think it's a thing that that we must improve on. But at the end of the day, honorable members, I have said it that as the chairperson of this committee, I would not even wish the criticism to go on anybody. I take responsibility for everything. You know, when you are a driver of a bus, passengers can sit at the back, some even drink, some take their provisions and start eating and dancing in the bus. But if the bus gets a puncture, the driver must explain to passengers, how did it happen that we got a puncture? Why did you bring us this kind of a tire here or this kind of a bus here? So I'm taking responsibility on behalf of everybody. So we are going to proceed. We're not going to administer oath today because we administered oath on you, Mr. Nkabinde. You are still under oath. And let me remind you what we said so that we don't get stuck in the proceedings. When we parted with you last week, and I think this is what is going to help us in the proceedings today, because this is what stopped our proceedings last night. We said that when you come back today, or whatever day we shall have decided, before we proceed, we are going to check with you that you have put the helmet of integrity on your head. And I can see today you have that helmet of integrity. We said that you will put the badge of conscience. And that badge of conscience is here with us today. a necklace of morality, and amulets of ethics, because that is what will give us a crown of credibility. So we are going to proceed in that way. Our presumption is that the helmet is there, the badge is there, the necklace is there, and the amulets are there. SC and Mr. Nkabinde, your time starts now, and I want to wish both of you good luck in leading evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. No more own goals. Mr. Nkabinde, again, welcome this afternoon, and thank you for your cooperation. At your last appearance before the committee, you were granted a break to allow you time to verify and to supplement some aspects in your witness statements, which we will deal with. You deal with it it's on page 13 of your supplementary affidavit. From paragraph 49 onwards on page 13. So perhaps you, from 49 to 54, you can just summarize for us what efforts you made to address the shortcomings in your original statement, which were highlighted by the Honourable Committee.
Thank you, Chair. To summarize my efforts to confirm precise dates, what I have done, I consulted with the personal assistant to the minister.
Minister Mkhunu.
To the Minister Mkhunu.
Yeah.
I consulted with him if I can have access to the minister's calendar, because the minister's activities will be precisely as to in relation to the dates I'm looking for. Another effort, I instructed my lawyers to write a letter to Brigadier Gunene, if at least can I have access to check the relevant dates, even if they don't give back my gadgets, just to go through my dates. But unfortunately, there were no response from that letter. There was not even an acknowledgement received. So with the help of the calendar of the minister, including with the travel agencies looking into the traveling itineraries of the minister, then I was able to be precise with the dates of a sequence of events that are relevant to the committee, Chair.
Thank you. So you still didn't have access to your cell phone, to your gadgets that were seized during the search and seizure operation that was led by Brigadier Kuneni.
Can you repeat your question?
I said you still have not had access to your gadgets, your mobile devices.
Yes.
That were seized during this operation earlier in October.
Yes, that's correct.
So these dates that you now referred to, you reconcile that with the personal diary of Minister Mkhunu's PA.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. So let's go there. Can I refer you to your original affidavit? To paragraph 75, it's under the subheading Brown Mogotsi on page 24. and it goes through to 83. You see that?
Yes, that's correct.
And at paragraph 75, you said, as indicated, I was present at the Portfolio Committee meeting of police on 5 March 2025. During this meeting, Lieutenant General Nkabinde indicated to the meeting that I confirmed to him that Brown Mogotsi was a person who is close to the minister. And then in the following paragraph, in this regard, I wish to clarify that I received a call from Lieutenant General Nkabinde on 30 September while I was with the minister on a visit to Lusikisiki in relation to the killings that had happened in Lusikisiki. So that is where that's the first occasion where there was a pause and several questions, and you now address this in your supplementary affidavit at paragraph 57. Or rather, perhaps you should just start. You record this in a chronology, your record of communications with Mr. Mogotsi for 2024, and then more pointedly at paragraph 57. No, sorry. It's 56. At 56 on page 18. And also 57.
That's correct.
You want to read it into the record, or you can summarize it? Okay.
It starts on the page 15. It starts on the page 15.
You want to start at page 15?
Paragraph 55.
Yes? You may.
The subheading there, it's a record of communication with Mr. Mogotsi, chronology of material events. After checking with the minister's PA and consulting the minister's diary, I confirm the relevant dates regarding my knowledge of Brown Mogotsi are as follows. In and during August 2024, there was an ongoing standoff developed at an abandoned gold mine in Stilfontein, which resulted in a significant humanitarian crisis involving hundreds of illegal miners called or commonly known as Zamazamas. So there was that crisis during August.
Yep.
If I go to paragraph 55.3, hundreds and possible thousands of miners from countries such as Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and Lesotho remained trapped underground, fearful of resurfacing due to the police presence and potential retaliation from armed criminal groups controlling the mine. Then from 18 August 2024 onwards, some miners began resurfacing on their own initiative, after which they were immediately detained and processed by authorities. So, Chair, this is a background of prompted the minister to convene a staff meeting on the 20th of August 2024. Because this information were viral on the media. So it concerns the minister. So 20 August, in paragraph 55.5, the minister called a staff meeting and he instructed us in the meeting to make, through the department, to make arrangement for him to go and visit Stilfontein. I confirm that it was at this meeting when the minister provided me with the contact details of Mr. Brown Mogotsi from Northwest. And I recall that minister instructed me that I should contact Mr. Mogotsi and ask him to come with some local leaders to brief him on the situation before his visit, which I accordingly instructed to facilitate for this engagement. I then contacted Mr. Mogotsi on the same day of that meeting and informed him that I will revert once a suitable date for the briefing had been identified. So I followed the usual protocol that we follow with the staff to ascertain the minister's earliest availability for the proposed meeting. I checked the minister's availability with the PA in order to facilitate this meeting with Mr. Brown. At the time, the minister's calendar was fully booked for August, and a date of September was considered. 55.9, although I cannot recall the exact date, during the second week of September, I again engaged Mr. Mogotsi and identified the date of 30th of September 2024 as a possible meeting date based on the minister's availability. Mr. Mogotsi undertook to confirm with the other expected attendees, and he reverted to me a few days later, confirming their availability. And accordingly, the meeting was scheduled as follows. It was going to be on Monday, 30th September. The time allocated for this meeting was 11 to 12, 1 hour. The guest, it was Brown Mogotsi plus 4 other people. The venue of the meeting was going to be an official residence. On the 30th September in the morning, I recall that an urgent matter arose for the minister, and the meeting had to be cancelled. I accordingly informed Mr. Mogotsi about the cancellation, and I advised him that I will advise him of a new date once it's been identified. During October 2024, a new date, suitable date for the meeting was identified as the 28th of October 2024. I engaged Mr. Mogotsi to facilitate this meeting, and within few hours he returned and confirmed availability of the group. The meeting was accordingly scheduled as follows. It was going to be Monday, 28 October 2024. The time allocated for this meeting was 4:30 in the afternoon to 5:30. It was also an hour allocation. The meeting guest was Brown Mogotsi plus 4 other people. The venue for this meeting was official residence. I further facilitated all logistical arrangements for the meeting as per my role and responsibilities, and it proceeded as scheduled. However, as I testified previously before this committee, I did not attend this meeting, and therefore I'm unable to confirm the discussions that were had in that meeting. I reiterate that I can only reasonably confirm that the meeting discussed the issues concerning the crisis with the Zamazamas at Stilfontein, as that is the purpose of which this meeting was arranged for. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So this meeting, did it deal with any official police or policing business?
That's correct. That's correct, Chair.
So what role, we know that Mr. Mogotsi is not a police officer, is that right?
That's correct.
So what would be his role in this meeting or at the meeting? Why would the meeting be facilitated with him?
The minister wanted for me to arrange a meeting. He was planning to go and visit Stilfontein. Then he suggested that he needs to have an engagement with some local leaders to get an understanding before he goes there. So he then gave me the number of Mr. Mogotsi. I believe he's from Northwest, for him to assist and get other leaders to come and brief him about the situation.
So the other, I think you mentioned the other 4 persons at the meeting. You can't recall who they were. Were they local leaders?
According to the arrangement, Brown Mogotsi had to come with some local leaders, of which I don't know who are they. I don't know their names.
So despite not being at the meeting, did you make any follow-up on what happened at that meeting, what the outcome was at that meeting? Was there in fact a further meeting in relation to this issue, the Zama issue?
No, I never inquire, but I also remember that there was going to be a follow-up meeting that the minister wanted me to convene again for the same people, which was gonna be in the early year of 2025. If I go to paragraph 56, in early January 2025, although I cannot recall the exact date, the minister instructed me to facilitate a follow-up meeting with Mr. Mogotsi and the same group of individuals. After reviewing minister's calendar, 3rd of February 2025 was identified as a suitable date, which I informed Mogotsi, and he confirmed his availability. And the meeting was accordingly scheduled as follows. It was going to be Monday, 3 February 2025. The allocation of this meeting was 1 hour, 11 to 12. Venue official residence. 56.2, it was approximately 15 minutes where after the scheduled start of the meeting, the Mr. Mogotsi were running late, and then I had to check how far are they. Then when I contact Mr. Mogotsi to check on their arrival, he informed me that the individuals that should accompany him had been urgently called at Luthuli House, and they were now unable to attend. So that was another follow-up meeting, but it could not materialize.
Can I just take you back to paragraph 55.7? That date there, it seems to be a typographical, it's 20 August 2024.
2024, yes.
Not 2025.
No, it's 2024. It's a typo.
You don't need to make another affidavit for that. So again, what you fairly early into your tenure as chief of staff,
Yes,
around about this time, you in fact had just been appointed
that's correct.
on the 1st of August 2024. So what do you make, or what are your impressions of Mr. Mogotsi? Is it only because of the Stilfontein Zama issue, and because of his perhaps because of his standing in the Northwest province, that he could be of some assistance? What did you make of it? What did you know about him?
With my observation, it was only for this Stilfontein, this arrangement of these meetings. Why I'm saying that, after all these arrangements of these meetings, I have never seen Mr. Mogotsi in coming to the minister or ever facilitated any meeting for him to come and see the minister. It's been a year now. There has never been such a thing. So my observation will be that time it was that brewing issue of Stilfontein. And probably because it's coming from the same province, I don't know what rationale behind the minister to identify him who will be able to assist in getting other local leaders.
Honorable Ngola.
No, thanks, Chair. A quick one. I thought the AC will pursue further this question of Mr. Mogotsi not being a police officer. Are you aware of him being a police informant, a police conductor, of anything of that sort?
Not at all.
May proceed, SC.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So are you absolutely certain that Mr. Mogotsi never visited the minister at his offices? I take it that your office would be next door to the minister's office. Just
Yes.
in the ordinary way, you as chief of staff, you'd be close to the
I'm
minister.
close to him and I'm responsible to facilitate his meetings. I'm responsible for his calendar, actually.
And you say Mr. Mogotsi was never either in your office or the minister's office?
No, not at all.
So just for your comment, so when Mr. Mogotsi states that he would have made a call from the minister's office to Mr. Matlala, either he's mistaken or he's not telling the truth.
When is he saying? Can you repeat?
If he says that he made a call from the minister's office to Mr. Matlala, Kat Matlala, from the minister's office, then you wouldn't have been aware of that.
Yes, that has never happened
Or certainly
in my presence. Yes.
Not in your presence.
Yes.
Honorable Skosana and then Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. I guess it's normal that the ministerial schedule meetings are characterized by attendance list. And I guess the 4 people who attended that meeting, the names should be there. Unless I'm lost, but in my knowledge, that's how things are done. I think those 4 names should be in that list. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm covered by Honorable Skosana. Because surely at the official residence, when you say you don't know the names, you say in your testimony that you were responsible for facilitating the logistics. So you didn't know who they were, you didn't know what cars they were coming in, there's no security at the official residence. Is that what you're saying? And then secondly, also you say that the meeting was cancelled because Who was called to Latuli House? Was it Mr. Mohotsi or was it the Zama Zama community activists that were now being called to Latuli House instead of the meeting? Can we just get clarity on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The last question, this is the information I got from Mr. Mohotsi. He indicated that the comrades that he is coming with, that they are now called, not him. The way he indicated it, it was not him who was called. He said these people, he referred them as comrades. Because even when we are confirming the meeting, how many people, how many are you? He will then say, I come with other 4 comrades. Because he even calls the minister Comrade Senzo. That is how he used. So he just said, no, the other comrades that I must come with, they were now there. We are already here in Gauteng, but they were urgently called. So it means not him. Then coming to the attendance register, these types of meetings where the PA is not in the meeting, I'm not in the meeting, it's highly impossible for the minister to take those administrative, because no one attended that meeting in the staff except the minister himself. And with at the gate, where you come to the official residence, there are police officials at the gate. You only informed them that we are expecting a visitor by the name of Brown Mohotsi. He is coming with other 4 people. So then they let them go. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable James.
Chair, I put it to you, Mr. Nkabinde, that at all the parliamentary villages, and I'd like to think that security is even tighter at an official residence, you don't just give the name of one person. It is mandatory for you to present your ID at the gate, and they have record of everyone that gains access into that official residence. Could you not have called the security to get the names? Because we want to know who these names are, because right now I'm not sure if they are activists, community Zama Zama activists, or are they comrades? We need to know who these people were. Thank you, Chair.
Do I comment, Chair?
If you can please respond.
Yes. No, this is a standard practice where official of residence of the minister is situated. You simple alert them that you are expecting a visitor. There is no register there. They are not taking any registration. That's what I even observing there. So I don't know if they are doing the right thing or not. Thank you.
So what the members want to know is, in that meeting, was there no attendance register which was taken?
No, Chair, because the minister was alone. Normally, if the PA is there, he would have facilitated that.
So, and then Mr. Mohotsi was arranging that meeting with you.
That's correct.
And then he did not tell you what are the names of the other 5 he was coming with.
No, Chair, I never asked as well.
Okay. And these people were going to brief him about the situation in the Stilfontein mining area.
That's correct, Chair.
And then from your knowledge, or what you could have heard, were the senior leaders that were coming from the provincial government whose under whose departments or line functions, mining could fall.
I'm not sure, Chair, because I don't know who are those people.
Okay. Honorable Skosana.
Yeah, my follow-up question, Chair, why I was asking that to the witness is that you remember very well what Minister Senzo Mkhunu told us here. He said very vividly that he never responded to Brown Mokhotsi's messages. I remember very well sitting here that he disowned him completely. But anyway, it will come to that, SC, I'm sorry, but I just wanted to be honest to you that what we are saying now to us is completely foreign to us of what the minister told us, but I'm happy that, you are giving it to us now, and thank you, Chair.
We may proceed, SC.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair. Can I also refer you to another aspect, Mr. Nkabinde, which you were required to address? Can I refer you to paragraph 76 of your main affidavit? You say, in this regard, I wish to clarify that I received a call from Lieutenant General Nkwanazi on 30 September 2024, while I was with the Minister on a visit to Lusikisiki in relation to the killings that had happened in Lusikisiki. And you then address this in your supplementary paragraph 57 on page 19. Do you want to deal with it?
Thank you, Chair. I wish to clarify and supplement paragraph 76 of my main statement and place it on record that after verifying the details, I can confirm that I received a call from Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi on the 1st of October 2024, not 30th September 2024. This call was received while I was accompanying the minister on his first visit to Lusikisiki in relation to the killings that had occurred in the area.
Can I also refer you to MK 16, MK 16 and MK 17 at page 313, 314 and 315. There's a WhatsApp exchange. MK 17, it should be in a bundle. MK 16, MK 17.
There's MK 17, yes. 313 page.
315.
Yeah.
Have you got it there?
Yeah, got it.
Nkabinde?
Thank you.
Is this the call that you are referring to after General Nkwanazi had shared this WhatsApp with you on page 315? Yes.
Which call are you referring to here?
The
WhatsApp,
SP has
the
left
WhatsApp.
us behind. Want to see
The
which
call
annex
relates to this WhatsApp.
Let's do this. Honorable Ngola is making a point here.
No, I'm saying, Chair, the SC is leaving us behind. We don't see which annexure is he referring to. We only heard that he says MK17. So we are trying to look for that. So can you please not leave us behind?
On the last occasion, Honorable Chair, it was handed to the committee as an exhibit, MK16 and MK17.
We can confirm, Chair, that we don't have that annexure.
May we proceed, Chair?
We don't have the annexer.
Mr. Nkabinde, you have it. This is an extract of General Nkwanazi's state. It was attached to his statement the last time, so we just extracted this to raise it with you.
Yes, you said 315 a page.
315, yeah.
Yes, I have it.
Yeah. Now this call that you referred to.
I don't see a call here, Chair.
On page 19 of your supplementary statement in paragraph 57, this is what you say. I wish to clarify and supplement paragraph 76 of my main statement and place it on record that after verifying the details, I can confirm that I received a call from Lieutenant General Nkwanazi on 1 October 2024 and not 30 September 2024. That's the correction that you made. This call was received while I was accompanying the minister on the first visit to Lusikisiki in relation to the killings that had occurred in the area.
Yes.
So we are now referring you to this WhatsApp. Yeah. Which is also referred to at paragraph 77 of your main statement. Where you say Lieutenant General Nkwanazi sent me a WhatsApp text during our telephonic conversation. That's the one you referred to on 1 October, in relation to an occurrence book that he had received from Brown Mogotsi about interference by Lieutenant General Nkwanazi during an arrest of a senior correctional services commissioner who was found allegedly in possession of drugs. Lieutenant General Nkwanazi said that Brown Mogotsi indicated to him that he knows the minister. Lieutenant General Nkwanazi wanted to know who Brown Mogotsi is and whether he knew the minister. So if you go back to the bundle, MK17, you'll see on page 313, that's an extract from the occurrence book. And then there's this exchange, and these WhatsApps are then copied to you in the middle of the page. The minister is brief. He has just arrived in the Sikisiki. And on the following page, 315, my General Brown Mogotsi from the Northwest, an internal attempt to discredit you through defeating the end case. Morning, sir. What are you talking about? What defeating case are you referring to, and who is behind that? Do you want to comment on that?
Yes, I see conversation here between two people.
Yeah.
Who are these people? I'm not sure. Who are these people
And
talking
then
here?
at paragraph 78, your narrative goes on to, I confirmed that I knew who Brown Mogotsi was, and that the minister too knew Brown Mogotsi from Northwest. Lieutenant General Nkabinde sent Brown Mogotsi's number to me, and I confirmed that it was indeed Brown Mogotsi's number. I never referred to Brown Mogotsi as a close associate, quote unquote, of the minister, as was described by Lieutenant General Nkabinde during the meeting of 5 March 2025. That's the portfolio committee meeting. Then you say, I personally got to know Brown Mogotsi during my position as Chief of Staff, and you referred to the meetings you referred to earlier, facilitated a meeting between Minister Mkhunu and Brown Mogotsi, together with other members of the ANC from the Northwest Province. And in your original statement, you've got during October/November 2024, and you've now confirmed that date as the 28th of October 2024, and that you reference in your supplementary affidavit at paragraph 55.9. You see that?
I see that.
Yeah. Now, the IDEC complaint that had been referred to, sorry, the IPID complaint, is also at Annexure MK27. That's the one. At page 602, MK27, have you got that?
I got it.
This is a complaint which is authored and signed by, is it Mr. Kife Lakai?
Yes.
Kife Lakai on 12 March 2025. And it's addressed to Lieutenant General Nkabinde. Kindly note that IPID received a complaint of interference from the Minister of Police, and it's the IPID registration number. It is alleged that on Monday, the 8th of January 2024, at about 20:45, an operation was conducted at Kuala Busha prison residential area, and then some further details are provided. The objective of IPID is to give effect to the Constitution. Then in terms of further provisions are cited there, and at paragraph 6 it says the IPID have certain information in its disposal indicating that you may have been involved in instructing the members not to arrest Ms. Nelly Ndlovu. We therefore request you to submit your statement under oath, clarifying the role you played in this matter. IPID will appreciate if your requested statement can be made available on 19 March 2025. Now, this is addressed to Mkonazi, and that relates to the WhatsApp messages referred to. Your comment?
Which WhatsApp?
So perhaps to put it in its proper context, let me read to you what Lieutenant General Kunazi had said in his statement. I attach marked MK17, which is what you've got there, a copy of these message communications I received on the WhatsApp platform from Mr. Mokgotsi. On the same day, I telephoned Mr. Nkabinde, the Chief of Staff of the Minister of Police, and asked him as to who Mr. Brown Mokgotsi was. The latest communication intimated that Mr. Mokgotsi would be traveling with the Minister to Lusikisiki. I assume, therefore, the Chief of Staff would know of this gentleman. The response from the Chief of Staff was that Mr. Mokgotsi is an associate of the Minister, but is not employed in the department. That is when I first got confirmation about Mr. Brown Mokgotsi. I asked the Chief of Staff to send the phone number of this Brown Mokgotsi, which he did. It is the same number from which all these communications were made and which I have since confirmed as being registered to Mr. Mokgotsi. The Chief of Staff thus confirmed to me that indeed the person who is sending me WhatsApp messages is the same person called Brown Mokgotsi and is from the northwest. Do you want to comment?
Yes, indeed, General Mkhonazi contacted me about a person who called him and said he knows the minister. And General Mkhonazi wanted to know if I know this person. Then I confirmed with General Mkhonazi that yes, I know him and also the minister knows him. But I've never said he's a close associate to the minister. But I've never said it like that.
Okay. And you dealt with that in your main affidavit at paragraphs 77 to 81 in your main affidavit.
That's correct.
Okay. So that's the extent to which you say you know Mr. Mokgotsi and know of Mr. Mokgotsi.
Yes.
Chair, Honorable Chair, it's 1 o'clock. Are we going to have a short adjournment?
What do we do? Do a break.
The rest of the MP has been done.
No, let's proceed. I will indicate you for break.
I take 20 years. So thank you, Honorable Chair. Just before I move on to the IDEC complaint, which is referred to in your main affidavit at page 22, at paragraph 63, the reason why the IPID complaint is referenced and which is addressed to Lieutenant General, or rather General Mkhwanazi, is that there seems to be a pattern of wanting to implicate and charge members of the PKTT. So your comment firstly on that claim or that allegation that there seems to have been a deliberate plan to implicate members of the PKTT. Hence, this complaint that we've just discussed, directed at General Mkhwanazi, and now I'm going to move on to the IDEC complaint.
Chair, to get a full context and full understanding so that I can respond accordingly. The complaint that you are referring to from IPID to General Mkhwanazi has nothing to do with PKTT. So I don't understand where does PKTT feature. This it's about a correctional service senior officer who was allegedly found with drugs, and General Mkhwanazi apparently, and it's allegedly that he stopped those police from arresting that senior officer. So here it's a defeating ends of justice case opened against General Mkhwanazi. So I don't understand where does PKTT feature here.
Well, the connection with respect is obviously that that as the commander of the PKTT, and given General Mkhwanazi's involvement in the PKTT over the years, since its establishment in 2018, that this is now directed at him, and that he is required to make a statement, and is accused of stopping the arrest of certain individuals.
Hence, I'm saying this has nothing to do with PKTT. It's General Mkhwanazi who stopped people from doing their work, not PKTT. Whether that is true or not, it's something else, but this is directed to what General Mkhwanazi did, not PKTT.
Honorable James.
Just clarity. It was not General Mkhwanazi that stopped the police from doing their work. The statement we received, I think it was from General Mkhwanazi, mentioned that these drugs were planted. It was found on the residence of a correctional services member. It was not found in possession of this member. It was found on the premises. And the question here is, why does Mr. Mokgotsi have records of the SAP 13 book? We are saying here that General Mkhwanazi interfered. He's a policeman. He's the provincial commissioner for KZN. He's meant to interfere in such cases. My question is, why does Mr. Mokgotsi have access to a SAP 13 file? So we must be very careful when we say he interfered. We need to give the merit of what actually happened there. Thank you.
Honorable Skosan.
Should I comment? Chair?
Thank you, Chair. Partly, I'm covered. I just wanted clarity on that as well, because unless the witness is saying that we were misled, maybe he knows better on what happened exactly to the issue, of those drugs. But as far as I'm concerned, my colleague just explained this is how we captured it, unless there's two contradiction statement now. He's disputing what we were told, and what was submitted to us. Thank you, Chair.
You can respond, Mr. Nkabinde.
Chair, firstly, if I clarify, I don't know the circumstances of what happened with respect to recovering of drugs, attempts to arrest the correctional service senior officers. I know that thing while reading here, what is it saying? Hence, I even emphasize that I don't even know whether it's true or it's not true. So this is what is written here. They are saying the police officers, they recovered drugs and they attempted to arrest that correctional service senior officers, and that is when General Mkhwanazi intervened. So whether General Mkhwanazi intervention is wrong or right or unlawful or lawful, I'm not suggesting any of that, because that is basically about investigating of that case and the outcome of that investigation, because I'm not involved in it.
Chair, Mr. Nkabinde, I'm not sure whether, because we are seeking clarity, we are not yet questioning you. Now, you are saying, earlier you said interfered, or now are you saying he intervened? I just wanted clarity on that. Did he interfere or did he intervene? Thank you, Chair.
Chair, hence, I even used a word allegedly, because according to this letter and the complaint, they are complaining that he allegedly interfered with them not to arrest that woman, that correctional service senior officer, of which I was not there. I'm just reading the letter that senior counsel is showing me. That is the content of this letter, of which that is why I'm making it clear that I'm not sure whether that is correct or it's not correct. It's according to this letter.
Thank you, Chair. He has clarified, though at a later stage on your evidence, you said that intervened. You've changed from that interfered. So that's why I wanted to find out, did he intervene or did he interfere? Thank you, Chair. If you can just clarify that, in your own knowledge, that allegation, did they say he intervened or he interfered? Thank you, Chair.
If I'm not following what is written here, Chair, General Mkhwanazi engaged me about the very same matter. He actually engaged me and sent me this letter. Then he said, do you know anything about this letter? Does the minister knows? Then according to him, when he explained to me, he was not intending to interfere. He was intervening to avoid unnecessary civil claims, that they rather take the drugs for testing, and also the way it was recovered, there was a possibility that probably it would have been planted by other people. So he did engage me about the matter, and hence, Honorable Skosana, I'm now using the word intervene. That is now on the basis of my engagement with him.
May we proceed, Honorable Skosana? Thank you.
Honorable Chair, are we proceeding or are we adjourning? Going on to another topic.
Up until 13 hour 13.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. Sorry. My apologies. Mr. Nkabinde, So this is also part of that same context, because in General Nkwanezi's affidavit and in his evidence, he catalogues a number of instances where these attempts were made to implicate and to frustrate the work of PKTT, and this was the one example. Now, the other one I want to take you to is in your affidavit, your main affidavit. The heading is the IDAC complaint at paragraph 63.
I can see it.
You see that?
Yes.
On 1 November 2024, the minister received a complaint from Mr. Fadil Adams, who's also a member of parliament, that the dockets he registered in Western Cape and Gauteng were being unlawfully intercepted. A copy of his email is attached as CMN4. Okay. So on CMN4, you see at the top, Mr. Nkabinde, this is from Sakina Frenchman. It's sent to you on the 1st of November 2024, and it's sent to you, Landu, Motswakai. Can you just you confirm you received that email?
That's correct, Chair.
As the subject is charges laid by NCC. Who are the other persons referred to in the email?
Mlando, it's a PA to the minister.
Okay.
Motswakaya is an assistant PA to the minister. And myself.
To you. And then on then there's another email later on from Sakina Frenchman, addressed to Edward Senzo Nkunu, charges laid by NCC, and this is addressed to the minister himself. That is by Honourable Member Fadil Adams, the Member of Parliament. You see
Yes,
that?
I can see that.
There's a further email on the 10th of November across the page, addressed to you, referring to these 4 matters. You can see there he requests an independent investigator or body to investigate the cases I've laid. I make this request as your National Commissioner has claimed all is above board in the case of the allegations made against Major General Khumalo. We are reliably told that this is false and that the statements and have the statements to back it up. If indeed the Commissioner's position is compromised in this regard, please view our concerns with concern. And then a further email at 2138, also on the 10th, also addressed to you. Dear Sir, from the Office of the Honourable Minister of Police, with regards to case number, and there's again a few cases mentioned. The above cases relate to fraud, theft, and nepotism. We hereby request that an independent officer or body be appointed, as we are concerned that General Masemola may have erred in his statement that the allegations pertaining to Major General Kumalo's security clearance. If this is the case, the National Commissioner has misled the nation, which is, in our view, a very serious issue. So, Mr. Nkabinde, that is the referral to the Minister. Allegations of fraud, theft, nepotism. Does that ordinarily fall within the mandate of a specialist body that's been established to fight corruption?
Yes, it does fall. Does fall, yes.
Why do you say that?
Fraud, it's their mandate. Fraud and corruption is their mandate. And also, Chair, when we receive complaints, we don't just refer a complaint. You take the complaint on its merits. This complaint itself, it's showing that a complainant has lost confidence in the National Commissioner. If you read the content of the email. So definitely, as he is requesting an independent body, the independent body relevant will be IDEC. Because now National Commissioner is the #1 cop of the country. You can't refer it to anyone. The only independent body in this regard appropriate will be IDEC.
Now, are you aware that Honourable Member Adams had also referred this to the police? You must be aware, because he claims now that he's frustrated, he's had no joy, he's laid these charges, and now he's knocking at the door of the minister.
Yes, I'm aware because he wrote to me.
Now, we have an information note, which is this is also in the schedule. It's at page 285. It's a bundle which starts at 267. Those are some of the emails I read to you. And then it's MK15. So, after you. You see this information note on page 285. 285.
Yes, I see it.
The complaint, this is addressed to the Minister of Police. It's dated the 5th of November, 2024. This is just a few days after the referral to the Minister's office. Complaint against the South African Police Service, allegations of corruption and defeating the ends of justice. Complainant F. Adams, MP. The purpose of this information note is to provide information on a concern leveled in the email received V-Day F. Adams, MP. Background: Mr. F. Adams referred to as the complainant, sent an email to the Office of the Police Minister dated 1 November 2024, wherein the complainant alleged the following. He opened 3 criminal dockets in Cape Town Central, but has learned that there has been interference from the SAPS provincial office. He thus opened 3 criminal dockets at Orlando SAPS Gauteng, but also learned that there's been interference from the SAPS provincial office. The National Commissioner has instructed that a report is provided in terms of the allegations that the SAPS is derailing the criminal allegations leveled by the complainant. Then a discussion follows. At paragraph 3.1, the dockets where they were registered, 3 in Cape Town, 3 at Orlando. 3.1.1, the criminal allegations in the 6 cases which are opened are leveled against Lieutenant General Kumalo, Major General Lushaba, Major General Madondo, and Brigadier Ngube, and are centered on 4 specific matters, namely abuse of the Secret Services account, cover-up of a criminal incident linked to Valeria and the case number. This docket is locked in a safe at the police station, and access thereto will only be available from 11 November. Failure to address Major General Madondo's results of the polygraph examination, wherein 2 incidents of tax evasion were uncovered, practices of nepotism. Then it says at 3.2, an officer from the Division Inspectorate who was in Cape Town on other official business made several attempts to conduct an interview with the complainant, but due to other commitments, the complainant had to cancel the proposed meetings. The complainant indicated that he could travel to Gauteng if required. The allegation leveled by the complainant is that the provincial officers of Western Cape and Gauteng have interfered in the investigation. The allegations contained in the criminal dockets are of a sensitive nature, and the practice of the provincial officers to obtain the dockets to ensure the matters are addressed appropriately is not seen as interference, but as standard operational procedure. At 3.3.2, the complaint by the complainant can be seen as premature, as the provincial officers were still in the process of addressing the matter. And the recommendation is at paragraph 4. This office recommends that an extension of the 10 working days is provided in order for the following to be conducted, whereafter a comprehensive report can be provided. Interview the complainant and obtain a detailed affidavit. Perusal of all criminal dockets, including the Valeria docket. Determine if any other government department is investigating the same allegations. And this is then signed by, on the 4th of November, Major General, Acting Divisional Commission Inspectorate Gladla. And also Sabia, on the 5th of November. And the Minister on the 8th of November. Yeah. That's on the 8th. And so we get to the point of this little exercise. CMN5 is then the referral to IDEC by you on the 11th of November 2024. So your comment that I've just read to you, there's a recommendation, and it's confirmed by the Minister on the 8th of November, the recommendation is that the police recommends that an extension of 10 working days is provided in order for the following to be conducted. And we've read that. Nevertheless, you, on the 11th of November, you refer this matter to IDEC. Why would you have done that when the police said, give us 10 days? It's a sensitive matter, which they take seriously, obviously. They're investigating. There's been no interference. The delays are all part of standard procedures that are followed. But you, apparently with some undue haste, can you explain why you then refer this to IDEC?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe what I need to try and do is to elaborate and make it easy for senior counsel to understand the variety of these complaints. Firstly, Chair, these are two separate complaints. Hence, I did say initially that we receive complaints and we treat a complaint on its merits. We screen the complaints, then we refer it to the relevant authority. I received this complaint, the minister received this complaint, the first complaint, that I have opened cases in Western Cape on a number of senior subs personnel as per the following case numbers. I was told that the dockets were intercepted. In my quest for justice, I traveled to Gauteng and opened the following dockets as per the following case numbers. However, I have also been notified that Gauteng Police Department has followed same modus operandi as the Western Cape. This is the first complaint I receive. The nature of this complaint, when you screen this complaint is a service delivery complaint. Is a person here who registered dockets, but he was told instead of his dockets are allocated to investigating officer or a detective, he is now told the dockets were unlawfully intercepted. So what do you do with a complaint of a service delivery? This is what I've done. I referred this complaint to the National Commissioner. The info note that you are reading, it was based on my referral to the National Commissioner. This is my referral to the National Commissioner. The ministry has received this complaint from the Member of Parliament. In order for the ministry to respond accordingly, please furnish this office with a report in responding to this complaint and details of the investigating officer who was assigned to investigate this matter. Why I'm referring even to the particulars of investigating officer is because I realized this man is complaining that his dockets are not getting investigated. Instead, they are being intercepted. So the info note that you are reading, the National Commissioner is responding to the minister based on this service delivery complaint. Now I receive a second complaint 10th of November. Please note that I, Fidel Adams, request an independent investigator or a body to investigate cases I have laid. I make this request as your national commissioner has claimed all is above board. In the case of the allegation made against Major General Kumalo, we are reliably told that this is false and have the statement to back it up. If indeed the commissioner's position is compromised in this regard, please view our consent with concerns. Now, this is another complaint. This complaint, when you view it and screen it, is not now a service delivery complaint. This complainant now is requesting an independent investigation. So it means these dockets, he feels that it needs to be investigated independently. So now we are talking about investigating criminal dockets. So when this complainant has lost confidence in the national commissioner, the only relevant independent body will be IDEC, because other authorities are under national commissioner. So hence this one now, this referral to IDEC, it's basically the complainant is requesting an independent body to investigate my complaints, my criminal docket. Thank you, Chair.
SC is now 13:30. We are breaking. When we come back, we will take the three hands. Let me see. Is it only three? Yeah. When we come back, we will take those three hands. No. We must break. And you must not overwhelm my witness with your hands. You will raise those hands when we come back from break. Thank you. 13:30. We are coming back at 14 hours. Yeah, we'll come back at 14 hours to recover 30 minutes from the 1 hour that we lost.
Recording stopped. I don't know. I don't know. Good afternoon, commissioners and all councillors. I don't know why these people are so heartless. I don't know what are they doing for us. They are playing games with us every day. We hear this. I just want to ask, why these people why don't you arrest these thugs, good people? Because they are busy playing, they are busy making games every day, they are planning new stories every day. While you are sleeping, they don't sleep. They sit down, they gather all their tables, they sit down every night, they are planning to talk lies. We are listening to lies each and every day. I don't know why. Why don't you arrest these people? Because the very same day when you hear these things, you have to arrest these people. Because I can see it will take the whole year while they are busy playing. We are listening. We are stressing. We are. Please do something. Do something. See, look at Brown Mohuti. Look at him. He is playing. He's even laughing for idiots who are watching television. Please do something. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chaskalson.
Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon. And good afternoon, Mr. Mokgotsi.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Mokgotsi, there was a point in your testimony yesterday where you actually addressed topics beyond your statement. And you spoke, if I took it down right, about your theory of misdirection. Was it misdirection?
That's correct.
And because not in the statement, I just want to clarify that I understood what you were saying in this regard. So I'm going to set out my understanding of your evidence, and I just want you to call me up if I haven't got it right. Your basic thesis, as I see it, is that the July speech of General Mkhwanazi was a misdirection tactic. It was designed to divert attention from other things. I see you nodding. Can you just say yes for the record?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
And if I understood you correctly, the two main things that General Mkhwanazi wanted to divert attention away from were both linked to his friend and colleague, General Khumalo. The first was the problems with the PKTT allegedly being used to fight political battles in KwaZulu-Natal. And the second was to do with corruption and crime intelligence.
That's correct.
So I want to take each of these topics separately and just see if I understand your proposition correctly. In relation to what you say about the PKTT being used to fight political battles in KZN, you gave some evidence about the PKTT allegedly victimizing Prince Simakadi in the royal family dispute.
That's correct.
And here I just need some clarity, because I did understand you to suggest that the PKTT was being used to fight former Minister Cele's battles in KZN ANC politics, and that the Crime Intelligence Division was being mobilized for this purpose. And at least that's what I understood you to have in mind when you referred to the WhatsApp message about the Sindiso Magaqa case in your chats with Mr. Matlala.
Yes, but it should be properly contextualized in the sense that about Bheki Cele, it should not be noted as I said, it is him using it for political scores in the KZN, not necessarily former Minister Cele using the PKTT for political battles in the KZN. That I did not say.
So that you didn't, are you suggesting that the PKTT is being used for political scores?
Yeah, but mostly by General Mkhwanazi, it is actually used to achieve a different objective from that is actually intended for.
And what objective would this be?
Let me give an example. In the case of Ket being arrested, or when the PKTT went to his house, one would imagine, commissioners, how, because during General Mkhwanazi's statement, he said, not the statement, when he had a press conference, he said the PKTT was in Gauteng to assist in some of the cases. And amongst that, and out of the blue, then I don't know how they ended up going to Ket Matlala's house, which you will ask, was Ket Matlala a target? Meaning, was he one of the suspects, or Ket Matlala, did he fall within their scope of operation? Meaning, was he also one of the suspects in the sense that it is meant for political killing, task team for political killings, or including councillors and so forth? But was Ket a target because of any wrongdoing? His crime, was it falling under the category of what the PKTT is meant for? Not only that, let me bring another case of the PKTT. You should just see when they should execute just a search and seizure warrant. It was on TVs. they will come with 4 or 5 cars just to come to Brown Mokhosi to fetch 2 phones. Even when they went to General Sibia, they went at night with so many vehicles from KZN. Those cars are KZN vehicles. But if it's a search and seizure, isn't it appropriate to be notified? Look, here's the search and seizure warrant. We want these following items because they've got email numbers of cell phones and all the things they want, and then they collect them. But you can see the system that they use. They will bring the massive a way of threatening people and so forth. That's how I believe they are using them.
You did yesterday refer to a post about the murder of Sindiso Magatra.
Yes.
And that's the post on pages 77 to 78 of your witness statement. Can you just go there?
Mr. Chairperson, which bundle?
The witness, it's part of the chats. So it's in it's the annexure bundle, not the witness statement bundle. Was that Mr. Magatra, as I understand it, was murdered for blowing the whistle on corruption in Umzum. And that he was actually killed by crime intelligence operatives who'd been allegedly used to target a number of ANC councillors in KZN. That's certainly the theory of that post.
Yes, that's the theory.
And the post also alleges that Minister Cele and General Kumalo have allegedly been covering this up together with Brigadier Lushaba, who's mentioned at the end of the post.
According to this message, yes.
Is that something you associate yourself with or not?
Yeah, you see, this message was sent by Ket Matlala. Now, the message as is, if we look at the message, it also talks about the vehicle that was used, that was a vehicle owned by the crime intelligence, including imagine a recovered firearm or a rifle, which is recorded and booked in the SAP 13. Then imagine how does it get released from SAP 13? And you find that it has been used to murder another person. Now, this came from Ket, and now you can see that how the whole thing is narrated with names, amount of money paid, and everything. This is the story I was associating myself to.
So that's what we have heard in relation to your testimony on the first of those topics, the PKTT. If we go to the second one, which you say General Mkhonazi's speech was designed to divert attention away from, that topic you've said is corruption and crime intelligence.
That's correct.
And that's what you say you've been investigating?
Corruption and crime intelligence, that's correct.
So I'm just trying to identify the topics that you've canvassed there. You mentioned the case of Brigadier Lushaba yesterday.
That's correct.
You talked also about the plot to frame General Khan.
That's correct.
I think you mentioned in your evidence yesterday vehicles being bought with secret funds that are not properly accounted for.
It was one of the tasks given in the first place. That's correct.
Certainly in your chats with Mr. Matlala, we also see references to a property that's allegedly brought with secret funds that are not properly accounted for.
Yes. Now, this is where the interest starts. I believe even over the weekend, there was a publication from News 24. It talks about the IGI report. I don't know how they got it, where the secret fund was being abused to buy these properties. And if you check, that's one part of the work that I did. There's a property which was bought for 22 million rand. There is a proof of transaction from the deed office. And what will surprise you most, it is bought under the name of an individual company. Then you ask yourself a question: what will happen if this individual passes on? How will the state ever recover this property?
Sorry, it's bought under the name of an individual person, not an individual. Bear in mind that I'd ask you not to mention names or details, because we are talking about classified information.
That's correct.
So the material in your chats should not be made public. But can you just clarify for me? It was bought in the name of an individual as opposed to the name of a company.
Yes, that's why I use the name individual company. A company, at the end of the day, it is registered under a human being. So there is a person in these messages on BM 7.30 and the ID number, who owns that company. Page 70 and 71. Now,
so somebody's name is there?
There is somebody's name, and then when you check this, is the address of the property, and whoever who got so lucky to have this property on her name, she even advertised that her spa has moved to this new property, Beauty Spa. And there's also proof of the title deed from the deed office, and the name of the company is also there. When you go to this search of the company, she's the only director. She's not a member of SAPS. She's not even employed in South African Police Service.
Yes, but obviously every company will have a director, a person who is a director. But I don't want to get into the details of that at the moment. I understand what your concern is. For present purposes, I just want to try to itemize what you see as the issues of corruption inside crime intelligence that have been the subject of your investigation. We see in your chats also a reference to the allegedly improper appointment of Brigadier Mokwele.
That's correct.
And we know that that's the subject matter of charges against General Khumalo that were brought by Mr. Fadil Adams.
That's correct. And just to add, the same case, which could not be opened in Gauteng, that's how Mr. Fadil Adams opened the case in Cape Town. It could not be investigated. He came to Soweto. It could not be investigated. That's why in the Section 27 referral to IDEC came to being. And after that investigation, Major General Khumalo was arrested alone for the first time. He was granted bail. When he got arrested for the second time together with General Khumalo and the others, that's when during the press conference of General Mkhwanazi, he was very furious and did not even tell the public that this man was arrested for another matter. He could not be granted bail. Then he attacked the magistrate to say, what kind of a presiding officer who will deny a person who was working in the employment of the state bail, and why would he impose bail conditions that prohibits them from entering crime intelligence offices? Like I said yesterday, that magistrate recused himself from the case.
these charges that were laid by Mr. Adams, did they have anything to do with your investigation?
No, I knew about the matters. It was not my investigation.
And did your handler play any role in them, to your knowledge?
No, only the one of the lady, they call it docket 38, yes. The docket 38. It was that one of housebreaking, which the crime intelligence officer, through his gathering, realized that it was not housebreaking, actually, it's perjury and defeat in the hands of justice.
And that's what you spoke about yesterday in relation to,
Yes.
is it Brigadier Lushaba?
That's correct, which led to his first arrest, that when he got arrested for the second time, he was the only one who couldn't be granted bail.
Is there anything in relation to those two topics, the alleged misuse of the PKTT and the alleged corruption in crime intelligence, that we haven't addressed here?
Yes. There is also the purchase of a forklift that was purchased by the slush fund. And purchase a forklift is usually around the most expensive, which works in the mine, will be 350,000. That one, we don't even know where it is working. It was purchased for almost 900,000.
Sorry, for?
900,000 rand.
And is that what your investigation revealed?
Yes, and in that one there are proofs, just that it was not in the statement, but I believe I'm in a position to get the proofs. And there's another, in relation to the crime intelligence, the corruption we're talking about. There are three things that usually happen. One of them, it is the reason, commissioners, after receiving the notice to appear before here, to appear before the commission, when I approached my counsel, the advice was there is no need to come here. I am not obliged to say anything here. Commissioners, my intention, I wanted to help this commission. That's why I'm here. And I'm raising this because I'm going to touch on very, very critical matters, which will also affect me. And I also need the commission to note, I'm coming here at my own cost. I'm paying my protection. I believe Mr. Chattelson and the rest, I've pushed my legal team to engage them, saying, after this commission, I may need protection. And I even said, I was very much disturbed when my life was attempted, in forced slaughter. Before I could even give a statement, because people thought I'm a Superman, I'm trying to lie that I was moving like this inside, in the riddle of bullet, whereas by luck, I don't know what happened. It was only one shot because those people followed me for so long. I thought they could not find me. When they saw my car, they fired a shot. I managed to drive because they were driving on a speed 10 left on that particular street. Fortunately, they passed to go and make a U-turn. That's when I ran for my life. But before I could even give the statement, they were saying, hey, this may be a staged assassination, and that's what made me very worried. It was presented as if after that incident, I will say, I don't want to come here. I wanted to come here. Now, here are the things in the crime intelligence that I wish the commission should. It's about this informant. The handler is alive. I'll provide the name of the handler at any given time. It was about the cash in transit which happened in Limpopo. There was a success, 17 people died in that. That informant was the 18th person, but did not die. Because of the nature of the operation, we knew he was alive. And he came to Gauteng. The only problem started with a claim. It was 1 million rand that was requested, could not be approved. It's one of, commissioners, if can remember, it's one of the thing I gave example about. The source said 1 million came out. He still cannot give the proof. But the 50,000 rand which was prepared to be given to this informant finally came out. And General Kumalo, Lieutenant General Kumalo, insisted and instructed that Brigadier Sebola must accompany the handler to meet with the informant, something which was very strange. But with the pressure, because there's always this feeling that when the handler is giving money, they share the money with informant or whatever, but there's always a challenge. But this is what happened. They went to meet the informant. Brigadier Sebola wanted the contact numbers of this informant. The handler couldn't agree, but because when you meet someone, you never know other arrangements which were made. This informant spoke to me. This informant spoke to the handler that I'm being followed. I'm being followed ever since we met. Commissioner's dead informant was shot 16 bullets and was buried. Another incident, and these are only happening in the cash in transit. And one will wonder, what is the reason why there is a problem with CIT informants? This one happened in Gauteng.
Mr. Chair, is that still an answer to your question?
I think, Mr. Mokgotsi, we should possibly canvass these issues separately on the basis of a separate statement, because if there is detail that requires investigation, I think that we should do that before we canvass it in open commission.
Okay. Commissioners, the question was, is there anything that I want to raise that is not in the statement around corruption in the crime intelligence? That was the question, and I said, yes, I do have.
No, I did ask that question, okay. But I think it would be better for us to canvass it. If you're going to give specific allegations, then I think we need to canvass them, investigate them, and we can do that. But I want to...
Sorry, Mr. Chairperson, may I just... and I accept the way you're going to proceed, and I think that's a correct way to do it. But I would like to raise this. You are mentioning names. You've mentioned Sebola.
That's correct.
Are you accusing him of anything? And I think in fairness to him, on this very public platform, you should say what it is you're accusing him of, and you have the facts to back it up. Because if you don't have the facts, and if you're not accusing him of anything, you need to say it.
I'm not accusing him of anything. I'm saying it is very strange for anyone to accompany the handler.
All right, no,
to meet the informant.
I have to stop you. Okay. I have the answer. You're not accusing him of anything.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
So, yesterday when you were speaking about General Mkhonazi's speech and the misdirection tactic, you said that the speech was typed in Pretoria and you described it as being akin to a coup. You recall that?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Now, who do you say were the plotters in that process, in this process that you say was akin to a coup?
Thank you, Commissioners. At first, as we know that it is not a protocol for a provincial commissioner to call that kind of a press conference, where a national commissioner, I'm saying, is in a better place to have called that press conference. And by the fact that the national commissioners, like he saw nothing wrong after the press conference was called. And the national commissioner, still today, he never even condoned the doings of General Mkhwanazi. I can say they were together in this.
Is there anybody else you would accuse of that?
It's obviously General Mkhwanazi during the press conference, he was very angry about the arrest of Lieutenant General Khumalo. And this term that I feel of this police mafia cartel, I may not be able to know everyone who was involved, but I can assure you General Khumalo, General Mkhwanazi, and General Masamula crafted, orchestrated that press conference.
And if we look at the people on the other side, people against whom these alleged coup plotters were plotting, the people on the other side, the people against whom these alleged coup plotters were plotting, let's take those two topics that you say the press conference was designed to divert attention away from. Who's been concerned about the allegedly unlawful use of the PKTT? Who are the people who
are concerned?
Who are concerned about it?
One of them was, I even saw Mrs. Mary Haas. I know of one socialist, very vocal, Patricia Mashali. And as we speak now, I believe in terms of the law, the letter which Minister Senzo Mchunu issued, it was never contested in any court of law, it was never set aside, but the PKTT still exists. I'm not saying they don't have to exist, but I'm saying in terms of the law, if executive has issued the directive of that nature, is either it get rescinded or it's set aside by the court of law.
So, are you saying that the minister was one of the people concerned about the PKTT, that you infer that from his letter of 31 December?
Repeat the question, Commissioner.
Are you saying that the minister was one of the people obviously concerned about the PKTT, as you infer from the letter of 31 December?
I cannot speak on behalf of the minister, but during his appearance before the ad hoc committee, he did give reasons relating to budgets, and one of Major General was here also. She spoke about the existence of some units called violence crime and so forth, saying there is an organizational structure in the South African police that has been approved, which allows for the PKTT to be absorbed into those things. I think it was just a procedural and a policy matter, which does not call for one to like or not or dislike it.
Are you aware that the minister's taken a particular interest in the murder of Sindiso Makakra?
I'm not aware.
He in fact told Parliament that he was considering appointing a ministerial inquiry into it. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware.
Do you know what the Chief of Staff's position is in relation to these issues and the PKTT's alleged abuses?
As I said yesterday, Commissioner, and on my statement, the Chief of Staff, I would only talk to him during the ANC day and only if I did not reach the minister. So I don't know his position on anything.
And if we go to the topic of alleged corruption in crime intelligence, we know that General Sabia was kept appraised of your investigation in this regard. Not
that much. I remember I report to my handler. It is only here and there if I could speak to him, but it is my handler that I'm informing about an investigation.
So who else inside SAPS do you think is concerned about corruption and crime intelligence that you're investigating?
I will not know who else has a problem. I know of, when you check the portfolio committee on police, how members of parliament will speak about corruption, and those that I mentioned, Ms. Meridi Haas, Patricia Mashali, and the challenge I know would where the police or crime intelligence officers will really raise in many occasions would be the flat rate fee of 3,000 rand across the board for informant, irrespective of the success and whatever.
Now, if your thesis is true, that the July speech was a misdirection tactic, it is possible that it may have been a misdirection tactic, but what General Mkhonazi said about crime syndicates controlling senior police officers remains true. You accept that?
Yeah, you know, I still believe General Mkhonazi, as a provincial commissioner, he did not have to go to the media.
That wasn't my question. My question was, do you accept that whether it was a misdirection tactic or not, it is still quite possible that what he said about syndicates controlling senior police officers is true?
It's possible.
And of course, misdirection can be played in any direction. So if there are senior police officers who are connected to criminal syndicates and they want to divert attention away from what General Mkhonazi said in his press conference, they'd want to use their agents to make sensational allegations against him. Would you accept that?
Yes, I accept that. However, commissioners, the possibility that you refer to, that it may be possible that there may be those connection between the senior police. It is also, the possibility may apply vice versa. It may be that, like what I was about to tell you about the CIT, that that thing exists on the same people who are misleading the country.
I hear you, and if you give us details, we will look into them. But what I want to put to you today is that your allegations about General Mkhonazi and Prince Makadi being CIA agents strike me as a misdirection tactic. What's your response to that?
Investigation is investigation. You may have that belief now, but ultimately the outcome of investigation will show whether we are correct or not, will show the result. But it's not intended to misdirect.
Well, let me give you a couple of facts. Yeah. You mentioned yesterday a coal mine in Richards Bay. There is no coal mine in Richards Bay.
It's correct.
But you mentioned a coal mine.
Yeah, I can rephrase and put it in proper context. The coal mine is in Mpumalanga. I wanted to say the end route, the route that is utilized is the Richards Bay one. Thank you so much.
Well, then let me tell you that the Richards Bay coal terminal is owned by a consortium of more than 10 different mining companies, each of whom have their own export quota. Did you know that?
I'm not aware of that.
And each of these, I think it's either 13 or 15 mining companies, control how that export quota is used. So they can decide who they want to export coal to from Richards Bay. Do you know that?
I was not aware of that.
You see, what I want to put to you is the notion that you advance in your statement that, and you refer to the off-take portion of this coal route. You say this off-take, the off-take portion of this coal route is owned by Israeli interests. That's what triggered this investigation, apparently. That notion is completely fanciful. Because short of buying up all the export capacity of between 13 and 15 different mining companies, it's not possible to own the off-take portion of the Richards Bay coal terminal. You know that?
I cannot give a specific answer, Commissioners. Remember, if you are given information, and that information also involves, like I said, the Chinese were interested there, and also involves not Mrs. Zulu, the prince, saying he's being harassed because of that, saying Lieutenant General Mkonazi is actually opposing him at all costs because of that. You end up believing that the state, that's why I've given that statement.
Let me give you another fact. You say in your statement that there was a fear that the coal terminal and the export route was going to be shut down. That's in your statement. That's apparently why the so-called Western interests got interested in.
Yeah, according to information, according to the source, that's what I heard. That's what.
But what I want to put to you is that there's never been any suggestion from government that the Richards Bay coal terminal is going to be shut down, and that, on the contrary, in the period you speak of, government's been investing hundreds of millions of rands in improving the rail link to Richards Bay.
Yeah, Commissioners, the information was, there was a feeling from the West End that since South Africa took Israel to court, to the International Criminal Court, that may be halted. That's how I have phrased it.
Let me take it further. Do you know that since 2023, when you say this investigation started, the output of the Richards Bay coal terminal has been increasing steadily?
That may be, yeah, it's possible. I'm not conversant with that. I was sticking to my investigation, Commissioners.
You see, what I want to put to you is that if you or your handler were genuinely investigating a CIA plot through General Mkonazi to protect Israeli interests in the whole of the export, the offtake from the Richards Bay coal terminal, you'd have been able to discover the facts that I've just given you in 5 minutes on the internet. So you really wouldn't have come up with a story which is self-evidently absurd.
Commissioners, if whatever senior counsel has been saying comes from the internet, then, investigation, it doesn't work like that. And I'm disappointed, senior counsel, that with those powerful facts that may be written by someone who has interest, then they are presented before the commission, and I do not know. In fact, whatever that you've been saying, it means, remember what I said in my world, I can put up a website, take my people in 5 days, and give you the opposite of what's written.
I want to put to you that if you actually investigated the notion that, one, the Richards Bay coal terminal was under threat of being shut down, that, two, it was controlled by Israeli interests, it would take you less than 5 minutes to realize it was absurd. And I want to put to you that the fact that you didn't take those 5 minutes, you or your handler, to do it, suggests that you weren't actually investigating these allegations.
Commissioners, investigation of that kind, we don't go to the internet. You have 5, 6 people here with a board, those that have knowledge showing you what they think, showing you what is happening on the ground, showing you there is kind of a system which is used when you are dealing with that. And I'm saying in my statement, if you check my statement correctly, I'm basing, just like the chairperson said yesterday, he was using a different language about hearsay. A hearsay is tested until, through investigation, until you get the result. It's not that the result will always say, yes, General Mkonazi is a CIA. No, you investigate, you get the outcome, then you rely on what you have. But since we have not got anything, it means what you say will stand, but will not stop us from investigating.
So you want to put in issue that the Richards Bay coal terminal is controlled by between more than 10 different mining companies. You're not satisfied that that's the truth?
the interest, that's the truth, according to what you say. I'm not sure, I don't know. But when you talk of Western interest, commissioners, there is a term called this white monopoly capital. It's a different thing. It's not what you see, having 10 companies, having 5, 6, they will say black people, CEOs. That's not the case. When you talk of a particular business interest in the size of that business, it's not what you see on the internet. It's not what you see.
Well, what I do want to put to you is that the suggestion that General Mkhwanazi and Prince Makadi are CIA operatives working to protect Israeli interests in Richard Bay coal.
Is it not King Mrs. Zulu?
King Mrs. Zulu, I beg your pardon. Is one false, and is two a misdirection tactic. It's designed to take attention away from the allegations that General Mkhwanazi is making.
No, that's not the intention. It's not the intention. The allegations General Mkhwanazi is making, I'll give an example. Today, the whole country knows that Mr. Senzo Mchunu is corrupt, is aligned to the drug cartels. Till today, they have not brought one evidence that links Minister Mchunu to those things. Even they will say the same applies. Remember I told you about this Boko Haram and Ket Matlala. The Ket Matlala is portrayed one of the big fives now. Let me tell you, Commissioners, South African Police Service, it is expected that is the only institution, whether ESCOM, Telcom, when you have an employee, you will take, or a company to appoint, you will take the profile or the details of that company to SARS, to South African Police Service for vetting. How did Ket Matlala go through the vetting process of South African Police Service to end up being appointed for 300 million and all these things? 2 months, 3 months later, the same South African Police Service says Ket Matlala is the big five. That's misdirection. They say Ket Matlala, Minister Mchunu was safeguarding the interest of Ket Matlala and all these things going to fund him. It is Senzo Mchunu, through the review, who cancelled Ket Matlala's contract. Isn't that misdirection, commissioners? I cannot cancel your contract now, tomorrow. 300 million. And you say you are funding me.
Before you continue, Mr. Shaskelson, something very important. I've always been correcting people on the pronunciation of people's names. I mispronounced the king's name. It's Misuzulu. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to put to you that your allegations of Mr. Matlala paying bribes to General Masemola and General Mkhwanazi are also another misdirection tactic. And let me say why. We've been through Mr. Matlala's cell phone, and he is hardly discreet about his improper relationships with senior SAPS members in his WhatsApp communications. Can I give you an example? Please. You want to go to page 107 of the annexure. We'll come back to this exchange a little bit later, but I'm sure you remember it. It's relating to the witness who said he was being pressurized to change his story to falsely implicate General Khan. You remember that?
That's correct.
So Mr. Matlala says to you, in relation to this witness, arrange with Khan to give him cash if the information he has is worth it. So Mr. Matlala is indicating to you that General Khan, in his view, would be willing to pay a witness to give evidence that suits General Khan.
Yes, I see the message.
You accept that what he's saying to you is that General Khan will pay a witness to give evidence that suits him.
This is what Kat said, commissioners, not what General Khan said or myself.
I'm saying that Kat is not discreet about his communications in relation to senior police officers.
We can say that.
We've seen plenty of evidence in the chats of Mr. Matlala paying SAPS members to assist him.
That's correct.
We've seen plenty of evidence of Mr. Matlala communicating directly with SAPS generals and brigadiers in improper circumstances.
That's correct.
Now, if Mr. Matlala was paying massive bribes to General Masemola or General Mkhwanazi, I'd expect to see some sign of this relationship with these generals in his chats. I see signs of relationships with a whole lot of other generals in his chats.
Okay, commissioners, there is something that is missing here that need to be understood. There is a machine called Cellbrite. This Cellbrite machine is owned by different and private companies. It is the only machine like this, these messages and all these things that are presented before the commission. This machine is the only machine that is able to selectively download. That is why I believe that at the later stage, perhaps this process, one will say a Section 205 should have been obtained. I believe there is no way, even if I could not come to the commission and say, this was my infiltration, this was whatever, there was no way anyone could prove messages of my cell phone or Senzo Mkunu before he could have either the Section 205 or the two phones. And Advocate Johnson testified that the phone of Kat Matlala was tampered with and some of the messages were deleted. Now,
So
to base, commissioners, to base the process on the cell phone that was tampered with, on the cell phone that, it means these messages will only suit the narrative of those who had the cell phone first, before any other party could get the cell phone. So to say there's a message and then Kat is this particular person who will say this, who will say that. Commissioners, I was with Kat. And I said I came here to help the commission. I may not be able to answer all questions, but I'm not lying. I will not just come here. Imagine a national commissioner say, I did not say I saw Kat giving him money, but Kat told me I lost a lot of money. And it's possible. This is 360 million. It's not 30 million, 20 million tender.
I accept
So
that
to
Kat has
think-
been paying vast
yeah.
amounts of money to SAPS officers, just not the ones who you are trying to implicate.
Yeah, but those messages may be deleted that implicates those transactions.
We'll address the issue of the authenticity of this cell phone at a later stage. But do you accept that if the cell phone is proven to be authentic and not tampered with, your version seems incredibly implausible?
Yeah, but there must be a Section 205. You cannot say if I did not want to help the commissioners, I would come here and say, these are not my messages, full stop. Even if you can say you have them, you must be authorized by the law, unless if the outcome of this commission will not be somehow binding or be taken to the next level or to any.
Mr. Mokgotsi, we will do that exercise, but I don't want you to speculate as to what the outcome of it may be now. Can we move to a different topic, which is your relationship with the minister?
Before you do that, Mr. Cheskasi. Yes.
Yeah. For the record, Mr. Chaskalson, please indicate when you're moving on to a.
Yes,
that we
I am
should-
going to move to a
yeah,
different topic now.
If we have questions on that segment, we may put them.
Mr. Mkhosi, the last part of what you've said, you say you are here and you are presenting your evidence to help the commission. Now, you told us yesterday, and you're repeating now, that Mr. Matala told you that he gave General Mkhwanazi a bag. I think that's what you said, in Durban. You remember that?
Yes, something, yeah.
Something like that. You remember that? Now, you haven't investigated that. You haven't put to us evidence of the truthfulness, one, of your conversation with Mr. Matala that you allege, and two, that what he told you is in fact true. We don't have facts. We are a fact-finding body as a commission. You've made that allegation. How do you figure that helps the commission in executing its mandate?
All I'm saying is I came here to give my side of the story. Now, for one to say I'm misdirecting or this is a misdirection when I say this is what I know. If Kat was lying to me, he lied to me. But this is what I know. He told me. That's correct.
I'm not discussing misdirection. In fact, I come from a position of concern that you are making statements, even in this short exercise of cross-examination, none of which is backed up by any investigation on your part that you can produce the facts to us and say, here's proof. We know that you're close to Kat. You've told us you were with him. You don't have an affidavit from him that confirms that conversation, and that he told you, that you spoke to him and he told you what you say. We have only your say-so. And I'm concerned that we may well be grossly irresponsible and reckless as a commission, that we've given you a platform where you're making all these statements and you present them as facts and you keep saying, I'm here to help the commission, when in fact they're not backed up by any facts or even basic investigation on your part. For me, as a commissioner, that's a matter of concern. Do you accept that you're making statements that you are, for whatever reason, you're not backing them up with facts, even just this little bit about payments to Mkhwanazi and to Masim, to General Cele? It's not backed up by facts. You accept that?
I accept that, Commissioner.
And you accept that's not helpful to the commission if we don't have facts from you?
If the commission is a fact-finding body and I give you information, I'm giving it that commission can investigate. I gave example about the Boko Haram and the crime intelligence presentation.
No, allow me to stop you because I know you've got many topics that you're discussing. I'm worried that we don't end up discussing something that I wasn't raising. I'm raising with you a very specific thing. You said yesterday, Matala told you that he went to Umhlanga Ridge and that was General Mkhwanazi's home. Now, if you've been following the work of the commission, you would know that General Mkhwanazi testified that his home is in Hillcrest. So you'd have done a basic inquiry. With Matala, are you sure that's his house? Because in the commission, this is what he said. You did not do that. And then you come here, you don't interrogate him, but you come here and then you put it out there that payments were made at his house, or something was given to him at his house, and these allegations were made at his house in Umhlanga Ridge, and there's simply no evidence from you to back up those allegations. And these are serious, they have serious implications for people, and I think we should be concerned that you may be using this platform, at least to some extent, such as this, you're using this platform to make allegations like that, which you're not backing up. If you have a comment, you can, but I raise it as a matter of concern, listening to you on the back of this exchange with Mr. Chaskalson, that you're being challenged, that you said things that are not backed up by facts, and you have to accept there are no facts you've presented to us.
Oh, okay. Commissioners, I was talking about the presentation that is in the crime intelligence. I was trying to say that. With that, I was backing up my story that former Minister Bheki Cele knew Cat before. Even his picture was there. He came and he said he did not know Cat Matlala. Was that not sufficient to show that he knew him before 2024?
Okay, no, thank you. I think you've answered me. Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Can we move quickly to deal with your relationship with the minister? You're on record publicly as saying that you ran the branding campaign for the minister when he was running for Secretary General for the ANC in 2017. Is that correct?
Yeah, in my province, that's correct.
In your province?
Yes.
So you've known the minister since at least 2017?
That's correct.
And you have a direct line to the minister. Your evidence yesterday was that you only call the Chief of Staff when you can't get to the minister directly.
That's correct.
And we saw multiple signal chats that you had with the minister over the period December, January 2024, 2025.
That's correct.
And the minister was calling you on several occasions, not you calling the minister.
As people knowing each other is possible. That's correct.
Can you say why the minister would have no knowledge of you, or why the minister would, when he was first asked about whether he knew you, said that he didn't?
I don't know why he said that, for a fact, except the answer that I'll give you what he said to me. I asked him, he said, the time when he was talking, there was a picture of somebody, which was, the impression was, the picture was portrayed as if it's Brown Mohoti. And he said, I don't know this person, because it was a Zoom meeting.
About yesterday when your foundation interdicted the Northwest Health Department around a tender.
That's correct.
Can we go to the exhibit bundle and the judgment in that interdict? If we can go to page 14 in the exhibits bundle. And I just want to get a chronology of this interdict out. So the judgment starts on page 13 of the bundle, and the applicant is the Brown Mohoti Foundation.
That's correct.
And did you depose to all of the affidavits in this case as the named member of the foundation?
Yes, I did, after being given the authority by the board. I am not a member or a director of the Brown Mohoti Foundation. It is named after me. It is the board would take a decision to say who can depose an affidavit. In this case, it was myself.
Both founding and replying?
That's correct.
So we see that the matter was heard for the first time on the 15th of September in paragraph 2 on page 14, and then postponed to 22 September for the respondents to file their answering affidavits. And in paragraph 4 on page 14, we see that the order was delivered on the 26th of September. So the hearing would presumably have been on the 26th of September. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if we go down to the bottom on page 29, we see that the attorneys for the foundation were Tau Matsumela attorneys.
That's correct.
Sorry, page 28. Who funded this application for the foundation?
Different people, but I will not necessarily know all the funders. The owners, the directors of Brown Foundation will be in the position to know. But I know of a few, one of the companies that's funded, but I don't know the entire.
Which company do you know?
It was Mr. I know his name is Mr. Suleiman Karim.
Suleiman Karim.
That's correct. I don't know which company used to fund this.
You've stated publicly that Kat Matlala funded this application.
Not funded. He helped that time.
Can we just play the video of what you said publicly? It's the video of 19th of October. And Chair, we should give this an exhibit number because it's not in the paper bundle. Can we call it exhibit BMC1?
I'm just trying to think, should we not keep a running list? Because we had an exhibit number with Ms. Sillo the other day. Was it Ms. Hassan? Ms. Hassan.
Apparently our exhibits are numbered CJ and we've got to CJ. CJ C50, it's recorded in the file apparently.
Oh, all right.
CJ C50.
Thank you.
In July, he proudly disclosed his 2023 legal battle with the health department was funded by Vusi Kat Matlala.
He never told me in advance, well, Baba, be careful. I'm a kingpin, I'm this, I'm that. We are meeting him as a business person. It doesn't necessarily say you are endorsing the person. I know it's not that. When my foundation took the Northwest Provincial Government, where we are, he assisted. There was a tender for 72 million in demand. My foundation, Brown Foundation, went to court and interdicted that process, and the tender was still advertised. He assisted my foundation through the lawyers and stuff like that. So that's the level I know was Matlala. The matter even went to the SCA. You should imagine the legal fees attached to that.
So you say he assisted you. How did he assist you?
Ideas and other things, how to do it. It is Suleiman Karim only who assisted. Not Kat Matlala never paid for that legal thing.
But you said there that he did assist you.
He assisted not with money, not financially.
Well, how did he assist you?
Technically, ideas. Remember, this was not it was that tender in the Northwest Department of Health. It was tendered for by different companies in the Northwest. And all the time, it has been this thing of being won by the outside people. And this time around, they felt that we should, because there was some other processes which were not done correctly. It was to help the local businesses. And to contextualize that, because we never had an opportunity before to interdict a tender or a bidding process within government department. It was the first. That's the only way. He assisted with ideas technically how that can be done. And we made sure, I remember that we were saying, must make sure that whoever helps this process, must not be any company which has tendered. If any company that was part of the bidding process has intention to go to court, it must go unilaterally. It must not be through the foundation. And those are some of the ideas we got from CAT,
So
not financially.
CAT gave you the idea that no losing bidder should help with the funding.
May I repeat the question, Bill?
The idea that CAT gave you, was that no losing bidder should help with the funding of the application?
He was coming very clear that, look, if you are a Section 21, if you are acting in the public interest, you can't have whoever tendered being part of the application. If companies or whoever who has bidded wants to go to court, must go without without the foundation. So he only he helped us with ideas, not financially.
Not financially.
No.
And other ideas that he gave you?
That's all.
That's the only idea?
Yes.
But you saw fit to mention that as assistance when you were interviewed in October this year.
That's correct. That's my work. There was no way I could just go there and say, like forget, we were talking about CAT. And CAT is my project. I cannot just go there and pretend as if I now forget my work. I never said he gave me money because I know who funded that thing. It's not CAT Matlala.
But according to your statement, CAT became your project, I think you said, March, April 2024.
Yes, that's correct, on the tender.
Yes, but you knew CAT already.
That's
from
correct.
The year before.
You even asked me, the question was asked yesterday, Commissioner, that did you have CAT's number? I said yes. It should be noted, Commissioner, I spoke about Boko Haram of 2018. So that's a different thing. It shows there was that stage way back that this CAT has been in the limelight.
So you knew CAT was John Wick?
That's the presentation that was given to show who John Wick was. And from that to establish, the part of investigation, actually, to establish whatever that is said about CAT, it was important. One will have his number. One will want to know where does CAT stay.
Yes. But you knew that he was alleged to be a major-time drug dealer and gang leader going by the name of John Wick.
I cannot confirm that. I was confirming that John Wick, in terms of the intelligence report, is Musamos CAT Matlala. That's the picture that was put there. And let's say, this is very, very important, commissioners. Let's say CAT comes, whether in any court of law or any platform, he's able to dispute that he was not John Wick. Let's say CAT was not John Wick. The point that I was trying to make is the picture that was placed on the intelligence report, it was that of CAT, and his name was written CAT underneath and John Wick. So I was trying to say, former Minister Bheki Cele must have remembered this face when he met him for the first time in 2024.
But surely by the same reasoning, you must have remembered this face and this name when someone comes to offer you assistance in how your foundation should bring a public interest application.
Yeah, even if commissioners, even if that time CAT could have wanted to help us financially, if he was not one of the bidders, we will accept. I cannot say I did not know him or I did not, there was no way we could work with him. All I'm saying is he was able to help, to give us idea, to help us to take this thing forward. You'll realize in the same application, commissioners, it was re-advertised, it went to the CA, and the foundation did not proceed. Then it was re-advertised. You will realize that the same thing happened. The foundation did not participate on the second leg of this court application. Private companies were involved.
Who introduced you to CAT? to give you assistance in this foundation application?
In 2023.
That one.
It was not a direct thing that someone is bringing Cat to come and advise. It's a matter that you know someone who says, you know, there is this brother, he's a businessman, he's based where, and this person can help us. And initially, we thought he would give us lawyers or something when we spoke to Cat, only to find out he gave us the technical know-how of going there. So I had his numbers. I could call him that time, but that time in specifically, I called him to assist us with the tender.
So you were the one who made the contact with Cat?
That's correct.
And you had his numbers. This was before you'd met General Sibia?
Yes, not the one that came from General Sibia.
Sorry, not the one that came from General
Yes.
Sibia. A separate number for Cat that you had?
That's correct.
Do you know that one of the losing bidders, in fact, the losing bidder that subsequently took the interdict on, was called Alu Construction?
Alu Construction, yes. I don't know the company. I remember the name Alu Construction. I knew it through the legal firm, Tau Matsemela, attorneys. When they went to court, he told me that there were people, they said they saw me representing your foundation, and they also want to pursue a similar exercise. Their name is Alu. That's what happened.
So they went to the same attorneys, Talmat.
And that's correct, Commissioner. I asked them how. Now, why did they come to you? He said maybe they felt that he knew the process and the case better because he was involved in the case before.
And do you know that Alu Construction are one of the entities in the consortium of Morgan Maumela and Kat Matlala that was awarded a lucrative contract at Tembisa Hospital?
I don't know the owner of this Alu, this Morgan Maumela. I saw him on news.
Do you accept, if I put it to you, that Alu Construction was one of the entities in the consortium of Maumela and Matlala that won the contract at Tembisa Hospital?
Yes, I saw that on the news, that's correct.
And do you know that it was the award of that contract that Babita Deokaran was investigating when she was murdered?
Yeah, I saw, yes, the whistleblower. That's correct.
And we know that Mr. Suleiman Karim has an interest in the Medicare 24 contract of Mr. Matlala. You've described him as an investor in that contract.
That's correct.
And we know that Mr. Karim, on your version, funded this litigation of the foundation.
Yeah, that's correct. That in the first instance, and he did not come to me. He did not go to the foundation. There was a meeting of small businesses which bidded for that contract, and we had somebody from outside Mafikeng won that contract, the health tender, and I went to ask him, and it was not the first time. I went to ask him that, Suleiman, there is this thing we want to interdict this because the business community is being undermined. The business community is now crying that they will never have an opportunity in this tender.
Do you know if Mr. Maumela has any interest in the Medicare 24 contract that you've been investigating?
I don't know.
If I were to put it to you that the chats between Mr. Maumela and Mr. Matlala suggest very strongly that he has that interest, what would you say to that?
It's what you saw. I cannot say anything about that. I cannot say anything between their chats.
So you, in your investigations into this contract, which was apparently your tasking at Crime Intelligence, weren't able to establish who Mr. Matlala's partners in the contract were?
I've not yet reached that stage, and even where we are, it is not because of investigation. whoever was lucky to see that message happened to come across that they are working together. I did not know that they were working together.
Can we look at the money flows in relation to this interdict? If you go to the exhibit bundle at page 2, do you have it?
That's correct.
Now, you'll see there are a series of Gotle Foundation statements, bank statements that are included in the exhibit bundle. These figures have been extracted from the actual bank statements of Gotle Foundation. Can you remind the Commission who Gotle Foundation are?
There's no Gotle Foundation, there's Brown Gotle Foundation.
Gotle Specialist.
Oh, Gotle Specialist is the company owned by my fiancée. She's the sole director in that company.
So it's her company, not yours?
No, it's not my company. I do not have shares. I'm not a director. I do not have any direct beneficiation from that company.
If we look at these money flows, we see that on the 10th of August 2023, there was an F&B payment from S. And the contra account holder is Tasmika Construction. If we go over to the right. And the amount was 100,000. In fact, there were two amounts of 100,000 on the same day, the 10th of August 2023. We can just keep scrolling so that we see Tasmika Construction. Can we scroll further to the right? So the payer is Tasmika Construction. Do you know whose company Tasmika Construction is?
Yes, I know. I know who's the owner. Suleiman Karim.
Suleiman Karim.
That's correct.
So we see on the 10th of August, there were two payments of 100,000 each from Tasmika Construction, Suleiman Karim's company, into Gotle Specialists, your fiancé's company.
That's correct. That's correct.
And then if we go down to one row, we see that on the same day, there was a payment of 150,000 from Gotle Specialists.
That's correct.
To Tau Matsamela.
That's correct.
Is this the funding for that interdict application?
I believe that's the one. That's correct.
So a couple of questions. Why was it channeled through Gotle Specialists?
I believe that time, this Brown Horse Foundation did not have the bank account had some problem. But in addition, my fiancée, she's also director of Brown Horse Foundation. So there was nothing wrong that they could pay because a certain amount. And it's very much important that it be noted that my fiancé and Suleiman Karim, I thought you would have obtained statement from 2000 and maybe 15, 16. They've had a relationship of business, subcontracting, all those things. I'm not part of that. I'm not even in a position to answer for that. And there was nothing wrong that the money could go through the Gotle, since one of the directors of Brown Horse Foundation is the owner of Gotle.
So Tasmika Construction funded this litigation with those two payments of 100,000 into Gotle Specialists, which is your fiancé's company.
No, I cannot say 200,000. We requested funding, and then, like I say, they have history. There are other transactions which were not related to that. But the amount paid to the lawyers as it's reflecting, that's the amount that has been paid. I cannot say he funded for 200,000 or 200, separate 100,000 rand.
If we, so you're saying 150,000 was funded from Tasmika Construction?
It was paid, okay, I'm talking on what I see, was paid to the lawyers, that's correct.
For this case?
For this case.
And then if we go down, we see that there were two further payments of 50,000 each on the 19th of September. That's just before the hearing.
That's correct.
And they come with the reference from S. Is that from Suleiman Karim as well?
That's correct. That's correct, Commissioner.
And those two payments seem to fund a 70,000 payment to Tau Matsamela from Khotle on the same day.
You see, on the part of funding and how much was paid to the lawyers and stuff, I believe it will be very much fair and appropriate for the Commission to direct either its communication to the director of Khotle, because I cannot speak on their behalf. And I went through this, I saw a lot of bank statements. I can honestly confirm now to the Commission that I will not be in a position to talk on behalf of these finances. Perhaps the Commission, if find it more important, could inform Khotle and get their auditors to bring the books and stuff like that.
Are you suggesting that you have no control over Khotle at all?
I'm not suggesting it's a fact. I don't have any beneficiation from Khotle.
Do you get paid money by Khotle?
I don't get paid money by Khotle. This is my fiance. You can go through, if you check the statement, you'll always see some references, brown. It may be her error on a what you call a bank app, but the bank accounts where the money goes does not come to me. It's not my bank account. Yes, except for maybe 2,000 rand petrol when I do our personal things with her. But I do not control Khotle. I'm not the director of Khotle. I don't benefit from Khotle. And the Brown Mokgotsi Foundation, I don't benefit from it. I'm not the director.
Mr. Mokgotsi, we've extracted the payments to Brown coming out of Khotle.
Correct.
There's an amount in excess of 3 million rands in transactions that say payments to Brown.
That's correct.
How do you account for that?
I cannot account for that, commissioners. The moment you see, you can check even on Tasmika or what is this? Tasmika plant. You will see they are having references. That's page 5. Tasmika and page 6. You see, from there, from the 25, it's loan. You know, I don't know these references, but factually, there's no way this man can, or whoever can borrow without any way that person is paying back. It's because on the app, cell phone app, banking app, you'll always have a reference, and when you pay, it always say brown. But those monies do not come. There's no, except for maybe e-wallet or something, 1,000. There's no any amount more than 3,000 rand that ever came. And I can even challenge and request the Commission to do any investigation. Go to Khotle, get 205, get the statements and their financials. There's no
We
bank
will
account.
get the contras.
Thank you.
And for present purposes, I want to put to you that there are cumulative amounts in excess of 3 million rands that go out of Khotle with a transaction reference payment to Brown.
Now that can be checked. Check their books. And on their books, we will see the bank account. I guarantee you, there's no bank account where this money came that is mine. And even if probably there are third-party payments, probably let's say it's third-party payments for me, the financials from those auditors and them or if she's subpoenaed, you will get the truth. I'm not having any power over that. And then being called the businessman, I have a business separately from Khotle. And this came as a result of after I lost my wife. I kept what is mine separately from this. And it is, I can assure you, it's an error. It is an error on the app where a person, when sending money every time, in that reference, still written brown. Just, I was checking, after you gave, fortunately, and thank you, Commissioner, for giving us opportunity to go this. Even this, I even called her, did you make so many loans from this guy? He said, no, I've got invoices, I've been working with this guy, but look at the references, loan. It's not, there are no bank accounts linked to this.
The references that say loan may well be incorrectly described, but they're not loans, loans that you give. There are monies advanced from Ziggy Investments, which is another one of Mr. Karim's companies. To
That's
Khotle.
correct.
So you wouldn't know whether Ziggy is lending that money or not.
I will not know. But logically, how can, like you can check on page 5, there is SSSSS, then there is PMT, then SS, then is loan. You can see this person kept, is an error on the app. He just kept that reference SSSS.
Yes, but the reference stays with the account number. So the reference is linked to the account number to which the money is paid.
Probably, I'm not
So
sure.
the reference that says payment to Brown is linked to the account number to which the payment to Brown is made.
Thank you. Then commissioners, let me request that the investigation should be done. We get the books from Khotle and the auditors and those bank accounts. And I'm acceding. You see, I said, except for maybe 1,000, 2,000 for the e-wallets or petrol, because I do live there.
You've done this exercise. Which payments from Khotle that say payment to Brown do you say are payments to Brown?
I did not. Yes, there is the one. Page 81. September 21. Sent 07298497779. 1,000 rand. 1.1. Those transactions of e-wallets, because even my bank account is not linked to Khotle.
Yes, but that doesn't say payment to Brown.
As I'm saying, those that are mine, they'll be in that fashion.
So when I look on the 18th and it says payment to Brown, 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 you're disputing that those are payments to you?
I can assure you, those payments did not come to me.
We'll get the contras and we will put them before the Commission.
Thank you, Commissioners.
If we just recapping in relation to the 2023 contract, we have a losing bidder that is the same entity that is part of Mr. Matlala and Mr. Mamela's consortium.
On which one?
The 2023 contract that the Brown,
one of the bidders,
the Brown Mokhotsi
Foundation
interdicted.
One of the bidders.
One of the bidders, indeed.
All right.
We have payment from Suleiman Karim for the application.
That's correct.
We have Suleiman Karim being an investor in Mr. Matlala's Medicare 24 contract.
That's correct.
We have Mr. Mamela being interested in Mr. Matlala's Medicare 24 contract.
According to what is presented to the Commission, that's why I say
We
yes.
have a succession of chats between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Maumela accounting for every, well, keeping Mr. Maumela posted on payments from SAPS.
But commissioners, between Maumela and Matlala, we need to agree they are not at my disposal. So I don't know if I must say correct. I must agree to that. I believe that you have cell phone chats which were not presented to me. And even if they were presented, I have nothing to do with Matlala and Maumela.
Coming back to the sequence, we have Matlala assisting with the 2023 application.
Yes, the idea. That's correct.
You say it's not financial, it's just strategic advice.
Yeah.
Can I take you to a point, and we have these 200,000 rands from Tasmika Construction on the 10th of August, from which 150,000 goes to the Brown Mokgotsi Foundation.
That's correct.
And would that money have come in after you had been at your meeting in the community to raise funds for this interdict?
May you please take me to the page?
Which page?
29. Is it from the judgment?
No, you don't. I'm not talking about the judgment. I'm talking about, you said there was this meeting in the community,
community forum, business
a community forum that then said we must interdict this because local businesses are not being helped.
That's correct.
So it was only after that you'd only have raised funds after that. I'm trying to get a chronology in my head.
Myself, I don't understand, Commissioner. What is it implied right now? I thought I have agreed. I said yes. When we went to court, I asked Suleiman Karim to help us. When we went to court.
Yes.
Now I don't know if are you referring to the same request,
I am referring to that 2023 matter.
the same request that I made to him, that he should help us when he sent the money. That's correct.
Yes, and that was after you'd had your community meeting to start this case.
That's correct.
And that's how the 200,000 came to Khotle.
That's correct. After I spoke to Karim.
So what I do want to raise with you is, if you go to page E16. 16. Paragraph 9. Do you have it?
Underneath.
At the bottom of the page.
Yes, both the first and second respondents.
Both the first and second respondents argued that the application lacked urgency, saying that the applicant did nothing after it received the tender letter on 11 August 2023 and only approached this court on urgency on 15 September 2023. The applicant contended it made a mistake in its founding papers regarding the dates, and the month of September and not August is when the applicant was notified by the whistleblower about the tender. It received the tender letter during September, it approached the legal representatives during September, court papers were drafted during September, and the urgent application was instituted during September. So, if I can explain what's happening there. You launched this application on the 15th of September, your foundation. That's correct?
That's correct.
In a founding affidavit that you signed.
That's correct.
The respondent said, in your founding affidavit, you mentioned that you received the tender letter on 11 August, which means you've delayed for over a month. And it's not urgent, it's self-created urgency. That's what that's what was confronting you.
Correct, correct, Commissioner.
Then in paragraph 10, in correcting the error regarding the month, the applicant in its answering affidavit, it should be the replying affidavit, says, And this again was an affidavit that you deposed to. I apologize to the Honourable Court for the heading before paragraph 22, which reads events of 13 August 2023. In the affidavit I deposed to on 15 September, this was a typing error and was intended to read events of 13 September 2023. I further apologize to the Honourable Court for the referral to the date of 13 August 2023 as appears in paragraph 22 of the affidavit. This was a typing error. It was intended to read 13 September 2023. And then all of the August dates are apologized for and it is said September. Then the judge concludes at paragraph 11, based on the following observations regarding the dates leading up to the adjudication of the application on 15 September, it's in my view highly improbable that the applicant received such an important piece of information in the form of a tender letter, consulted with legal representatives, did everything that it takes to cause the matter to be ripe for hearing by the 14th of August, and thereafter decided to bury his intentions of approaching this court until a month later. Given the chronology of events as they occurred, it's my view highly probable that the events under 22 to 25 occurred in the month of September, not August. So what you were telling the court is that you only got the tender letter and you only went to lawyers in September, not in August. That's what you said in your replying affidavit.
That's correct.
But if we look at the money flows, you'd already had your community meeting, taken a decision to go to lawyers, advanced 150,000 to lawyers by the 10th of August.
That's correct. Commissioners, I'm trying to establish what the SC, the relevance of this.
Don't worry about relevance. Just respond to the questions. We will deal with questions of relevance.
No, to me, SC is adjudicating on a matter that has been decided by the judge now. Is asking question about something that has.
Let me put it to you. What I'm saying to you is you actually lied on oath in your replying affidavit. That these events in relation to the contract that took you to lawyers happened in August. And when you were called upon to explain why you only brought this application on the 15th of September, you lied and you said, well, these events only happened in September.
Yeah, you see, that's the thing, Commissioners, that I will not be understanding what initially what the SC was trying to say. And this happened in 2023. I'm trying to pick up the pieces that you said, the SC said, let me tell you what happened here. And then I've been trying to understand here what it is an affidavit that was prepared by the lawyers, who at that time were advancing reasons for the late agency application. And according to how SC is leading evidence commissioners, is saying, I do not think the events or the money issue here, the payment of money, was the reason we went to court late or something. Because I don't understand how do you say I lied in court when on the basis that I say we had a meeting with the community. Having a meeting with the community, those community members did not sign the matter, was to hear their frustrations, telling us that, look, it is time that the tender must be won by someone from here, and that did not happen. That is the point. So how the money issue got involved, I will need to be explained thoroughly so that I can be able to respond.
Well, how the money issue was involved was 150,000 rands was paid to the attorneys on the 10th of August.
That's correct.
And on the version that you gave on oath to the court, you only learnt that the tender had been awarded to someone who you didn't want it to be awarded on sometime late in September, which I'm putting to you as a lie.
Oh, because of the whistleblower. No, now I get the point. The whistleblower came out that there's a tender that is being awarded. But only the appointment letter became available to be able to attach when you go to court that time. Now I remember. Because of the whistleblower, we heard that there was this tender. Similarly, if you check this Ket Matlala's tender, where I say the source, it was in April. But if you check the appointment letter, I think it was signed either in July or August. But because of information that you will receive it prior.
So you had received the whistleblower's report, and that's what triggered you to raise the money at the community meeting, and then to arrange for the transfer to lawyers on the 10th of August. But you only got the tender award letter much later. Is that what your version is?
That's the version. I remember the events now, that the information came out earlier, and that information came in a form of proof that, look, adjudication has been done, evaluation has been done. I think that even the appointment letter is awaiting signature. And this was not followed. That's now information that you get. And you could not approach court on agent basis without having anything that talks to that award of the tender.
So you'd heard from the whistleblower, but you hadn't got your evidence.
We did not have evidence.
Because you see, in your paragraph 22, which is quoted on page 18, you say you heard from the whistleblower on the 13th of September, which couldn't be true because this all happened before the 10th of August.
Commissioners, I'm still repeating this. How the lawyer put this thing, he was making sense to the court that time. Because I remember now, the appointment letter for that tender was not out, but information was valid that so-and-so has been appointed.
Mr. Matala and Mr. Mokutia, I stand by my submission that you're lying in relation to what happened then. You lied under oath then. But I want to put a broader proposition to you, which is your role as an agent essentially makes you a professional liar. You lie as your job. What's your answer to that?
That's not correct, Your Worship. That's not correct, commissioners. Even when I spoke about the legend building and stuff, there's rules. You cannot just stand up and lie. This was a pure community project, and I did not lie. That's why they say they came aware of the timber. There was no way the lawyer could say in the affidavit, we had a whistleblower, and therefore the appointment date came late. That's how the lawyer would put his thing to court. So I will not just lie and I did not lie under oath. It was based on the circumstances that the appointment letter was not present, was not available at the time.
Are you suggesting that you didn't lie to Mr. Matlala?
That was now is a different case.
But I go back to what I put to you earlier, that your job as an agent requires you to lie for a profession, as a profession.
I may not have a comprehension about lying as a profession. As an agent, you cannot. There are rules. You cannot just lie if you are not in any mission.
And is it a rule of being an agent that you can't lie under oath?
Any matter that is conducted under oath, no one is allowed to lie.
Can I take you to exhibit bundle page 43? Do you recognize that document?
That's correct.
This is the affidavit that you gave to Colonel Schneller in support of the 252A application.
That's correct.
And it's an affidavit. If we go down to page 46, you'll see you signed it in front of a Commissioner of Oaths.
That's correct.
Can we see what you say in paragraph 1 of that affidavit?
I can see 100% what is
Do you want to read it?
that I'm an adult male employed in government with the Office of Minister of Police.
Sorry, I just didn't get
That I'm an adult male employed in government within the Office of the Minister of Police.
Is that true?
It's not true. I have, indeed, even yesterday immediately, I did raise this with the lawyers, that when I introduced myself to Lieutenant Snell, I never told him I'm an agent. And indeed, if you check what I was doing there, he was going to ask me, and he asked me indeed, that how can this man ask promotion from you? Who are you? How is that possible? Now that's how this thing, there's the sentence that says, I'm a male employed in the Office of the Minister. Or else I did not carry the authority to conduct the 252A.
So, Mr. Mokgotsi, are you saying that if you need to lie for a purpose relating to your job as an agent, it's okay to lie under oath?
It's not okay to lie under oath. You inform immediately. Even if Commission can draw attention to this, to the content of this affidavit, where I have requested a verbal, there are other transcripts, where I requested a verbal authority to conduct this operation and being granted, and the content says this person's, the extract, not the transcribed record says this person wants you to talk to the minister that at least he become a colonel. Is there, is recorded. There was no way this can be practical to Lieutenant Snell to say that man asked me to give him a promotion without putting this. This is part of the work.
So you're now saying you did lie under oath by saying that you were employed in government within the Office of the Minister of Police. That was false, and you knew it was false, but you thought I needed to do it to enable Lieutenant Colonel Schneller to give me authority under Section 252A.
Because I could not tell him that I'm an agent, yes. This was for the purpose of work.
So when it's for the purposes of work, you're saying you can lie under oath?
The circumstances, commissioners, should allow, like I'm saying, there's no any other example I can give. I'm conducting a 252A here.
Let me give you another example. Assume your handler said to you, it is very important for the purposes of this commission that you tell the commission that General Mkhwanazi is a CIA agent. And assume you knew that to be false. Would you then be able to come to the commission and say, General Mkhwanazi is a CIA agent because your handler had said for the operation it's important for that to happen?
Now, those are two different things, commissioners.
Why are they different?
Coming to the commission, you are here to provide commission with information that can help. The moment you lie, the commission will not be able to arrive at any level of assistance, cannot be assisted. There's no way you can be given instruction to come to a commission to lie. It's impossible.
Why? If the intelligence operation demands it, why is it any different from lying under oath in a Section 252A application?
Commissioners, if instruction is to come here and lie, I could rather come here and remain silent. I don't think there's any reasonable agent of the law, agent of the state, who will come and testify in a commission or the court or any court of law and lie. Lying under oath is a crime, and if charged with perjury, you will be, whether you are an agent or you are ever, you cannot
I
lie.
agree with you, it is a crime.
Yeah.
But you have lied under oath in this affidavit that you gave to Lieutenant Colonel Schneller, which is perjury, is it not?
Yes, and Lieutenant Schnell is not the commission. We were executing. I'm saying if this sentence is not part of this, because the content of this affidavit is now, this is what happens. It is reinforced by the recording. The transcripts are attached, where a man says, I want to be promoted to become a colonel. He's saying that. Obviously, a police officer who comes to you, who you come to and say, I need an authorization, this thing must happen now. And remember, when you go to him, you go with a police officer. You go with a police officer who explains to him that this person is going to do a certain process, and this requires what you call authority. Then that is why you will see in the annexures the authority was granted. But this police, the same Colonel Schnell, will not write this affidavit if I say I am Brown Mokhotsi, I'm just a comrade. This man, I promised him a colonel position. The affidavit would not work.
So the affidavit had to be granted, including a lie under oath, so that you could proceed with this operation to run the trap involving the officer who was going to implicate General Mkhonazi and General Khumalo. Is that what you're saying?
No, it was not intended to implicate General Mkhonazi or General Khumalo. It was implicating whoever who was plotting the dismissal. Whoever who, even if it was Jabu, it should not be mentioned that I went there because I knew this recording is going to implicate General Mkhonazi. No, that was not the case.
But that's not what you said in your original witness statement. In your witness statement, you made absolutely clear that you conducted this operation with a view to essentially ultimately prosecuting General Mkhonazi and General Khumalo for defeating the ends of justice. That was the whole purpose of this operation.
I'm still saying you are correct. Even if it was not General Mkhonazi, even if it was General Jabu or General Ma, whoever who was involved in a particular intention, that was the purpose of this operation.
No, but we're not talking abstract in the air here. At paragraph 36 of your witness statement on page 10, you say, the intention was to employ this person as a Section 204 witness against both Lieutenant Colonel Khumalo, and I think that should be Major General Khumalo, Lieutenant General Khumalo, because you referred to Lieutenant General in paragraph 37, and it was Lieutenant General, not Lieutenant Colonel, and Lieutenant General Mkhonazi, who plotted against Major General Khan with reference to the disciplinary hearing.
That's correct, Commissioner.
So that was the purpose of it. It was
of the operation, yes.
The operation was to end up with a conviction against Lieutenant General Khumalo and Lieutenant General Mkhonazi.
I'm not disputing that. It should not be that I woke up from my house with intention that General Khumalo and whoever must be implicated or somehow. The decision, the intention comes from the information as it comes, that here is myself, I have information that General Khumalo and General Mkhonazi are intending to do 1, 2, 3. Then you request an authority to conduct a 252A, and is granted. Now you meet this person, the request, it is done through some channel. Now you meet this person. I'm saying as an agent, I had to mention this, or else, because I was in work, I was during my time of duty, or else it could not be signed.
So, when you lied under oath in this affidavit, you're saying it was necessary for the operation to continue.
That's correct.
You see, that too is false, because I want to take you to the date of this affidavit. Can you go to page 46? The date of the affidavit is 15 February 2025.
That's correct.
By that stage, the operation had been abandoned. And you don't have to take my word for it, you can take your own word for it.
Yeah, the answer is, commissioners can go to page 52.
Before you go to page 52, go to page 45, the bottom of paragraph 8. Bottom of page 45, paragraph 8.
In the main statement.
In your affidavit, the one where you say you're employed in the minister's office.
Okay.
You say, after our meeting, let's start at 7. Due to a family bereavement, I could not meet with, we won't mention the name, until after 13 February. This is the officer who you're going to use against General Kumalo and General Nkabinde. I am prepared to assist the DPCI in becoming an agent for that officer to be held accountable for his actions. So now you're going to hold the officer accountable. It's no longer General Nkabinde and General Kumalo. I'm also willing to testify at any formal trial that may take place. After our meeting, I had been communicating with the officer via WhatsApp, and at one point, I indicated to him that we should rather drop this arrangement he wants, as there were media releases that have indicated that Nkabinde and Kumalo had placed undue pressure on certain witnesses in the DRC to testify in a certain way against Khan. So you'd already decided to drop the operation when you signed this affidavit.
Yeah, that's correct, commissioners.
And so lying as to your position inside the minister's office had nothing to do with an operation that had to be authorized.
That's not correct, commissioners. That's why I was saying, if you check this thing, the date of the, where is the extract? The date of the recording, after it was done and been granted the verbal authority, this is it. It's page 53.
So page 53 is now not an affidavit, it's a transcript of your meeting with the SAPS officer who was going to implicate General Nkabinde and General Kumalo, and a DPCI, I think it's a colonel, who's going to assist you with the trap.
Commissioners, you see, I think these are the challenges that are there. And that is why it is so difficult in this country. Page 53 shows on the 6th of January 2025. This was, the recording has been done.
Sorry, I'm not sure that that's a date. It may be, it may not be. It's extremely unlikely that it's going to be a date, because this conversation took place on the 29th of January. But according to the affidavits, that may just be a reference number.
But it's written DPCI inquiry 0601-2025. And if SC perhaps believe it's not the date, But still, I'm trying to say, when we approached Lieutenant General Colonel Schnell, the recording, the evidence was in my hand, was at our disposal. It is him who was not available. That's why I wanted to take you to page 45. Is it 45? Where the Lieutenant Schnell was not available, and I again had a funeral. But it does not take the fact that the recording has been done. And probably we should deal with these matters separately, commissioners. To deal one with the part of the affidavit where it is written that this is what I said. It's true, I said that. And according to SC, I do not know if the evidence or the evidence that is leading now, is it meant to say we did not record? There is no recording, because the delays. The fact is there was a recording.
No, I'm not disputing there was a recording. My proposition to you is that the existence of the recording is irrelevant to the fact that at the time that you lied under oath, the operation had already been abandoned.
It was not abandoned. Commissioners, it was not abandoned. The person who had to execute in the DPCI, if he was not available, if you could not find him, it does not mean the operation has been abandoned. The moment when he becomes available, it's a similar thing. When there was a search and seizure, if the police cannot find you, the day they find you, they're going to execute the search and seizure. We had the recording. What was important was to get this Lieutenant Schnell to do this thing for us. And we did it. And I'm saying there was no way this would carry weight if I did not attach this portion. That I say I had to do it, and without it, it wouldn't be valid. It wouldn't really mean anything. Because he would even ask me, how are you going to grant or give this person any position if you are not near the minister?
I'm not going to take this part further, because I've made my point about the perjury in the affidavit. But I do want to talk about this trap and this attempt to charge Generals Mkhwanazi and Khumalo further, because I think it's important to understand the full context of that operation. So,
Mr. Chancellor, before you start with that point, aren't we adjourning at this stage?
Oh, sorry, Chair. It may well be time for the adjournment unless we're going to sit late.
Thank you.
It's enough.
Thank you. Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.
Thank you, Chair.
You by giving you extra 10 minutes. Yeah, and those who are alternates were supposed to say the chairperson is.
Now, Chair, because today we have extra members, we've got Honorable Zigalala and Honorable Mukwale. You are aware of that. Though I don't know which party are they from, but they are with us here.
Advocate.
Now,
Advocate Mokhaitsi and Advocate.
Mokhaitsi is. No, it's honorable. When we are saying advocate, no, today they are honorables today. Now, what I wanted to find out from you, Chair, was if I give 20 minutes of my time, I reserve the 10 minutes for follow-up. Is that fine? Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, yes. If you reserve 10 minutes, to do follow-ups.
Thank you, Chair.
You can always come and use those
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, it's up to yourself. I did not want to disadvantage anybody because sometimes follow-up distract speakers. And one other tendency I have observed is that follow-ups are often used opportunistically, but the chair will decide not to stop members from speaking even when there are those opportunistic manifestations. So now I'm giving you 15 minutes break. Honorable members, we are coming back at 15 minutes after 4 so that Mr. Nkabinde can go and drink water. Yeah. You can go and drink water. There is Tloyabulepie behind you. You can check with him how you have been faring. He can give you an assessment in those 10 to 15 minutes. I instruct you to stand up and go out. Or you want me to write a letter and request the chief whip to instruct you?
Yeah, you see, Brian Mohozi, you like complaining. You put yourself in the shoes of police officers. You are not a police officer, so you shouldn't complain. How many vehicle or PKKT, PKTT member coming to do their work? It's none of our business. Whether they come 100 is none of our business. Because you must remember that they also anticipate that where they are going, they might meet resistance. So where do you get in there? Where do you get in there? You want to control.
I'm not sure from where I'm sitting now. From where I'm sitting, Yandekaka, I can tell you this man, Mokhosi, is a super spy. If you know undercover work, you know, the work done by people who work as undercover, who do undercover jobs. This man is a star. Yes, somewhere, somehow, yes, he blundered, you know, because as far as I'm concerned, he ultimately surrendered and got himself co-opted. Hence, he's implicated. But then he's a spy, and most of the things he says here are correct. This man knows his story. Yes, somewhere, somehow, he messed up. But then he's a spy. And not just a spy, a super spy. Maybe I can say he has co-opted only to find that he was, in fact, doing his duties to ensure that he gets more information about what he was supposed to investigate. If you understand undercover work, then you'll know what this man is talking about. If you do not understand it, intelligence is another world above it. Very, very difficult. And it needs somebody who can apply his mind, like this man. This man did not only shock Maranga Commission, he even shocked the people that he befriended. Bona Buket Matlala, whoever they are. He shocked them. He even shocked our superhero, Nkandla Mkhwanazi. He shocked. This man is a true.
Ziyakhala manje. Ziyakhala manje. Ziyakhala manje.
Recording stopped.
Bran Mukotsi, or actor, just like he's too clever, but according to me, he's not. He's not. And he's trying to protect Mchunu, Sibia, Ket, himself. And then he also trying to act like he's a policeman. And he's not, and he will never be. He's just
Mr. Brown Mokotsi, Ket Matala happens to be your target, your project, your funder, your fiance's business funder. Like you're just losing. I don't know. I don't know how to put this, but then I don't know where we're going with this. And then what's this thing of you now keeping you keep emphasizing that you're not the owner of Hotle what business, and you do not take any charge of financial finances, be it in incoming or outgoing of cash flow, the cash flow. You're not in charge of the cash flow in simpler terms. Like what's really going on? Like there's so much. Now you're not the owner of the foundation, which you alluded on the 15th of October that that's my foundation. You were saying it like out loudly, so that it's my foundation, my foundation. Now it's not your foundation again. Yo, my bra, how yes, class asham. Or tlhalisa ditlhong tota re le batho ba ko Mahikeng, especially ba ko Sweden to be precise. We are very much disappointed in you.
Bonani. Bonani. Is there no bell here which we can ring? Don't we have a bell here? Yeah. Because we are now eating your time, Honorable Ngola. Is it your time or Cameron's time? Yeah. No, Cameron has requested me that today is his payday. Yeah. Hmm? You can't. I'm granting him. Yeah. No, he has requested me, and he has made a reasonable request. You guys who are afraid to go home, you go home at 12 hours, 5 a.m. in the morning. I can't allow that. I can't allow that. No, he says, he told, when he came here, he came to give me a report that we are going to start with the questions. Mr. Nkabinde. It's now 20 minutes after 4.
Recording in progress.
We're going to run until 20 past 7. So it means by 20 past 7, we would have taken 6 speakers. Is it very clear? By 20 past 7, we would have taken 6 speakers. And then we are going to start with Honorable Sokanyile, followed by Honorable Cameron. We are swapping Honorable Cameron with Honorable Ngola because today is the anniversary. Honorable Cameron has an anniversary today. So it's a very important day for him. And as the chairperson, who has seen many anniversaries, I must also take this opportunity and congratulate Honorable Cameron in one of his many anniversaries. Yeah, it's not easy to achieve that milestone. Yeah, so it's very, very important day for you. We celebrate with you, Honorable Cameron, and we want to wish you many more peaceful anniversaries. Thank you so much. Enjoy this moment. Je moet elke oomblik van die dag ontmoet, meneer. Honorable Souls, I see your hand is up.
Yes, Chair. Maybe I must also say, firstly, happy anniversary, Masakan.
Yeah.
And then just on a point of procedure, Chair, I thought it would be apt for me to raise it before we start here now. Honorable Mates raised a very important thing before we went for break. we know that you are human, so whenever you leave, we understand. But for two occasions now, yesterday and today, when the chair has left the building, then there was a robust exchange between whoever's questioning and the witness. And then there's no one to preside.
Yeah.
So I think perhaps we should decide on what happens when chair is not here. And obviously Honorable Ngola has proactively taken the position to do so. If that's the case, then let's put it on the record so that we know that it runs smoothly when we go next time. Especially, I mean, it's part of the rules, section 159 as well. So I just thought I should raise that. Thank you, Chair.
Bonani has brought it to my attention. We don't need any decision. What we must just do is that if I go out, honorable members must no longer do what they do in my absence. No, I'm just joking, honorable source. I think you are raising a fair point, which if honorable members have a suggestion, I don't think it's something we can subject it to an election. It's just, honorable members can just say, we suggest that in the event you have to respond to certain processes. So and so can be standing in. Yeah.
No, I think, Chair, the brightest in the room should do so. And clearly, Honorable Ngola is the brightest in the room. And he's been proactive. When you went here, he jumped and presided and brought order. So from myself, I think he should continue. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any further comment? Thank you so much for your understanding, honorable members. Honorable Ngola, you are the deputy referee or the deputy umpire in this game. So you are not an elected deputy. Yes, you are a deputy who does his work, at the behest of the chair. If I go out, I may decide not to. Yeah, but if I'm not here and there is a need for that guidance, you can just quickly come in and steer the ship. Not steer, but serve. Yeah. Thank you so much, honorable members. It's 25 minutes past. It's up to 25 minutes past 7. So it's 3 hours exactly. Honorable Sokanyile, your time starts now. Mr. Cedrick Nkabinde, good luck to you and Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you very much.
30 minutes on the dot.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yeah.
But Chairperson, if maybe 5 or 2 minutes are left, I donate them to Kola, not to Honorable Cameron.
You are wasting
keep those
you are
minutes.
wasting your time. Because that clock is ticking. It's not
say that up front.
yeah, but the clock is ticking.
Oh, thank you very much. Mr. Nkabinde, can we look at your statement on paragraph 25? 25, it's on page 12. I'm taking the initial statement, not the supplementary one, whereby you indicate that your findings show that the hawks were being used for political things interfering on the matter That's your findings. Can you share with this ad hoc committee your findings that led to the conclusion that you had about the Hawks having to interfere with your findings?
The Hawks never interfered with my findings, but during my investigation and those several interviews, were that reopening of a case which was declined 5 years ago. What was the valid reason? So that what I got, that it's a political interference. That was a pressure from externally. But the political interference, that's what I gathered. To the Hawks, yes. I paid through my report. This was our recommendations that if indeed there are reasonable reasons to reopen a case, these are the legal steps you need to follow. It was outlined in the report, so that they are not reopening it based on any pressure from outside. There is nothing wrong to reopen a case, but just follow the law.
Okay. On paragraph 28, that is again on page 12, you indicate that you had a misunderstanding with the executive director based on the report that you filed with the former minister, Bekicel, which was leaked to Mr. McBride. That is in 2018. What did this report relate to?
The report relates to a several number of unethical conducts against the then executive director, Robert McBride, in colluding with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. In fact, I'm working with them, and I'm reporting what is happening. Then if I go to details, I will have to look at it.
Then did that cause you to leave your work?
Yes, because McBride was so angry that I reported him.
You're afraid of him?
No, he
McBride.
suspended me. He placed me on suspension.
He placed you on suspension.
Yes.
And there were charges that were instituted against you.
Yes.
And then you felt being victimized. Is that so?
That's correct.
Then again, you are saying that on paragraph 29, on the day of the disciplinary hearing, you were offered a settlement agreement, and you accepted that. Why did you accept that instead of correcting that dirtiness that was happening? Because if you're saying that there was a report that you produced and that showed many dirty things. Why did you have to take a settlement that was offered?
This was the option available to me since I did not enjoy any protection. Like for instance, when I was suspended, the reasons for my suspension and the reason of why I have to be disciplined was about the report that I did, of which for me, it was in contravention with the Protectors Disclosure Act. Then I reported almost everywhere that I reported unethical conduct. Now I'm being victimized and I'm going to be dismissed. I reported it to the public protector. I reported it to the portfolio committee on police. I reported it to the minister again, the very same minister whom I gave the report. Then I say, now the report that I gave you, I'm now suspended. I'm now subjected to victimization. What the then former minister did, he wrote a letter. I do have that letter. He wrote a letter to McBride that he must stop the imminent suspension of Cedrick Nkabinde. The matter now is in his table, of which he disregarded the former minister as well. He proceeded with the discipline. I got a response from a public protector. They wrote to him and copied me that Mr. Nkabinde lodged a complaint of occupational detriment, that now he reported these things, now you are suspending him. We request you to put the disciplinary in abeyance until we finalize investigation. He also disregarded that. He proceeded. Then I wrote to the portfolio committee on police. Then the portfolio committee on police responded to me that they are an oversight body, they can't get into those labor issues. So I was left like that. Now you are facing a disciplinary of which you already know it's a concocted trump-up charges against you. And you sure you are going to be dismissed, whether you're right or wrong. And then this is an offer.
What is that offer?
This is now an offer. During the disciplinary hearing, before we even commence with the disciplinary hearing, McBride arrived in that venue. He came and stopped the hearing and proposed the settlement agreement that
How much? He gave you how much?
No. The offer was that we are going to withdraw all charges against you. We are going to withdraw. We're going to stop all this thing. You must resign. Let us part ways. So that was an offer. Then I must also withdraw all my occupational detriment complaints. I think they were all over, my complaints.
The offer was one-sided. You must resign.
Yes.
And then in turn of your resignation,
we withdraw against you.
Then that it's you who was wrong then, who was on the wrong side of the law, if they are saying that. Because if you're saying that the report, it had an impact to McBride, but now their settlement offer, it's saying that you must resign, then they're going to drop everything. Why? Can't you see that it was one-sided and you'll be seen as a person who was wrong?
It's not one-sided because the settlement agreement has nothing to do with the report.
Uyanisitha ke ngoku.
The settlement agreement had nothing to do with the report. The only things that I had to withdraw is those occupational detriment victimization complaints that I'm now suspended. So, but my report, even today, my report stands.
So you knew that going to the disciplinary hearing, you'll be dismissed.
I know, because this is their chairperson. I knew I was going to be dismissed. But now to allow me to resign and you withdraw cases, I can still find another job.
And indeed, your report was used.
Yes,
The moment you were gone, it was used against my pride,
yes.
not renewing the contract. Are you saying that? Is this what you are saying? That the former minister, Bekicele, used the report that you had with your findings against McBride. It was used, not his contract being renewed.
Yes, it was used. I was already left by then, but it was used.
Okay. Then on paragraph 33, page 13, you are outlining the circumstances surrounding you and Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi visiting the minister at Mpangeni, Minister Mchunu. You are saying that you were requested by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi to go to visit the minister at Mpangeni. And yet, when Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was here, he told this ad hoc committee that it is you who requested him to accompany to the minister's homestead. What are you saying about that?
Chair, I never said General Mkhwanazi, he requested me to go and see Minister Mkhunu. I never said that. What I said, General Mkhwanazi requested me to accompany him to Mpangeni area. Then once we were there, then I suggested that we go past the minister because it's the same location. I took him to the minister.
You are saying that you are going to Mpangeni, not to the minister's homestead.
Yes, we were going there for our things.
Hence, you said on that day, it was a boys out.
That's it.
Outing.
Yes, then I remember that we are in the same area as the minister, and it's been a while. I never saw him. Then I said, let's pass the minister.
So he's correct then to say that it's you who said you and himself must go to the minister's house.
That's correct. It's
So he's correct.
Yes, it's correct.
Because on that day, on the first appearance of yourself here, it's a pity that we cannot play the recordings of that day. You said it is Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, unless my hearing was not correct on that day, who said you must go to the minister.
I know, I never said like that. We were going, yes, we were going for our things. Then I'm the one said, it's been a while, let's go and pass.
I thought you even said it's you, it's Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi who came to you with the car, you were driving. I thought we were dramatizing that to show that indeed it was Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi who said to you, must go to there. when you are dramatizing, because you are dramatizing that on that day. Today, at least, you are not dramatizing issues. I'm happy about that. Can I say that? I'm happy about it. That's why I'm saying that it's, you were consistent to say it is Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, but anyway, at the end, you are saying that whilst you were doing what you were doing at Mpangeni, then you went go via Minister Mchunu. So what did you go? Just greetings, nothing else.
No, nothing else. We just spoke about general things. There was nothing to discuss about.
Even Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi didn't find a space to say, Minister, can we discuss other issues? Because I know the pain and the thorn on the flesh with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, it was the issue of the PKTT. He didn't say anything on that day about PKTT.
I know, not really.
Nothing.
Remember, the minister was a minister of water. They never been spoke
Oh,
about.
then he was the
yes,
minister of
never
water.
been spoke about.
Thank you
policy.
for reminding me.
Yeah.
Thank you. He was the, but you wanted to introduce Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi of some sort to your friend. Because now Minister Mchunu was your friend.
No, he's never been my friend.
Oh, Kalu. On page, what is this page? On page, it's paragraph 26. Paragraph 26, yeah. Page 12. Whereby, let me look at it. Page 12. Yeah, paragraph 26. You are saying that in another meeting you exchange phone numbers. That's good. But now in paragraph 26, you are saying that Minister Mchunu and I continued to have a relationship after that investigation, which over the year developed.
It does not make us friends.
Oh, because to me, by saying that, I'm saying that it developed to the extent that you became the chief of staff in the office of the minister. It is because of that relationship that developed after you have exchanged phone numbers in one of the paragraphs and the report, but in 26, in your statement written by you, that relationship developed. When you say that a relationship developed, didn't it move to another level?
No, it does not make us friends.
If I may.
You want to say it developed without blossoming?
Because if you and the chief whip, your relationship develop, it goes, you become friends. I assume. Because if Mdu was a girl, it will develop to another level. So I'm looking at this one with the minister. It developed that the minister saw a chief of staff in you. Do you agree with me on that?
No, I can't agree. It has never developed to be friends.
It developed to be what? Because it's you have written, you left it hanging. That's why you are having conclusion.
No, it's never developed being friends. But now and again, we will then contact each other. Especially me, I will contact him.
You are saying that the directive of the 31st December 31st December. You know, when people are very much happy, we're busy in the office. And we're writing that directive. The directive maybe that has caused us to be having an ad hoc committee and a commission. And now, I just want to check. You were saying that the contents of that directive, they were written by you?
The content of
the directive
No.
of the 31st, that letter.
it was written by the minister.
They were written by the minister.
Yes.
Hence, you had again to send to the minister's private thing. You thought the minister didn't have that correspondence in that directive in his.
No, I copied him so that whatever response he will also receive. Because when a person responds to the trail email, he will also see.
You know, yesterday we had a lady here, Lady Mary de Haas. Lady Mary de Haas wrote a correspondence to the minister on the 31st October with the instruction to the minister to disband the PKTT immediately. Wara is saying all that. And the correspondence of the minister, they're having the exact words of the letter written by Mary de Haas. Is that a coincidence?
I never checked the content of Mary de Haas.
But the letters of the minister, they also come to you.
Of Mary de Haas, I never received a Mary de Haas letter. Maybe I was not the
Or the minister, that one, he had hidden it from you. Because Mary de Haas wrote to the minister to immediately disband the PKTT.
No, I never saw
But
that
the
correspondence.
words that are on the letter of Mary de Haas, those are the same words that are contained in the directive.
No, I never saw it. I can't comment.
That's why I'm telling you, it is because you didn't see it.
No, I never saw it.
Hence, it becomes a worry to us that someone who's not within the minister's office or working with subs, but to instruct the minister to disband the PKTT, it's worrisome. Thank you, Chair.
Five minutes. No, the next speaker is Honorable Cameron. No. You ended at your own volition. So can we move to Honorable Cameron? Honorable Cameron, your time starts now. It ends at 20 past 5.
Chair.
Let's move with speed and save time.
Can I start, Chair? Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nkabinde.
Yes.
I'm going to start with the McBride issue. A few thoughts. I was going to leave it for later, but I want to touch on this just because the previous honorable member asked it. While serving on the National Task Team for Special Investigations, were you ever approached by members of crime intelligence?
Not at all.
Were you ever offered any kind of a promotion at that stage, favor or benefit for making statements or affidavits against Mr. McBride?
Not at all.
Because that, the reason I'm asking it is that is the loose thread that's hanging around this thing. I'll come back to it now, but why do certain, because interesting, after last week's blunder with the testimony, a lot of messages that we got said that several crime intelligence officers placed you at the center of this whole McBride campaign that was being run at that stage. Would you comment on that?
No, there was no such thing.
You produced a very damning report against Robert McBride. Do you still stand by that report?
Yes, I do.
But the Public Service Commission found that your allegations were entirely baseless. So if the PSC, do you see them as being part of some kind of a conspiracy, or was your report an attempt to smear an effective investigation?
My report has never referred to PSC.
But the PSC found it entirely baseless.
So they can't find that and don't give me a report as a complainant. It's the first time I hear it from you, honorable member.
Okay, I'll come back to it again. I want to ask in terms of IPID's charges against you. IPID charged you in failing to disclose the crime intelligence approach, apparently. Do you accept that there was a charge against you with IPID, from IPID?
Yeah, not that one. Not the one that you are referring to. I was not charged for that.
So what was the charge then?
The charge was me writing a report, and then in one line there they are saying I put the department into disrepute by giving out false allegation against the senior managers.
And then IPID allegedly also charged you with obstructing investigations regarding a 45 million rand iView cell phone grabber case. Would you do you concede to that?
No, I was part of investigation there.
Were you part of the investigation?
Yeah, that can't be me investigated.
I understand that, but the
it has never done.
Information that we got was that they complained
that's
about
wrong
you.
Information.
It's interesting. Why did you rather sought settlement instead of clearing your name?
I could not clear my name because there was the only option I had now when Mr. McBride is offering me the settlement.
But you approached them for the settlement.
No, he approached me for the settlement.
Not according to the statements that we saw. Jay, there's something very wrong here.
Statement from who?
From Robert McBride himself at that stage. The statement from back then.
No, that's not true. I don't have that statement.
Well, you would have seen it because
No, I
you
never
were a
saw it.
respondent in it.
I never saw it.
Well, I'm sure we can share
I
it.
don't know where he wrote that statement to who.
I'll share it with you. But Chair, maybe it's an option to invite Mr. McBride himself to then come and explain that, because according to his statement, you approached him for settlement and it wasn't the other way around. In fact, you approached Mr. McBride to resign, and then you instructed your lawyers to negotiate a settlement. The reasonable inference is that you then avoided a public process because it would expose your dealings with crime intelligence. Is that correct?
No, that's no such things. If there was such a things, Mr. McBride will not agree to that. He will never. I know him. He will never if there was something like that.
So he wouldn't agree if you approached him for a settlement?
Yes, if it's based on those reasons, he would not agree.
But if you approached him and conceded that you had made a mistake and you said that you don't want to fight any further, would he concede? Would he agree to a settlement?
That will be then up to him.
The reason I don't understand this, Mr. Nkabinde, respectfully, there's a saying that says, strip a man of money or position and he can rebuild. Strip a man of his name and he has nothing. Surely with something like this, if someone questions your integrity to this point, you would do everything to clear your name. If it meant to go to court, do whatever you need to do, but simply conceding and moving on without actively clearing your name, don't you think that casts significant doubt on you?
No, it will cause a doubt on McBride as an executive director. Instead of dealing with a serious misconduct and decided to circle with a junior member.
It's very interesting. Mr. Nkabinde, I'm surprised that you haven't seen the McBride statement, Chair. I think that's something that we should consider and calling Mr. McBride, because I think it would give a lot of foundational information regarding Mr. Nkabinde in this process. In terms of your contradictions of the Mpangeni meeting and your appointment, Mr. Nkabinde, you describe yourself as a straightforward public servant, correct?
That's correct.
Let us test that. General Mkhwanazi testified under oath that you brokered the Mpangeni meeting with Minister Mchunu. You say he did. So both cannot be true. Did you broker it, or did General Mkhwanazi broker it? Who's lying?
What do you mean broke for it?
Organized it, arranged it, planned it, scheduled it.
No one, both of us, planned it or arranged it. While we were there in the area, I'm the one who suggested that let us go past Minister Mchunu.
So you arranged it?
Yes, so General Mkhwanazi is correct if he's saying while we're there, I took him to Minister Mchunu. He is right.
According to me, though, you said that he was the one that arranged it.
Not Minister Mchunu, because he's never known, they never know each other.
Not Minister Mchunu, General Mkhwanazi. You said that General Mkhwanazi was the one that arranged it. Never mind, we'll go on to the next one. I'll come back to it. You also testified that the minister had no list and that you were the only candidate for the chief of staff position in the minister's office. The minister testified that he interviewed multiple candidates. So again, who's telling the truth, you or the minister? Was there a list or was there not a list?
Minister can't interview anyone. He can't get involved in those processes.
So the minister doesn't get involved in any form of process regarding his own chief of staff?
No, he can't. The only involvement is to nominate. Then he leave everything to HR.
So can you explain the process that led to your appointment as the chief of staff to the Minister of Police?
The minister nominated me. Then the HR started the process whereby I was requested to write assessments, which it was 3 assessments. I also requested for my pre-screening fingerprints to check if I have any criminal records. Then they check they check my qualifications with SACA. They check my experience. Then they check the suitability. Then they recommended me.
And the minister testified that he interviewed multiple candidates. It's interesting that you say he's got nothing, that he's not part of the process at all. And you indicate you were the only one on the list.
For chief of staff, yes, but in different areas of positions, it was multiple people.
And on what basis do you think you were selected for the senior role? What assurances can you provide us that you operate independently? And we asked this to almost everyone. We asked it yesterday to Mr. Haas as well. How can you assure us that you're not being used to advance the agendas of others within or outside SAPS?
No, I got this position on merits. I do qualify in all ends with my experience and my qualifications, and I'm suitable for the job.
But I'm concerned, Mr. Nkabinde, and again, respectfully, General Mkhwanazi testified that you contacted him to ask him what the role of Chief of Staff entails. Did you?
No, I contacted...
So is he lying under oath?
I contacted General Mkhwanazi to inform him about the offer.
So he's lying?
I could not even ask him because he has never been a chief of staff himself. I could not ask him.
Well, he
know?
testified before this house that you contacted him to ask about the role of what the role of a chief of staff entails.
No, that's not correct.
Okay, so you say that General Mkhwanazi lied to us?
Yes.
Can you clarify whether you now fully understand the responsibilities and the scope of your role?
Yes, I do.
What steps have you taken since your appointment to ensure clarity on your duties? Have you done anything additional? Have you gone for a course? Have you learned anything? Have you spoken to other chiefs of staff? What have you done to ensure that you know what you're doing?
We are having regular meeting with all other chief of staff.
So you've been reported and you said it to us today that you schedule meetings for the minister, correct?
That's correct.
Can you explain why this task is performed by you personally? Is this not ordinarily the function of the minister's personal assistant or admin support staff? The reason I ask this is, how do you determine which engagements fall within your mandate versus that of other administrative staff?
With the schedule and calendar of the minister, we are meeting every week, and the PA, he knows which activities the minister will do, and my responsibility is to facilitate and communicate with other stakeholders. If it's going out now to coordinate, it's going through me, not the PA.
Then, may I ask, have you ever declined or questioned or challenged a request from the minister that you believe to be inappropriate, irregular, unethical, or unlawful?
No, I never come across with such an activity.
If not, then how do you ensure that you are not simply complying to every instruction? In other words, how do you guard against becoming a yes man in a role that requires independent judgment and advisory responsibility?
If at one stage I come across with such, I will engage the minister and advise him. I won't just simply do wrong thing. I will advise him.
And can you provide an example where you exercised some kind of independent judgment that differed from the minister's proposal or position?
Like even when we were busy with his diary, he will be now pushing for a certain meeting, but I can also use my overall leadership that as priorities, Minister, can we shift this one and put this one? Because I need to prioritize, because at the end of the day, I'm the overall supervisor in the office. I must make sure that we do prioritize, irrespective that minister wants this, minister wants that, minister wants that.
See, this is why I'm concerned, Mr. Nkabinde, is because that job, exactly what you just said, that's in the job description of the secretary. That's not the job description of the chief of staff. I have the benchmark with the chief of staff here in front of me, and it's certainly not that. I want to ask you about your relationship, the closeness of your relationships with both Minister Mkhunu and Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. Can you elaborate on the nature of these relationships? We can start with General Mkhwanazi. Last time you spoke about boys' weekends where your wives shouldn't know what you do. But let's talk about that. Today, I get a different picture of the Mr. Nkabinde that sat before us last week in terms of your friendship with Mkhwanazi. So what kind of relationship do you have?
It's a very close relationship. In such a way that we discuss personal stuff, me and him. We visit each other. We even go to social gatherings together, social functions together if we are invited. So he is a very close person to me, General Mkhwanazi, in that sense.
And in terms of Minister Mkhunu?
In terms of Minister Mkhunu?
Would you consider yourself friends?
No, he's not a friend.
How do you reconcile your description now, though, with what we've heard from General Mkhwanazi? What went wrong? Why would he say the things about you that he has? And I mean, you're sitting here on a public platform where you say that, for example, that he lied to us. I mean, that doesn't look like a solid friendship to me.
When that happened, I just had an inference that General Mkhwanazi was upset that I recorded him. That was an inference that why he's so upset. It's because how many things he discussed with me. So that means how many times I recorded him. So he took it very personal that a person who's very close to me and a person that I talk to him everything, he now recording me.
But do you blame him?
No, I don't blame him, but that's why I also had the justification why I recorded him.
I want to ask you a question. Did you leak the confidential PKTT disbandment letter written by Minister Mkhunu to Mr. Mogotsi or to Mr. Matlala? So did you leak that to Mogotsi or Matlala or any other unauthorized person?
Not at all. And moreover, I don't know Matlala.
Were you acting as some kind of a political conduit at that stage? Did you ever pass any sensitive documents to advance any agenda of any kind?
Not at all.
And can you explain your involvement in preparing and revising that 31 December letter?
I was going to say, Chair, that is why I was saying to the Honorable Evidence Leader, even if it's inconvenient for search and seizure and all, but in a way I'm happy that at least the investigation will reveal the truth, whether you did something or not. Coming to, can you repeat I just got disturbed?
No, I just asked, can you explain your involvement in preparing, revising or handling the letter?
In preparing and revising of a letter, I was not involved at all. When the letter was drafted, we were not together with the minister. So I cannot even comment when he was drafting it, how he drafted it. I only got involved when he said, I've got a directive that I want you to forward to the National Commissioner. I only got involved there. And it means if it's not my job for administration work, probably it would have gone without even me knowing. It's just that it has to via me to do it.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabinde. What role did Advocate Pikoli play in redrafting or reviewing the letter?
He proofread it, and I can remember he had some inputs, which I can't recall now. He had some inputs where it was inserted before then the minister then okayed it, then I said.
Are there any of the changes that you can remember? Changes or can you remember any of the input?
I'm not sure whether there were anything talks to constitution or something, but it was in line with a minister's powers.
And how would you interpret the fact that someone with this kind of senior experience did not detect the alleged constitutional deficiencies in the initial draft? How would you interpret that?
In reference to Advocate Pikoli?
Yeah.
You know, after the letter was seen by him, you then have that confidence that a person with legal mind and a special advisor, he will advise the minister correctly. So there was absolutely nothing even for me to think further.
I think it would be good, Chair, if somehow, even if it's a written submission, to get clarity from Advocate Pikoli on that for the record. In terms of the recording of General Nkanazi, Mr. Nkabinde, you never informed General Nkanazi that he was being recorded, correct?
Yes, I never.
You deliberately hid the recording device from him, or it was recorded over the phone? It wasn't a device.
It was a phone.
It was a, okay.
Yes.
Who authorized you to record the general?
No one authorized me. I took that decision.
So, explain to us again shortly, what was the purpose of it?
The purpose of the recording, I had a conversation with General Mkhwanazi on the 2nd of January when he was querying about the letter. Then he mentioned all other sorts of things that there will be fight back. If he's clean, the minister is clean, we're gonna dig him while he was a premier. It was those things that General Mkhwanazi alluded to me. Then on the 5th, General Mkhwanazi sent me a WhatsApp message the one that now is reflecting here in my statement. He forwarded me that message. Then I read it. Then he contacted me afterwards. He said to me, hey, you see what I got from Facebook? How do you think our conversation on the 2nd got outside? Because it was just two of us. Then I said, General, where do you get this thing? He said, I got it from Facebook. Then we started to deliberate. Do you think someone is listening to our phones? We were now deliberating. Then he said, hey, maybe someone is listening to us. That is when I come back to and say, hey, but General, I don't think someone was listening to us because the content of this message is not correct. If someone was listening to our conversation, surely he would never leave out that there would be fight back. He will never leave out that if the minister is clean, we're gonna dig him. But all those things is not included here. In fact, I'm telling him on the recording, in fact, General, you did not say you will there will be a warrant of arrest. You never spoken anything about warrant of arrest, General. And again, you have never said the minister is a small boy. I can't remember you saying that. So what is going on now with this? And it's a conversation between two people. Now, I know for the fact, our conversation I never share with anyone. And it was a conversation between me and him. So now I started not to understand where does this message come from.
So you just recorded it and kept it for your own record?
Yes, that's okay. Let me record. In case something like this happen again, I will just show the recording.
But why did you previously then say, or Minister Nkunu said that he instructed you to record General Nkanazi because he was threatening you?
No, I was telling the sequence of event that after the 2nd, after our conversation on the 2nd with General Mkhwanazi, I informed the minister. Then the minister said, these are serious threats. You should consider recording him. That's what he said, the minister. But this time around in this one specifically, I'm not saying I would not comply with the suggestion of the minister at any stage, but this specific one, what prompted me is what General Mkhwanazi is giving me, which is now contradicting and distorted.
So is Minister Nkunu lying? Because Minister Nkunu said that the recording that we know about was because of him instructing you to record General Nkunu.
No, he never instructed me. He gave an idea that you should consider recording him.
Immediately. So, if the purpose, let me rather ask this. So the recording wasn't your idea, correct? It was the idea of Minister Nkunu.
Sorry?
Was the recording the idea of Minister Nkunu, or was it your own idea?
No, it was my own decision.
See, again, discrepancy. That's not what Minister Nkunu testified before this House. So that's now the second discrepancy where Minister Nkunu or yourself or General Nkanazi or yourself, so you're contradicting each other here. The person who benefits from this recording is the minister, not you, correct?
No, it was me.
How, let's rather say, you can't prove that this is the full unedited recording, can you?
It's not full?
Unedited recording, can you?
I can prove because it's me who recorded it. It's not edited.
And you knew that secretly recording someone without consent is a privacy violation, correct?
I knew that I'm not breaking any law if I'm part of that conversation.
But you can't just record someone without them knowing.
Yes, but I know that I'm not breaking any law. If I'm part of that conversation, I can record for so many reasons.
That's very interesting. I would say at least under the Poppy Act, at least. I mean, why would an honest official need to unlawfully conceal and record someone?
Yeah, if you have a conversation with someone, just two of you.
Yeah, but this is your boys' weekend, Fred.
And all of a sudden, he's coming with the distorted
No,
information.
but this is your boys' weekend guy. Like, you guys you're like brothers. The way you described it, when you do naughty things together. That's what you told us.
Yes, but that was another thing, that how come he's coming back to me with a wrong message?
But wouldn't you confront him with that first and discuss that with him instead of just
No,
recording
we
him for
discussed
backup's
it.
sake?
We discussed it. It was on record, but we were discussing it. That what do you think what is going on here? It's two of us. One of us leaked this thing, but my worry, the information is wrong. That was my only worry.
The information in
It's
the
wrong, yes. I don't want tomorrow, General Mkhwanazi said, he said something that he did not say, even himself, because this message contained things that General Mkhwanazi never said, even himself. So it's very dangerous now when this thing it will now as if I'm creating it. I want to have a bad name of Mkhwanazi. He's speaking, it's just two of us. And now the message comes back with the wrong information. What Mkhwanazi will think, he will think maybe it's me now, I'm lying, I'm exaggerating things that he never said.
Apologies for interrupting you. Why did you not previously tell us that that wasn't actually the recording then? Because what you're saying now, if I understand you correctly, is that the recording that we've heard part of is not actually an accurate recording. It's been altered. Is that correct?
It's not altered. The specific recording is not altered.
But you're breaking my brain here, because you just said that the one that he referred to that was on Facebook was not the real recording.
No, I'm not referring to the recording. He sent me a WhatsApp message purportedly to be our conversation on the 2nd, of which our conversation were not a correct version of this WhatsApp message, not a recording. On the 2nd, there's no recording.
I'm speaking about the recording, Mr. Nkabinde. I want to understand whether it was the original recording that was played on Facebook.
What do you mean on Facebook? It was even on Facebook. It was not a recording. It was a message. That's what he said. It's not a recording.
Yeah, I'm gonna conclude. I think we're going in circles at the moment. Mr. Nkabinde, I'm concerned. It's one thing to do something like this without a colleague knowing, behind his back. Even more so your boys' weekend guy. I think we must seriously consider and remember what else could potentially have happened. Do you understand the seriousness of this, the contradictions that we've heard today between what you say, what Minister Mthunu says, what you say, and what General Mkhwanazi says? It literally contradictions between the three of you. Thank you, Chair.
Are you responding to the statement, Mr. Nkabinde, on the contradictions?
Sorry, Chair.
Are you responding to the statement on contradictions?
Yes, Chair, I can comment. I never contradicted with anyone. What I share to this committee, it's a correct version of what I know.
Chair? I think it's just a closing comment, Mr. Nkabinde, and you can stand by that. It's absolutely your right. What I'm saying is there's a clear discrepancy between your version and the version of General Mkhwanazi, one, and there's a definite discrepancy, especially in terms of the recording of your version and the version of Minister Mkhunu. So you can stand by your version, 100%, but you're missing each other on it. And then maybe just the last point, if you share a recording like that with a third person, it becomes illegal. So it's good to remember that.
Okay. Thank you so much, Honorable Cameron, Mr. Cedrick Nkabinde. It is for the first time since we started with our proceedings, Honorable Cameron, that you exhaust all the time allocated to you. This is the anniversary spirit. Keep it up. Thank you so much. Who is taking the microphone? Honorable Nomvalo. Is it you, Honorable Nomvalo? Yeah. It's now 23 minutes past. Your time expires at 7 minutes before 6. Your time starts now.
No, thank you, Chair. No, maybe I must start by saying that with no attempt of trying to subvert the previous performance of the witness before us, but I think today is doing much better. I thought it's important that I make that statement.
Are you saying he has the helmet on his head?
Yeah. No, Mr. Nkabinde, you've been with IPIT since 2010, right?
Yes, correct.
I think you are going to be an asset to some of us because the obsession here is to drill down. And we want to trace back all these allegations so that we'll have an understanding of when they started to feature in the operations of SAPS. Now, when General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi was here, when he was describing your relationship, he said that you guys started to be close when you had problems at IPIT. Apparently, you applied for a post for which you were not appointed, and that's how you got close to each other. Can you say something about that? Is it true? Was it a true reflection of what you know? If you want to make some additions, you are free to do so.
It is very correct that during my hardship from IPIT, General Mkhwanazi was a person supporting and next to me because he was not also in support of what is happening in IPIT when it comes to state capture. So now when I'm reporting this, he was also happy that someone could stand up against the state capture. So he is correct that I ran to him and share my frustration.
So in your belief, were you unfairly treated when you were not appointed, or the processes were fair and you were excluded on merits?
The post that I was unfairly treated, when I left IPIT, then I was outside government. Then at some stage, there was a post advertised in the SAPS. Then I applied. When I applied for that post, I was invited for an interviews. Then I became number 1 to that post. I was recommended for the post. Then while I was waiting for an appointment letter, Paul O'Sullivan sent an email to the then National Commissioner, General Stoll. And in that email, he's saying, you dare appoint that man, Nkabinde. And he copied me in that email. Then at the bottom of the email, he wrote to me, Nkabinde, how do you think I would miss this? Because I told you I won't let my eyes off you. So that means, according to Paul O'Sullivan, I must suffer for the rest of my life while he's still alive. So that's what happened. And indeed, I was not appointed based on one email from Paul O'Sullivan. The way is so powerful.
Okay.
Can we just request SC, because it's now Honorable Nomvalo's time to ask questions. The camera can't locate him because he's sitting right behind you. It's just 1 minute, don't worry. Are counting your time in light years, not in minutes.
Can I proceed, Chair? Well, I forgot to ask you, should I address you as Mr. Nkabinde?
Yes.
I'm asking because the issue of titles is very important. Someone came in here as a professor. When we went for lunch, he was a doctor. When we finished, he was a Mrs. So it's very important that I capture your title accurately. Now, you are saying Paul O'Sullivan wrote an email to the National Commissioner.
Yes.
Who is this Paul O'Sullivan? Because even General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, when he came here, he spoke about him. What is his interest in SAPS? Does he play any official role in SAPS?
He does not play any role in SALPS, but is in charge. Because he can send one email and everything stopped.
So
I even, through you, Chair, I even took that matter to Labour Court. How on earth an outsider send one email, and I've got all the proof that I got the post. I'm recommended for the post. How on earth an outsider send one email and my appointment is stopped? And while that Labour case is going on, it was when Minister Mkhunu appointed me. Then I had to then withdraw that post because it was a lower post anyway.
So according to your understanding, what triggers his interest in SAPS operations as an outsider? Why is he so interested?
There's a long history because the report that we are referring to in this house, it also implicates him. In fact, that is a report that I was reporting what McBride and Paul O'Sullivan are doing. So I know they just hate me with passion.
Okay.
Including Sesogo, the one that is with IDEC.
Did you ever have a relationship with Paul O'Sullivan?
No, not at all. He was working with us.
What do you mean working with you? Because he is not, he does not have any official responsibility, right, at SAPS?
That was exactly what I was reporting. He was leading us, but from outside.
Did he ever, besides the influence that he had on the position that you applied for, notwithstanding that, notwithstanding that influence, did he ever have any influence in SAPS?
Not
Did he ever influence anything despite what you have mentioned?
Not only in SAPS, he's running IPID, he's running SAPS, he's running NPA. You know what General Mkhwanazi is reporting about the state capture? This is a real estate capture
Mm.
because even the docket, if the docket involves Paul Sullivan, there are two dockets are there lying dust in the NPA.
Mm.
In fact, it was even removed from a black prosecutor.
Mm. So did he ever? I'm trying to connect
And
some
sorry, Chair,
dots.
when we talk about this thing,
Mm.
I become very emotional. What is happening between me and Mkwanazi,
Mm.
because I was fighting this with him.
Mm. So you were fighting this interference,
Yes,
this
with him.
undue interference
Yes.
by Paul O'Sullivan.
Me and Mkwanazi, we are one WhatsApp group. So I don't know what is, maybe I'm in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Mm.
Because these are the things that, even what he's reporting now, these are the things that me and him are fighting, state capture.
But what I'm trying to understand here, Mr. Nkabinde, is how does he successfully interferes in SAP's operations? Does he has people that he works with in SAPS? Is he connected to some influential people who just take instructions from him? And if so, who are those people?
Yeah, he works with very senior people in SAPS in such a way that even with that appointment, my appointment, they leaked it to him. He even wrote there that I know about an imminent appointment of Nkabinde. Then you dare appoint him. So now how does he even got internal documents.
So do you know who he works with at SAPS? Can you specify people with whom he has been working to influence SAPS operations?
Not really, but it shows that because he knows everything in SAPS, but you wouldn't specifically say this did what when.
Okay. So while you were still working for IPIT, did you ever get any instruction from him? Or did he ever try to influence you to take a particular position?
Yes, he was giving us instruction.
How was he
He was
giving you-
he was in charge of us.
How was he giving you instructions? Was he calling you, or he was coming to your offices, or he was sending you SMSs? How did it happen?
He come to the office, he hold meetings with us to tell us what to do. At some stage, he will go and interview our witnesses, portraying as if he worked for IPID. Having our letterhead of IPID, he will just call you to come and sign, and it's done everything.
Yeah, because you know what I'm trying to understand here is how does an outsider who does not work for SAPS how does he has so much influence in SAPS operations? Where is he getting those powers from? I mean, it means the system is very loose at SAPS. Anybody can just go in and call staff members and invite them to a meeting. Is it loose to that extent that anyone like myself, I can just go to any SAPS offices here or IPIT offices and say, guys, let's meet in the boardroom, let's have a meeting and give you instructions?
Yeah, no, they are in charge. He is in charge.
But where does he get those powers from? Because for you to be in charge, you must get powers from somewhere.
Hey, we don't know. Maybe this, at least now, it's revealed now to the higher authority in Parliament.
So
because this thing was never even attended to. My report was never even interrogated, except that Minister Cele use it
Yeah.
not to renew his contract. But the allegation, they were never dealt with. In fact, I'm the one who's suffering outside. That even when I've got an opportunity to get a job, Paul O'Sullivan will send one email to stop me. Now, it means even this appointment, I only got it because it was a hierarchy from a political office. He could not stop it.
Yeah. So what you are saying here is that you were not appointed because of his influence
Yes, one email.
to the National Commissioner.
Yes,
So the National Commissioner acted in accordance with the instructions of Paul O'Sullivan.
yes.
Okay. So did he ever influence a dismissal of anybody or a removal from any position of any person who ever worked for SAPS?
Yeah, that was the project that we were in, which is part of what I was reporting. The project was to make sure that General Pahlane does not get appointed as a permanent national commissioner. He was an acting national commissioner by then.
No, wait. So when you are saying it's a project that you were in, do you also involve yourself in that project?
Hence, I reported it, yes.
So you were a group that was plotting against General Pahlane.
We were in that task team that were plotting with an instruction of McBride and Paul O'Sullivan.
So how were you plotting? Were you holding physical meetings or?
Physical meetings and how we're gonna do it. That's why I ended up reporting this. It was against my conscience, destroying people. Then Pahlane was then suspended. Motiba came in as an acting national commissioner. We go for him.
So tell me, why was Pahlane a target?
The main thing was that there was no permanent national commissioner. Pahlane was acting.
Yeah, sorry, because I also want to move with you. If you don't mind, and if you can remember, can you cite times, years and months to say at this time we plotted, at this time we did this and that, so that we can move together? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it was a year 2017 where we were busy with plotting to remove Pahlane. He was an acting national commissioner. The main reason, Paul O'Sullivan wanted McBride to become a national commissioner. So we were targeting everyone who occupied that seat. Because Paul O'Sullivan want McBride, it's like in IPID, powers are limited. So McBride must become a national commissioner. So the project was to remove everyone in that seat.
Yeah, because my recollection is that, well, I might be wrong because it happened some time ago. My recollection is that Pahlane was suspended.
Yes.
And part of the reasons for his suspension was an issue of blue lights and I think a sound system.
Sound system.
There was a story about blue lights and the sound system. Those are the reasons. So I'm trying to now weigh those reasons with what you are saying, against what you are saying, because you are saying he was suspended because you guys plotted against him. And then what was reported in the public domain are the reasons which I've outlined. So were those reasons fabricated?
Yes.
How were they fabricated?
We created a scenario where we have a search and seizure to go to his house to look for the sound system that he bought. But the aim was not about sound system. The aim was to come with the media. Acting National Commissioner's home was raided, so that the president will have no choice but to remove him.
So you came with the media.
Yeah, the media was plotting with us.
So you plotted with some journalists.
Yes.
And then the other story of blue lights.
No, the other story, Blue Light, it was after he was not even already. He was already removed.
He was
Yeah,
removed.
it was other.
But it
ongoing
also
investigation.
implicated him.
It also implicated him, and in that Blue Light, the target was him, because they were looking for him in all angles. Even the Blue Light story was part of that.
So the gist of all of this was a power struggle.
The gist of all this is to usurp power in the criminal justice system, because our targets were in different departments: NPA, SSA, IP, SAPS, all of those. The plan was there, how those people have to be targeted so that they would get removed.
Now, you said you were plotting. So I assume that you were plotting as a group. Are you in a position to mention other people who were part of that group that was plotting against
I
Pasha?
can give one example, just one example here in my report. In one paragraph here, it was a well-known fact that Mr. Robert McBride wanted to become a national commissioner, and he was telling some members of task team that he was considered for the post.
Sorry, before you go on, we are talking about a task team here. Was it a factional task team or it was an official task team? Is it a task team that you established yourself in pursuit of what you wanted to achieve, or it was a task team of SAPS, an official task team?
Now remember, this is IP.
I mean, sorry, of
This
IP.
is IP.
Yes.
Then McBride
Yes.
established a task team. Then he recruited us from different offices to become a
So
national task team.
he established a factional group.
Yes.
So you were part of a factional group.
Yes.
Okay.
And we even the name of that group, it was a Pahlane task team.
So the name, did you have documents? I don't understand. What do you mean the name? Did you have founding documents of this factional group? Where was it termed, or you had a WhatsApp group?
Yeah, but we were reporting directly to McBride.
So you had a WhatsApp group.
Yes.
That's where you were plotting. So that's where this name was written, Pahlane Group. I mean,
The
Pahlane.
name of the group, yeah.
The name of the group was Pahlane.
Task team.
Pahlane Task Team.
Yeah, because the task team was established solely for him.
No, Chair, I think we'll make a submission, but I think it's very important that we invite General Pahlane to come to the committee. Yeah, you can carry on. I interrupted you while you were still speaking.
I was just want to make one example in this paragraph that there was a meeting that took place at Mr. Paul O'Sullivan's house. This house was a former house of a well-known Rondoville creature, whereby Mr. Paul O'Sullivan was chairing this meeting. And among other people present in this meeting, it was Mr. McBride, Mr. Mandlagayese Mahlangu from IPID. He was with our task team, the late Mahlangu, Mr. Cedrick Nkabinde, myself, Sarah Jane Trent. She was a Paul O'Sullivan assistant. A white lady called Candice from Crime Intelligence, Mr. Cedrick Sibia, the former Gauteng Hawks boss, two white males, representative from AfriForum and from DA, and a white lady as a journalist. The main purpose of this meeting was to plot how to bring down Pahlane to ensure that he was not confirmed as a national commissioner. AfriForum representatives guaranteed that the funds were available to carry out this mission. And Paul O'Sullivan...
Sorry, I'm sorry for interrupting you. You forgot to mention the year. When was that? 20...
This report is 28 April 2018.
2018. When you were about to leave IPIT.
Yes, so this probably towards the end of 2017.
Or towards the end of 2017, okay.
The main purpose of the said meeting was to plot how to bring down Pahlane to ensure that he was not confirmed as a national commissioner. AfriForum representative guaranteed that the funds were available to carry out this mission. And Paul O'Sullivan was responsible of spying on Pahlane to find anything. The meeting sought to plot how to usurp power of the entire security cluster, NPA, Crime Intelligence, SSA, DPSI, and specific individuals were identified from the above mentioned department to be targeted, the purpose of which was their removal from the same position. Mr. McBride gave assurance that IPID will go after them and Paul O'Sullivan will be a spy on them.
Okay, no. Can you do me a favor, Mr. Nkabinde? If you can summarize, because there are some questions which I want to ask you, and I'm afraid I'm running out of time. The gist of that meeting, even if you don't read word by word. So the gist of the meeting was to establish a plan to get rid of Pahlane.
Yes.
And in that meeting, you identified Paul O'Sullivan as a person who's going to spy.
Yes.
On Pahlane.
Yes.
So that was the first meeting of that formation.
That was the first item. The other item was to identify other role players in other departments.
Yes. So what was the common interest here against Pahlane of these people? What was the common interest against Pahlane and in favor of McBride? Why was Pahlane not preferred, and why was McBride preferred?
Because Pahlane did not comply with Paul O'Sullivan. So Paul O'Sullivan could not control Pahlane.
Whereas he could control McBride.
Yes.
Okay. And then ultimately, the goal was achieved because Pahlane was suspended.
Yes.
So according to your evidence, the reason why Pahlane was suspended was because of this plot.
Yes.
And nothing else.
Yes.
And everything else which was reported was fabricated.
Yeah, that's why he has never been arrested on those things.
Okay. And then
that is why allegations are very dangerous if not proven. Because we have people like Pahlane now who they lost all their livelihood. So it's very important to prove allegation and test them.
So with this blue light case, they were just fueling a plot which was already in existence.
So that there will be more halabaloo.
So which company was supplying blue lights?
I can't remember. Instrumental law something.
Were they charged, that company?
Yes.
Were they formally charged?
Yes.
Do you know where the case is now in terms of progress? Is there anyone who was arrested, prosecuted?
They are going court even now.
Yes.
Yeah.
But no one has been arrested.
No, they were arrested. They are appearing in courts now.
Or they have not been convicted.
They have not been convicted as yet.
Okay. And then when the NDPP was here, I asked her about her relationship with Paul O'Sullivan. And I asked if she knows Paul O'Sullivan. And then she said in her reply, she doesn't know Paul O'Sullivan. She only hears about him. Subsequently, I asked her about a case. I think we got some information somewhere that Paul O'Sullivan was once charged and prosecuted, but charges were later withdrawn. But let us start here. According to your knowledge, is Paul O'Sullivan also interfering with the NPA?
Yes.
Do you know who is his link in the NPA?
No, I don't have a specific individual, but why I'm saying that, it's because the case against Paul O'Sullivan, it gets stuck in the NPA.
Okay, so the case for which he was charged and prosecuted related to what?
It's related to what I'm reading out in this report.
He misrepresented himself as an IP employee.
All those things, yes.
Yes. Do you
And
know?
then he was charged, and McBride was charged, and the case was withdrawn to get a racketeering certificate, which is up until now. Instead, it was removed from another prosecutor to the other, but it does not come back to court.
Yeah, because
Over 5 years now.
Because we requested the NDPP when she was here to tender a progress report in that regard, and we were patiently waiting for that report. But do you know who was the prosecutor of the case? Who was dealing with the case?
Yes, I know.
What is his name?
Advocate Mashego.
Is he still working for the NPA?
I think so. At DPP's office.
So he's the one who was handling the case.
Yes. And the investigating officer of that case is Major General. He's now acting as a divisional commissioner here in the head office SAPS.
Yes. So, according the chair is saying I'm running out of time. I so wish I can have 4 hours with you today, because there is more information that you are giving. The last one. Do you think Paul O'Sullivan has a funding that he gets somewhere which agitates him to have this uncontrollable appetite on issues of subs, or he's just being flamboyant for no ultimate benefit? Can you give a response? I won't come back. Thank you very much.
It's written in this report that he do have fundings from overseas.
So the funding is specifically for the task that he is pursuing.
Yes.
To interfere with the work of SAPS, of the Justice Cluster.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair.
26 minutes past 6, your time expires.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, good afternoon, Mr. Nkabinde. Now, I must say that what you just testify about here, though we know we're still probing, we still say these are allegations. But indeed, I want to give General Mkhwanazi a salute that today you've spoken about the issue of the state capture, that the state capture, the real state capture is now. Am I right?
Yes.
Quite scary that there was a task team which was established, in particular to focus on the former acting National Commissioner General Patlane.
Yes.
I understand that, as you said, this thing makes you emotional and being a target as well. You risk your life as well today by revealing names here. And I want to thank you for your bravery, that it takes a man to do what we have done just now. The issue of Paul O'Sullivan, who were told that he's got many passports, am I right?
Yes.
Now, I think SAPS must arrest that man with immediate effect. Now, I'm going to start by saying to you, when the boss of IDEC was here, Advocate Andrew Johnson, I posed a lot of questions, and I think I'm going to do that to you today. Do you believe that there's an Indian cabal at IDEC?
I can't be sure of that because I've never interacted with them or worked with them.
Do you know Parumel?
Yeah, there is a chief of Perumal.
Yes.
Yeah, there is there. Right there.
Do you know what is it? Beluchun?
Chan, yes.
Sunej?
Yes, he's there.
What is your relationship with them? Are they rogue? Because, you know, there was an issue with Advocate Patoy, that he was very sensitive that we should not use those words loosely. But what we receive, let me just make a disclaimer. I sit in the Police Portfolio Committee. There's a lot of people who are sending us their frustrations like they are sending to you, as you said, almost 100, am I right?
Yes.
Now, this so-called, inverted comma, alleged Indian cabal works with a prosecutor called Advocate Tyler Chabalala. Do you know him?
No, I don't know him.
You don't know Tyler?
Yeah. Not by name.
I'm sorry?
I know the name, but I don't know him.
Okay. Now, in your submission, what made you leave IPID?
I left IPID after my after I blew a whistle. Then I got victimized, and subsequently I was offered a settlement agreement.
In your submission, remember you said that you were used by Minister Peggy Tele, and the portfolio committee did not renew McBride, you know, as an IPID executive director. Can you elaborate on this?
The contract of I left IPID 19 September 2018, and the contract of McBride was due to expire the following year, February.
Yes.
So now the process of renewing a contract of the executive director, it has to go to the portfolio committee and go and be confirmed in the National Assembly. The minister should motivate why he recommend the renewal and why he's not intending to renew. So those are the motivation. The minister, former Minister Peggy Tele, he submitted to portfolio committee that he's not intending to renew, and one of his reasons, then he used this report, and that report was deliberated in the portfolio committee. The portfolio committee issued a report that they are not intending to renew, and the report was adopted in the National Assembly.
Now, you said McBride and O'Sullivan hate you with passion. Can you summarize it for us? Why?
Because of this report.
The one which
The report I sent to Begitele reporting all of their unethical conduct. Because in this report, it was not an anonymous. I wrote that it comes from me.
You mentioned that there's 2 cases registered against McBride and also Sullivan. Which other 2 cases which are gathering dust? What is the status as we speak now with those 2 cases which you mentioned?
It's quiet about it.
What are those cases? Do you know? Do you have an idea?
Yeah, the other one will be corruption, defeating ends of justice, and so forth. The one that where Paulo Sullivan was impersonating as an IP officer and all that against Pahlane. That is the one. The other one, it was in respect of the meeting that I was alluding here, where one of a former Hawks boss, Mokoteti, he registered a treason case, which also that case was nowhere to be seen.
So in other words as well, we have to have another witness, but I guess we have that chair of Prince Mokotedi. It's been mentioned many times, and I guess we have to have him with General Pahlane here. Because your role in these cases was that task team where you plotted to have Pahlane not getting a permanent appointment as a national commissioner, am I right?
That's correct.
Who idea was this?
Paulo Sullivan was spearheading it, and
No.
then McBride.
Now, was the minister aware of this?
No, I don't think so. Minister Begitele.
Was not aware of this.
No, he was not.
So it was a clandestine operation within SAPS.
Yes.
You've mentioned General Esbia. Was he then the Hawk boss, or was he at national level? As you said 2018, he was not a deputy at that time. I guess he was with the province at that time, am I right?
No, he was at municipality.
So he was plotting whilst he was working for the city of Johannesburg.
Yes, he was not in the police.
Wow. Now, you've mentioned a DA member and an AfriForum member who attended your meeting at one of the most notorious gang star, who I think is still serving his sentence. Am I right? Then who is that house belonging to the state, or there's somebody, there's a family there of Cajun, if I'm right about the name?
It's now Paulo Sullivan's house.
No, this is a mafia state.
That's the question again, Honorable Skosana. I'll give.
No, I will. I will, Chair.
I'll give you 30 seconds. Ask the question again.
I ask, Chair, this house, as we speak, somebody is serving a sentence in that house. And if my memory serves me well, we were told that house was auctioned.
Yes.
Am I right, Mr. Nkabinde?
Yes, that's correct.
So the guy who bought the house is Paul O'Sullivan.
Yes, that's correct.
Are you happy, Chair?
Whose house is this house you are asking the witness about?
It was Ketcher's house, the one who was arrested, who's serving a prison sentence.
The fugitive.
A fugitive. which now confirms that even Paul O'Sullivan is a fugitive with those passports he possesses. Hence, Chair, I'm short of adjectives of how to describe these revelations which we are getting now here. Now, as I said earlier to you, that Advocate Johnson, I posed a few questions to her. Hence, I'm asking you because you were with iPad. At least you are 3 in 1. You were with iPad, iPad, and you had the IDEC, and now as a chief of staff of the Minister Sensenzo Mkhunu, am I right?
No, I've never been with IDEC.
Oh, you never been IDEC, so you have been IPID all the time.
SAPS and IPID. By the time IPID guys moved to IDEC, I was already outside.
Oh, okay. Now, in your view, what measures can we, as lawmakers, to help SAPS with all what you told us today, that you have meetings? Hence, I was asking you if you remember the issue, those members, if you know them from AfriForum and the DA. Do you know those members? Are they top echelons in their structures?
Not really. They were just introduced like that.
But they were introduced as a DA member in that. And remember, we have Rook as well, a journalist. You said there was a journalist there.
Yes.
Perhaps, do you have the name?
No, I don't have a name. It was a white lady.
How I wish that we had pictures, because as I have mentioned some of them here, Karen Morgan, Marian Tam, Paul van Veek, and you say it was a female, am I right?
Female white, yes.
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure whether we can do that. There's cameras in that house, in Bedford View, am I right?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, this unethical conduct, is it for the first time we are reporting this to this ad hoc committee?
Yeah, it is the first time someone is listening to me about them.
But you did try to raise an alarm on these matters.
Hence, hence the report was sent to the minister.
Which minister?
Minister Begicele.
So Begicele did nothing about this?
I did nothing except use it not to renew the contract.
Your contract?
No, he only used this report not to renew McBride's contract, but he never done anything about it. It's the first time I talk about it. The only thing I know about this report is that I lost my job.
Now, if you remember the issue of the blue light, that contract which some few generals were arrested, am I right?
That's correct.
In your view, I think there was a police, a provincial commissioner, Tilang, in that blue light issue, am I right?
That's correct.
And there was General Mukwena in that arrest, am I right? There were about 8 or 9 or more. And General Patlane was a target, am I right?
That's it.
Because of this position which he perhaps would have been appointed for if there was no Patlane task team.
That's it.
I hope the president is listening. That in this country, at the top echelons, in 2017, in 2018, 2019, the state capture was indeed in a swing. And the media as well, whoever was there as well, because we know that they sponsored views poisoning our society. We are quite aware of that. Now, when did you last spoke to McBride?
I last spoke to him during my last day of work, 19 September 2018.
So, in your statement here, who's Mr. Temane Binang?
He was part of the task team. Now he works for IDEC.
He was part of the task team.
Team.
And he was working for?
He was part of Patane task team.
Yeah, what I'm saying, was he working for SAPS or was he
No,
working for?
the task team was for an IP task team.
Okay. Now, you've mentioned as well SSA, if I listen to you carefully. Who are you comfortable to give us the name? Because you've mentioned Mr. Sisoko from IP, am I right? Before you went to IDEC. And you've mentioned Mr. Kuba.
Yes.
Who was able to stop this investigation, am I right?
Yes, they were the heads.
Mr. Kuba, where is Mr. Kuba? Is he still with IP?
Yes.
And Sisoga is IDEC, am I right?
Yes.
Now, there was a meeting which shortly before the African National Congress, in your statement, African National Congress conference, and they wanted to procure a crime intelligence equipment costing 45 million, which will be used during the conference. And however, that did not, that procurement did not succeed. Am I right?
Yes.
What was the plan? What was why was the police wanted to procure that equipment for the African National Congress conference, in your view?
No, the guy Songwane, Brigadier Songwane, was part of that meeting. He mentioned that a grabber worth 7 million, they were pushed to buy it for 45 million. That's what he said. And then Mr. McBride then said the rest of the money was planned to be used for the conference.
Of the ANC.
ANC, yes.
In other words, they wanted to inflate the invoice of that equipment.
Because in that meeting, a special advisor of the then Minister of Police, he was part of that meeting, a special advisor of Fikile Mbalula, who was the Minister of Police by then.
So the special advisor of the current Secretary General of the ANC was involved in these shenanigans.
Was part of that meeting, yes.
Now, if you remember very, very, very well, I think as we speak here, General Vuma is still suspended, am I right?
That's correct.
Why was she suspended? Do you know? Can you share maybe a minute if you know?
I think it's part of that that procurement. I'm not sure.
Now, the plan was to use one Brigadier Sungwane. Is he still with the police as well?
I think it's been dismissed.
Because he's the one who was supposed to influence this procurement.
Yes.
I mean, procuring this machine. And Petle and yourself, you were supposed to fabricate a statement. Am I right?
Correct.
To achieve what?
To remove Motiba as an acting national commissioner.
Oh, yes.
To pave the way of McBride.
Now, the 702 Barry Bateman at that time was used to for disinformation. Am I right?
Yeah, it was part of us.
So Barry Bateman was part of the Pahlane a task team.
That's correct.
Mandla Kayise Mahlangu, you said he has passed on, unfortunately, if I heard you well. Was he a prosecutor or was he a policeman
He was an investigator from IPID.
from IPID?
He was part of the task team.
So the executive director came up with a strategy to get 2 members from the DPCI to be seconded permanently to IPID. Who were those members?
It was Colonel Rulopse.
Colonel
Rulopse.
Rulopse,
and Captain McLean.
Captain McKay.
McLean.
McKay. Oh, I remember that name. Now, you know what we have done, Mr. Nkabinde, and to my honorable members and to South Africans, we will pray for you. You know, in all the, let me not say all. You've mentioned General Sibia that he was part, remember?
Yes.
And many people who are still working for SAPS. Am I right? You've made a recommendation in your statement because these are serious revelation indeed. And for me, I'm not sure about our state security because they should have known this. And this was supposed to be reported not only by you alone. But, as I said, Chair, I'm reserving my last 10 minutes.
No, you will be told by me what time is left.
Thank you. For now, I want to stop here because I wanted to make a follow-up at it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You stopped at 19 past 6. So you were to expire at 26 minutes past 6. So it's 7 minutes plus the 30 seconds that I promised you.
Thank you. I really appreciate your benevolence. Chair. Thank you.
Pass the microphone to Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Ngola, your time expires at 18:49.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening to the chief plotist in front of me.
Good afternoon. Good evening.
Look, let's take it back to the recording. You are quite confusing us. You have responded to the evidence leader that you have recorded the General Mkhwanazi on the basis of the advice from the Minister of Police. You replied to Honorable Cameron that you have recorded General Mkhwanazi on the basis of your own volition. In paragraph 75 of your supplementary statement, you make mention that you have recorded General Mkhwanazi on your own volition, and the two can't coexist. It's either you have recorded General Mkhwanazi on the basis of your own volition, voluntarily, from your own accord, or you have done so on the basis of having received an advice. Which one is true?
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I have never said to the evidence leader, I recorded General Mkhwanazi because of the advice of the minister. I've never said that. What I said to the evidence leader is that yes, indeed, minister gave that advice that you should consider recording. But in this specific recording, I was prompted and I took a decision based on General Mkhwanazi is sending me a message which is now not correct than what we spoke on the 2nd.
Was that decision taken before or after the advice from the minister?
It was after the advice.
So, okay. Then it answers my question, if that's the case.
Yeah.
You have considered the recording on the basis of the advice of the minister.
No, that's not correct.
Okay, what is correct?
What is correct, I decided to record after General Mkwanazi is sending me a distorted information.
So you considered the advice of the minister?
No, I never considered the advice of the minister. I was prompted by that message.
Okay. I think let's pass this stage. I don't want us to spend more time, but I really do not agree with how you structure it. It's fine. Maybe we'll deal with it on a later stage. Part of what you say is the issue relating to what you call threats by General Mkwanazi, who says if the letter is not withdrawn, there is going to be a fight back and all that. And I can assure you that even the minister has even brought a recording. But in the recording, the person who is heard uttering those words is you, not General Mkwanazi. Have you been able to get access to that recording, and what is your view about it?
That is exactly what happened. After I received this message, which is it's carrying incorrect information, I started to record. Then while it's recorded, we are now deliberating, myself and General Mkwanazi.
Let's do like this, Mr. Nkabinde, with due respect. May you just pull back a moment, redirect the microphone to, yeah, you can switch it on and proceed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then when we are talking with General Mkwanazi, that what would have happened because it was just two of us conversation on the 2nd. Would it be maybe someone was listening to our conversation or tapping our phones? Then I said, no. I don't think someone was tapping our phones, because there are crucial things that you said, which is supposed to be contained in this message. If there was a person tapping us or listening to us, he wouldn't leave out that you said there will be a fight back. He wouldn't leave out that you said if the minister is clean, he can continue. And then General Mkwanazi is affirming, is agreeing with me that, yeah, no, he never said this thing, and is agreeing with me with in reference to our conversation of the 2nd. So that's what the recording entails.
Okay. You say there is nothing special about the complaint brought by Mr. Adams, but the series of events are proving otherwise. There is 2 days in between opening the 2 cases in Cape Town and Johannesburg. But in a space of about less than 20 days, there was an arrest already. It went to the minister, went to the national commissioner, went to the chief of staff, went to IDEC, an arrest was made. Now, the events actually suggest that the complaint by Honorable Adams was actually treated specially. So, in your own recollection, are all the complaints that you receive treated the same way, getting the same special attention, and exacerbated within this short period of time?
First of all, why I was saying the complaint of Adams was not special to me, it's because I treated like any other complaints that I'm getting. In the complaint, I did not even know details of the complaint. I only see case numbers. I'm not even sure who's involved and who are the suspects. So that is why I'm saying that complaint for me, it was like any other complaint. I even referred the same day to different authorities.
Do you usually refer complaints the same day?
Yes, I refer complaints like almost every day. I screen them, I refer to the relevant department. In some others, you'll find that it does not even for the police. Then I need to refer to other departments. So there's always referral. And then how people receiving it, done about it, I cannot comment. I'm not sure.
That's fine, but I'm telling you, the series of events in relation to the complaint by Honorable Adams do suggest that the complaint received a special attention, but we'll discuss that with the committee on committee deliberations. You say, apart from IPID, it was therefore important that the complaint is referred to another independent body, IDEC. How is IDEC an independent body?
IDEC is independent from SAPS, or it's independent even from the Ministry of Police, because SAPS, IPID, DPCI, and SERA, those are entities reporting to the Minister of Police. IDEC is under NPA. It's totally independent from our environment.
Yeah, it should have been properly explained that independence from the police.
Yes, from the police.
Because when you say independence, it will have an overarching.
No, from the police.
Because even the accounting officer of IDEC is the Director General of the Department of Justice. So that's why we wanted to get what you mean exactly. So the minister testifies before the committee and says he has nominated about 3 people for the position of the chief of staff, which therefore was subjected to the HR process, and interviews were later held or conducted. Is that correct?
I don't know if for the chief of staff position, there were 3 people nominated. Minister has never shared that information with me.
But do you recall that you said you were the only one in the last testimony?
Who?
You.
I said what?
You said you were the only one who was nominated. You said under oath. Do you recall that part?
Yes, because I was the only one doing those assessments. I was not competing with anyone.
Okay, let's go to do internal communication protocols of the police service permit a chief of staff to call a press briefing to talk about policing issues?
No, it's not allowed.
It's not allowed.
Yes.
Okay. What did you mean when you said if anything happens to you, it must be blamed to General Masemola?
It's because those police who came suspiciously with balaclavas, they said they were sent by him.
The people who invaded your place?
Yes, with balaclavas.
Had balaclavas?
Yes.
And they said they were sent by Masemola?
Yes.
What did this not happen during the time of the raid and confiscation of gadgets?
It was during that time, but the raid could not happen because I was not at home.
So was it police who arrived at your place?
Yes.
They wore balaclavas?
Yes.
And they said they were sent by General Masemola?
Yes.
Okay. That point is noted. You said you don't know the names of the further 4 people who attended the meeting with the minister.
Yes, I don't know.
And you say you did not attend the meeting as well.
Yes.
But you say you confirm that the Stilfontein debacle was discussed in the meeting. How do you confirm the discussions of the meeting you're not part of?
No, the purpose of the meeting was for that. So surely part of the discussion will be informed by the purpose of the meeting.
Okay.
Because that's how I facilitated it.
That's fair.
Yes.
Then how is Mr. Mogotsi a relevant body for Stilfontein in your own?
My assumption will be that Stilfontein is part of his province.
Stilfontein is part of his province?
Yes.
Oh, is he part of the mining industry?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Okay. Is he a leading the province? Is he a local leader?
No, I don't know.
Was the meeting not based on calling local leaders to discuss the debate in Stilfontein?
Yes, the purpose was for Mogotsi to arrange local leaders.
Local leaders.
Yes.
Okay, you say there is a 22nd November top management meeting of the SAPS.
Yes.
That discussed as part the political killings task team. But you further say you don't think it's important that you disclose the discussions in that particular meeting. Why is it so? The crux of why we're here is the dissolution of the political killings task team. So any information relating to whatever meetings was, you'll recall, Mr. Nkabinde, that we have got numerous evidence with us. And most of it contradicts each other. Kwanaza says this, Masemola says this, Sbia says this, Mkono says this. So it's very important, boss. We must understand the steps leading to the letter of the 31st of December 2024.
Why I said that is because I can only share what I could remember, but the meeting is for the minister who knows why he called the meeting, but I can share what I can remember, what was discussed. That is why earlier on, I did not even mention only PKTT, because I remember the issue of fiscal policy and ORS. I remember an issue of inspectorate. Then I remember the issue of murder and robbery unit, where PKTT name was touched on as one of those task team that will fall under murder and robbery unit.
When were you appointed as the chief of staff?
1st of August.
August.
Yes.
Are you aware of the letter of Miss Merdihas?
No.
On the 31st of October?
No.
You have not seen it?
No.
Which was a complaint to the minister?
No, I never.
You didn't see it?
No.
Okay. Now let's go to paragraph 64 of your main statement. Of your main statement, 64 of the supplementary statement, sorry. Of the supplementary statement. You say, yeah, you have no prior knowledge of the existence of the PKTT before the letter of the 31st of December 2024. That's paragraph 64 of your supplementary statement. But in the same statement, you say you had a meeting on the 22nd of November 2024 discussing, amongst other issues, the PKTT. Isn't that a contradiction?
No, it's not written like that, 64. It does not say I had no knowledge of the existence.
Okay.
Yeah. The 64 is saying I had no prior knowledge of the operational activities of the PKTT.
Okay. So you have the knowledge now after the 31st meeting?
I have no knowledge. Even now, I don't know what they are doing. I don't have any knowledge of their operational activities.
But why are you saying prior the 31st of December? Was inadvertently, this means after the letter, you actually have knowledge of the operations now.
No, there was a specific question that I was responding, guided by the consultation. There was a specific question that there are incidents happened before the 31st directives, which those incidents, they are perceived or alleged to be a contributing factor for the disbandment. So that was a specific response during the guidance of what the committee is looking for.
Okay, let's go to, you say you, as part of your life in the service, taught the law of evidence.
Yes.
To maybe the juniors, the trainees, and
Yes.
all sort of that. Now, we'll presume that at least the basics of the law of evidence at least are understandable.
That's correct.
So in your own understanding, can an illegally solicited evidence be admissible?
No.
It can't.
It can't.
Okay. Do you understand that there are laws that govern the handling of intelligence information in South Africa?
That's correct.
Okay. So can a person wake up and say they got an intelligence report on the doorstep when they woke up going to pee in the toilet, then go to IDEC and lay a complaint without producing those documents by just writing an affidavit? Can that happen in a normally operating security cluster?
No, it will be very difficult to comment because I don't know what happened to that person.
Okay.
So it will be irrational for me to comment on something I was not there. I can say he's lying. What if he's not?
Okay. I'm asking, I'm not referring to a person. I'm referring to what the law says about the handling of intelligence information. So that's why I'm making an example about myself. Is it legally permissible for me to do that? Wake up in the morning, say at the doorstep of my home, I saw a file with intelligence information, and therefore I am laying a complaint on the basis of that intelligence information, but not produce that information to you, the person I'm laying a complaint to. I just bring it in a way of, in a form of the word of mouth. Can that be legally permissible as a credible and an admissible evidence?
It's depending that once you get that information, you then definitely need to probe further to collaborate. Yeah, because those are the things you cannot just take from a face value.
Yes.
You just need to probe it further and verify and confirm. As far as the source, the originator of that leaked report, because it means it was leaked somewhere.
And to investigate it further means part of what I must get hold of is the said report.
Yes, and trace it back.
Yes, as part of the primary documentary evidence
definitely.
that I must have in supporting the actual the actual intention to pursue further towards an arrest. I must have at least went and solicited that documentary evidence, trace it how it came about and all that.
That's correct.
So if I did not do that, it therefore means my actions towards Honorable Nduli as a person who is actually an alleged culprit in the complaint, my actions would actually be not justifiable if I had not undergone these steps me and you are arguing about.
Yes, but I don't want to take ownership in that direction because every case has its own merits. So you'll find that there is a part of classified document and we wouldn't know what else that one should consider in investigating the matter.
Okay. Let's leave this matter and go to the boys' trip. You say in your statement that the boys' trip ultimately ended up taking a visit to Minister Mkunu's homestead.
That's correct.
And you call it incidental.
It's not incidental. I decided that let's go past there.
Okay.
It can't be incidental where you will drive to that direction.
So you withdraw incidental.
I will.
Written in the statement, the introduction of Mkwanazi to the minister was incidental. And incidental, how I know it, is us accidentally meeting each other in the toilet, meeting each other in a restaurant, meeting each other in a corridor, without knowing that we're going to meet each other. So taking a conscious decision to take a drive and visit someone can be incidental. Do you agree on that?
No, it is incidental in a way that it has never been a planned trip. And we're coming from Durban. We drive all the way to Mpangeni side for something else. Then we are in the area. Then I said, hey, let's go and visit the old man.
That's the part.
The part. So that incidentally come from there.
That's the part that contradicts your explanation. You say incidental means you didn't plan.
Yes.
And you say again, then you are in the same area. Then you say, hey, let's go visit that man. That's a plan. You plan to visit the minister.
No, it can't be planned if it's sudden.
Can't be planned if it's sudden.
If it's a sudden thought that now we are here, can't we go and pass by the minister?
But do we agree that incidental means meeting each other without knowing that we're going to meet each other?
I was referring to that because General Mkwanazi had no plan to go and see the minister. I hijacked him while we were in the area. Then he agreed.
Yeah, I get that explanation and I'm not against it. But I still maintain that it was not incidental. It's an acceptable, look, don't confuse this thing and think that we're saying is wrong. No, that's not what we're saying. But all we're saying is that it cannot be incidental as actually alleged by the statement. Because you consciously took a boys' trip to Minister Mkunu's house to visit him with an intention, visit him. So it's not a coincidence. It's not an incident.
But it was not planned.
Okay, let's leave it. Have you been able to? Wait, this is my last point, Chair. I'm taking this to you because you have experience in the detective work. So, have you been able to see or access or hear what General Khumalo is charged with? The charges against General Khumalo?
No, I never got a chance to see except what is on the media. But without me seeing a docket as a detective, it's very difficult to make a comment because I don't know what is in there. But if I can have that docket as a detective trainer, not even a detective, I can tell whether there's a case here or not.
Okay. amongst the charges is an employment of brigadier somewhat. I just can't recall the surname. There is an employment process that has been undertaken, and there is an accusation that it was an irregular employment. There are a lot of things that are said about it, but can that tend to be a criminal case?
Depending the circumstances surrounding that.
Which circumstances can a labor matter like this be turned to be a criminal trial?
Once an irregular appointment consists of forgery, it's now become more criminal than labor. But I'm not too sure the circumstances of that specific matter. But if it's involved any sub form of manipulation, misrepresentation, or what, it's just that I don't have the merits of that specific case.
Okay. Chair, it's just that my recollection is failing me. I'm not sure if as part of our draft list for witnesses to be called, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan is part of it. But if not, can we add Mr. Paul immediately?
We have that list. We can't add him here. We must. If there is any witness that has to be added, the name must come in a formal meeting of the committee. But the name is there, Honorable Ngola.
Yeah, that's why, Chair, I started by saying if my recollection is serving. My recollection is not serving me well.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much.
You were left with with 1 minute of your time.
Yeah, Chair, that's why I want to valelisa officially to the chief plotist.
Yeah.
I want to also echo, Chair, the views by Honorable Mvalo that today you are doing very well.
He brought the helmet.
In assisting the committee, because our own objective is not to fight with anyone, but to try to get to the bottom of what happened so that it informs our findings. I was worried last time because you appeared like someone who was here to stage a fight back. And I was like, if this is the attitude, this one is going to collapse within a minute. And it happened. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much. The members are applauding you for bringing your helmet and the badge. And I added the necklace and the amulets.
Thanks to you, Chair, for your good advice.
I'm calling the grannies at home to organize the beads for you. Tema will bring those beads. Honorable Kola Barnett, your time starts now.
Thank you very much, Chair.
And then it ends at 7:20. We're going to break.
You.
And come back at 8.
Sure. I'm finding it quite fascinating that we're talking so much about Robert McBride, and yet for some reason we're not calling him to give evidence. Surely he must be given the right of reply. I think that must be seriously considered. I agree with my colleague. And while people were going on about this man, Paul O'Sullivan, I Googled him, and he apparently runs O'Sullivan, Brosnan and Associates and are leading experts in forensic and fraud investigation and a whole lot more. So it seems quite a substantial firm for people wondering what on earth he does. Now, Mr. Nkabinde, I was in Parliament in the Police Portfolio Committee meeting. I think probably the only one in the room here now, except Nicolette perhaps, who it was a meeting in which Robert McBride was turned on by ANC members of that committee. And the outcome of that truly acrimonious meeting was that he was not allowed to be retained for a second term as the head of the IPID. It was a job I had very serious reservations about initially, but finally accepted that he did the job well and without fear or favor. Now, I was fascinated to read about the claims of how in 2018 IPID members were encouraged by SAPS members to undermine the IPID head McBride. And Mr. Nkabinde, you said during your first, sorry, I can't see you. May I ask, yeah, I can shift. Anyway, I'm here, if that helps. You said in your first appearance before this committee that you in fact put in a report, and you confirmed that today. I'm not sure who you put it to, and that it was as a result of that report that it was decided Parliament would not allow him to stand for a second term. Now, Mr. Nkabinde, you said this decision was taken before the parliamentary committee sat to determine his fate. You in fact said that the decision was taken outside of Parliament before we inside of Parliament met to deliberate on the matter. The implication is that Parliament is just a tick box exercise for people like you, and while long suspected by many, this confirmation for MPs is in fact horrendous. Could you comment on that, please?
Thank you, Chair. The Portfolio Committee embarked on investigating this matter. As a result, they wrote a letter to me to confirm my allegations, because my allegation, as per the report, was central to those deliberations. Then until the committee finalized its deliberations and issued a report, which in that report, my report is in reference, which is on the public domain.
Well, in 2018, when you worked at the IPID, did you work with Lieutenant General Kumotso Paklane, the much arrested acting National Police Commissioner who followed Ria Piecha after she'd been removed, to try and discredit the IPID so that he wouldn't be charged? Let me repeat, you were employed at the IPID by the time, dealing with criminality within the SAPS at the time, but you seem to have forgotten that Paklane was arrested for a 191 million rand fraud and corruption case involving him and a string of other senior police officers. It was a very serious matter, which somehow you seem to claim was just a setup, it's been through court after court, appeal after appeal, he's lost and lost and lost. And yet you somehow claim it was some kind of state capture business. To me, it just looked like down and out theft. And that's what he was charged with. I've got the names of all of those charged. And some of it included the irregular procurement of software called RipJar, which was meant to be used during the incidents of October 2015, the Fees Must Fall protest. All irregular contracts related to procurement, which is where most of the thieving in the SAPS usually happens. Did you write an affidavit specifically for Paklane to use as a supporting affidavit for him when he was charged by the IPID, the very entity you were working for?
No, I wrote this report, which it was in favor of Paklane.
Okay. You were a senior investigator at IPID and on the very task team investigating Paklane, when it apparently came to light, and I quote from an affidavit and various other documents, in mid-March 2018, that certain SAPS members, including General Mkhonazi and Paklane, had allegedly approached members of the IPID task team and offered them promotions to brigadier within crime intelligence in exchange for giving false statements implicating McBride and other senior IPID members involved in the Paklane investigation. Now, your response to that?
I was never approached. I was not also part of those people, if there are any, whom they were approached. I don't know about that.
So did Lieutenant General Mkhonazi convince you to give a Section 204 statement against McBride and try to destroy the case against Paklane? Of course, you were one of the main investigators, saying that as your very close friend, he would help you get another position.
No, that has never happened.
Okay. Were you offered a brigadier position in the SAPS for bringing McBride down?
No, not at all.
Okay. And certainly an affidavit by Mandla Matlangu confirmed what was happening and that had happened to him, but he was killed shortly after deposing that affidavit. I'm sure you must have known him. Now, the IPID was at that stage investigating crime intelligence for the purchase of the grabbers at the massively bloated price of 45 million. It's presumed that this is one of the reasons McBride was targeted. Yet somehow when you were talking earlier, you gave the impression that somehow he was behind the purchase instead of driving the investigation into the purchase. Could you clarify, please?
I was part of that investigating team. We were investigating that matter.
Okay, so you were not implying that, in fact, as the head of IPID, he had purchased the grabbers?
No, McBride was investigating that
Yes.
matter, yes, with us.
Sorry, when you presented earlier, it didn't quite come out like that. That's fine. I'm glad you've clarified that. Thank you. Now, I'd like you to clarify your expertise. Did you, in fact, meet the minimum requirements in terms of experience for a chief director post? Because as the chief of staff to a minister, the requirement is you must have at least 5 years' experience in senior management, which means you must have been at least at a level of director for 5 years. But you left the IPID as an assistant director, which is a junior management position. So it's difficult to understand how you were given the position, in that the HR department is very, very sticky in this area.
Yes, after I left government, I acquired a managerial position as a head of forensic, managing forensic in private sector.
For 5 years?
Yeah, more than 5 years.
Thank you. I've read various affidavits wherein your claims are described as, quote, extravagant and utterly false. I find it truly a shame, and I agree with my colleague, Ian Cameron, that you chose to leave rather than go through the process or indeed going to court to clear your name. Do you regret that now? Should you not have stuck it out and cleared your name?
No, I could not wait to get dismissed. If I get that offer, I could, no ways I cannot grab it.
Okay. I'm told you actually asked to go. You were not asked by others. You asked to leave, yes?
Can you repeat?
You asked to leave the IPID personally. You said you want to go. You've had enough.
No, it's never happened like that.
Okay, that's not my information. That's most interesting.
No, McBride came and proposed a settlement agreement. That's why we were all shocked. What is he doing at the disciplinary hearing venue? Because as a head of department, you can't be part of disciplinary. So he came there to stop it.
Well, that's
And I also know why he stopped it. He did not want to go out of proportion, because what is in the report, it was just a drop in an ocean.
Again, I'm receiving contradictory information, which is again why I think, Chair, if we had a chair, acting chair, whoever we have in the room, I think we need to definitely call. We're having accusations that are one-sided. We need a right of reply. So I think McBride must be summoned to the committee. Thank you. I'm done, Chair, or acting chair, or I don't know what to call you.
Thank you, Honorable Bernard. And the chair has indicated that we are going to consider this proposal. You recall that both Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Skosana, myself, and yourself now have actually proposed a certain number of people to be added. So there's going to be a meeting to discuss that. Thank you very much, Honorable Mateus.
Are we going now or are we having a break? I have no problem going.
Oh, what did you say?
I'm saying, are we going? Are we going to continue now or are we having a break?
Let's go. Let's go.
Must be nice again. Yeah.
Honorable Mateus, we're going to take the break immediately after you. So we will take your 30 minutes, because anyway, we're supposed to take a break at 7:30. So you can proceed, Dr. Mateus. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nkabinde. Why did you give us a supplementary statement instead of a new statement?
I realized that there was no materially changes that needs to be effected. In fact, I realized that after I got an accurate information, like for instance, the issue of a date of the meeting of Brown Mohotsi and the minister, in my initial statement, I said it happened between October, November. Then if I check the correct date, it was 28 October, which means in my initial statement, there was nothing wrong I did. My estimation was very correct. So it means I just needed to supplement and give more additional information for clarification.
Did your legal team advise you to do this and you agreed to it?
That's correct.
Okay. So there are 6 material changes and possibly more in your statement. We're going to go through it. Number 1, on your initial statement, paragraph 71. I don't know if you want to go to there. It says there was a meeting on the 21st of November 2024 with the top management of SAPS to discuss violent murders and crimes. Then on your supplementary statement, you say, I recall attending a meeting on the 22nd of November 2024, etc. So there's a date change from the 21st to the 24th of November.
It's not a date change.
I beg your pardon?
It's not a date changed, Chair. When I consult the calendar, I had to supplement with an additional meeting. 21st of November, it was there. The meeting is correct. What is not showing there is the meeting of the 22nd, which I had to supplement and give as an additional meeting.
On paragraph 80, you said you facilitated a meeting and then you were vague, and then on your supplementary statement, you set out the chronology, and then you include the dates as the 28th of October and the 30th of September. So here you give an explanation or expansion.
Yes.
It's not necessarily a contradiction. On paragraph 82, there's also your dates are broad. You had indicated January and February, and then you tighten it up to the 3rd of February. So there's some clarification there and not necessarily details. When we go to paragraph 76, you say the 30th of September 2024, and then you clarify in the supplementary statement, you say there on the 1st of October and not the 30th of September.
Yes, I was clarifying, yes.
Right, so it's a date change. On paragraph 71, you say of the main state, in your first statement, you present him as attending meetings on the 21st of November 2024 and on the 5th and the 6th of March 2025. And then you have the 27th of March 2025 describing what was discussed about the PKTT and the murder and robbery unit. So you don't spell out how active or passive your role was in those meetings. Then in the supplementary statement, you reaffirm that you had no operational knowledge of the PKTT prior to the 31st of December directive. But you clarify that your role in these meetings were to provide strategic and administrative support. So you have reframed your role completely in these paragraphs.
Yes, in my supplementary, I was now clarifying more of my role.
You're reframing it. Should we read it? There's a difference to clarifying and reframing it.
No, I was putting in additional information.
You narrow your role down, you're not, okay, let's read it. If you're saying that, let's read paragraph 76 in your statement,
The initial one or supplementary?
your initial statement. Because you reframe your role, and in the main statement or your first statement, you create an impression that you were more involved in these PKTT discussions. And then in your supplementary one, you say that you didn't really participate in it. So you're reframing it, you're not providing us additional information.
Chair, where is it that I was showing my more involvement in my initial statement? Which paragraph?
Paragraph 71.
71 does not show any of my involvement.
Paragraph 68 to 72. I beg your pardon?
'68.
To 72.
I had no knowledge of the operations of the PKTT prior to the directive being issued. Then 69, I do, however, have knowledge of the existence of the PKTT. I recall attending meetings in November, which was attended by SAP's top management, of course, in my capacity as a chief of staff. I do not believe it is necessary and relevant to speak to what was discussed there, save to mention that there was a mention of the PKTT amongst other issues. So also here, I don't see my involvement or my active participation. 70, I attended all meetings with the minister in my capacity as a chief of staff. My role during these meetings was to provide strategic and administrative support, to take note of key decisions and directives, and to ensure that all matters arising were properly coordinated and implemented through the appropriate channels, acting with the instructions of the minister. Also here, I don't see where I was actively involved, except those administrative support. 71, there was a meeting on 21st November with the top management of SAPS to discuss violent matters and violent crimes. And also here, I don't see my active participation. 72, I attended the meetings of 5 and 6 March, where the gradual disbandment.
You don't, in your supplementary statement, you remove the word strategic.
Which paragraph?
In your supplementary statement, you got knowledge of, you don't say strategic, you say knowledge of PKTT prior to the issuing of directive.
Where do I say strategic?
You don't say strategic in your supplementary statement.
In my initial, where do I say it?
Paragraph, let me go to it. And maybe you can tell us what is your understanding of strategic? Because you just read now about strategic in paragraph 68. Did you not? You just read now.
Yeah, in paragraph 70, I was outlining my generic duties when I'm attending meetings, that my responsibility is to provide strategic and administrative support.
Okay, and then in your supplementary, you remove the point about strategic. So I guess we're not clear, or you're not clear, because there's a huge difference when you say strategic and then you withdraw it, because now you're downplaying
but
what your role is.
In my supplemental, there is no strategic.
I beg your pardon?
In my supplemental, there is no strategic. There has to be.
So there's just been a complete different reframing of your role in those paragraphs. Let's move on to paragraph 55 in the first statement.
Yeah, but in my paragraph 66, in my supplementary, strategic is there.
In the same context, hold on, let me find it. Oh, I have to look on my laptop. Let's go to paragraph 55 to 58. You say the minister asked that I consider that these are serious threats and that I consider recording my conversation. And then you state in your supplementary that the timelines, which is paragraph 45 to 54, remain accurate. But you say, however, I wish to clarify what is stated in paragraph 55. So your first statement rather is strong, has very strong links to the idea that the recording, which has come up, was the minister's suggestion. Not that he told you to do it, but that it was his suggestion. Now in your supplementary statement, you're saying it was all on your own.
In my initial, there's no way I say that.
You don't say what?
That I recorded because
The minister asked that I consider these threats as a serious threats and consider recording my conversation.
Yes, that's what happened, but there's no way I say when I recorded, I considered that idea of the minister. There's no way I say that.
You are, well, now you're playing with words, but you're saying that the minister gave you the idea to consider it.
That's what he did.
Yes,
But when by the
and then
time
now
I
you've
recorded,
changed it. But let's just agree that you've changed it now because you make it out like this was only your idea and the minister did not ask you to consider doing it.
I never changed it. Why it does not appear on my supplemental? It's because we reiterated that we are not going to repeat what has been said. I can only write in the supplemental what I need to supplement.
You shift in your supplementary. You shift from the minister asked or recommended to it was just you. Let's leave and move on to, let's leave that, and we've noted that. Are you still an ANC member?
Have I ever said I'm an ANC member? If you say
It's the wrong question. Are you an ANC member?
No, I'm not in politics.
I asked if you're an ANC, so you're not. You can be a member and not be necessarily active in politics.
No, I'm not a member of any party.
Are you? I'm asking about the ANC. Yes or no?
No.
Okay, thank you. Let's move like that. Let's talk about the Minister Kuno's IPIT case in 2017. What were your findings? Can you just summarize? Because you were assigned to that case.
My findings was that there were no reasonable, valid reason to reopen a case which was declined 5 years ago.
Did you also say that the Hawks were being used to interfere in political matters in your findings?
The Hawks were used. Yes, I said that.
Did you share this information with Minister? Did you share the information with the minister?
Yes.
About these political matters or?
No, I shared to him that my findings is that there are no valid reason to reopen the case.
I'm talking particularly about that there's been political interference.
No.
No. What was the political interference?
No, that's what during my interviews, that's what I told, that it's a political pressure. That's what the
Who
way.
is giving the political pressure?
No, I never got the name.
So you closed the case or you concluded on a case without having a name of anybody on who was doing that?
I never closed the case. The case,
Well, your findings,
the case
let me put it
remained
this
with
way.
them, yeah.
Okay, but your findings, you gave those findings, but you didn't know who the person was.
Yes.
That was doing the political pressure.
When you investigate a case, you deal with the crux of the matter. Was there a valid reason to reopen a case or not? That was my findings. There is no valid reason. Then my recommendations, this is the route you must take if you want to properly reopen a case.
Okay, so you're saying that there was no valid reason to reopen the case because, and you based it on because of political pressure. You said not interference. I think your initial statement says interference. It doesn't say pressure, which is two different things, I guess. But let's go with the pressure, right? What was the political pressure? Because if you can conclude like that, there has to be who, how, what was the political pressure? Where was it coming from? Who is the political figure that was involved?
No, I never got into that extent.
So you think you did a thorough job in the case?
Yes, a thorough job was
Let's
the
move
case needs to
Without
be.
knowing who was doing the political pressure, you did a thorough job. Without knowing who was involved, who was putting the political pressure on. You're not even saying I can't say who it is. You did a thorough job without the knowledge of who is the person or the persons involved.
The name was
Political
not
pressure.
given. The name was not
And you
given.
didn't ask. And then you believed it. You didn't even interview that person.
I will not interview the person because I didn't know who it was.
And you didn't ask. And that's a thorough job.
No, the name was not given.
Yeah, you said that. I'm saying, and you didn't ask. Because given and saying I asked for the name and they refused to give me the name. It's two different
No,
things.
yes, it did not give me the name.
Because you didn't ask for the name.
I wanted to verify who are those people giving you pressure. Then they could not give me the name.
Let's talk about IDEC. Do you think IDEC has been used in the same manner that perhaps IPID was used in the minister's case?
No, I can't say because I can't prove it. And I never encounter.
You haven't encountered anything. So the minister asking you to refer a case to IDEC for the first time, as you had given in your statement earlier, you didn't think that that might be more or less the same script as perhaps.
No, I see it like it's an appropriate body in that circumstances.
All right. Your favorable findings in the IPID investigation for 2017, were you offered any money, donations in
Nothing.
kind? When the matter was closed, did you receive anything nice, a holiday?
No, the matter was not closed.
Oh, okay, wrong word, not closed. But when you submitted your findings,
No.
there was nothing.
No, it was just part of my job.
Oh, okay, nice one. And then, how many other matters did you investigate while you were investigator at IPID? More or less.
We've investigated a lot of cases and most of high-profile cases.
Okay.
And
just more or less how many?
There are so many, and there are so many people.
Like over 50, under 50, like
over
just you
100.
in particular, over 100.
Over 100.
How many of those that you've investigated have you maintained a relationship with?
What do you mean?
So you've investigated this case, right, that involved the minister, and you've maintained your relationship with him since then to a point where you and Lieutenant General can just stop by his place and chill for tea, coffee, beer, whatever it is that you were doing. So I'm just asking in context of the over 100 cases that you were involved in, how many others have
There
you
are so
maintained
many.
this relationship, or you've maintained relationship?
Yes, there are so
So
many.
maybe just give us one or two names where you've maintained a relationship to that
No,
extent.
there are so many. Even
But
others,
so many is not giving
they
us-
don't even know. They think I'm still with IPID. They're still in contact with me. I'm still in contact with them.
You're not going to tell us, like more or less out of 10, 20, can you give us some names?
It's people you don't know in
It
Durban.
doesn't matter that we don't know. We are here and we
The
do an
Ngobo family
inquiry.
in Zuma. Ngobo family in Zuma. They even invited me when they had an unveiling tombstone.
And you can also just stop by at their places. So if you are in the hood,
Yeah, but they are not the same as a figure, like a former premier.
Okay.
Like if I can get your number,
Okay.
it won't be the same like any other people. I'll say I'm having a
So he
Matei
was
number.
the only high profile, because just before you said you interviewed or you were part of investigations of many high profile people. So I'm just asking, the ministers on that level of high profile, so I was hoping that you could give examples of other high profile people that you were part of investigations.
As
that you
complainant.
maintained that, and then eventually they appoint you, like perhaps as chief of staff or something.
No.
No.
The-
So
the-
your appointment as chief of staff had nothing to do with your favorable findings in the
It
minister's
has
case?
nothing to do because I left IPIT 2018, and I'm already having this relationship with the minister. He's been in a 2 other portfolio already.
Mm.
He has never appointed me, and we have never even spoke about me looking for the job. Because even when he nominated me here, I was working. I had to resign.
Let's move on to, my laptop is just keep moving up and down. It's just jumping. It must be a lucky day because now I'm going to miss some questions that I need to ask you. As far as you know, was the minister preparing to contest the ANC presidency or any positions in the ANC?
No, I don't know. He has never spoken to me about that.
Okay. Who was with you when you recorded the conversation with Lieutenant General Konasi?
I was alone.
Have you had any engagements with Sabia, Lieutenant General Sabia?
Not at all.
Ever worked with him at all?
No.
Any engagements? And then what about Brian Pariachi?
No, I never also worked with him. I know the name now.
Where you said you were employed in between May 2029 and August 2021 with Secure Asset,
Yes,
a Secure Assist.
yes.
Did anybody who you are with at the moment, the Minister General Konasi, assist you in getting that position?
There's anyone who?
Assisted or facilitated for you to be appointed in that position?
General Mkhonazi assisted.
Oh, he assisted you.
Yes.
Who are the directors, or do you know who were the directors of the company at that time when you were appointed?
No, I'll elect not to dwell much on the private company matter. It will be very unfair to drag their names here.
Okay, do any of them have contracts with government, or did
No.
the company have contracts with
Not
government?
at all.
Okay. Outside of Paul O'Sullivan obstructing you from getting positions and his role, as you have indicated in your complaint to former Minister Bekitele about setting up a whole project or operation with very high-ranking officials within our justice system. Have you had any other engagements with him?
With who?
With Paul O'Sullivan?
No, not
No.
at all.
So when you were part of that operation, what was your Damascus moment where you thought, I need to leave this?
No, after I realized what we are doing, because I thought we are doing the job. After I realized, then I wanted to leave it.
What job did you think you were doing?
Our job as IPID, investigating crime.
And then on this particular operation, when you initially, what did you think you in particular was the operations for this particular job? Like, who were you investigating, or what was the investigation
We were
about?
investigating General Pahlane.
Okay.
So I thought we are chasing the crime.
Mm.
Up until I see this too much involvement of Paul O'Sullivan as a leading us. Then I started to realize that no, something is not right.
So that was your Damascus moment.
Yes.
So you were not actively involved in the faction You only realized afterward that this was a faction. And then did you speak to anybody else about it before you went and you wrote the letter
No.
to the former minister? You just went ahead and said that, no, this is a factional arrangement and I'm leaving.
Yes.
You are now, looks like we have the same vibe happening there in SAPSPOL, pretty much in the justice system of factions operating. Are you also having a moment?
I also have.
Are you also having another Damascus moment of exposing a faction?
No, I'm not in that.
You were not involved in any
No.
factions at the moment. You were just doing your job there as a chief of staff.
Yes.
You and your buddy, Lieutenant General Konazi, had your things on the side and you weren't involved
Yes.
in any untoward things that were going on.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matthys. You still had 4 minutes left. I want to thank you so much for that. Those minutes would be donated to the anniversary of Honorable Cameron. Honorable members who are breaking were coming back at 20 hours. When we come back, the next speaker will be Honorable Sols, will be the first speaker after break. Yeah. Followed by Honorable James.
Recording stopped.
And then Honorable Nkabinde, may you please raise your hand, but don't say so help me God. Just raise your hand.
Chair, when is my turn?
We want to welcome you and thank you for the support that you are giving us. It always gives us strength and courage when members of the National Assembly come to see what we are doing here. But it's also important for South Africans to know that the work we do here, we do it in your name as the National Assembly. Thank you so much for that support.
Thank you very much.
And I hope you will stay with us until we conclude tonight's sessions. Thank you so much. Honorable members, I instruct you to stand up and go out for break.
Yes, sir.
Recording in progress.
Welcome, honorable members. Okay, thank you. The owner has taken them. Yeah. Yes. Good evening, Honorable Sols.
Good evening, Chair.
Mr. Nkabinde. Thank you. I have granted the SC permission to go and consult. He has a sore ear, and he was struggling. So, as a respectful young South Africans, I don't want to see elders in pain. So when he came to me requesting permission to go and get medication, I immediately released him. Honorable Sols and Mr. Nkabinde, your time starts now. And the best I can do from this table is to wish you good luck. All the best in your engagements. Or you want to say something? Okay.
Sorry, Chair, to disturb the process. I think it's important that I put this message, which I received now, into the record.
Yeah.
As I'm eating there, I received this message from Paul O'Sullivan.
Yeah.
Get ready, you lying crook. I am going to make sure you spend some years in prison. You were bribed by Mkhwanazi and Mabula. Now you will pay for your crimes guaranteed.
Yeah. Okay. Honorable members, are you triggered? But I had thought that Mr. Nkabinde has brought the message to our attention. And then what we should do now, we may not be coherent in the manner we deal with it. Let's think about it. And then we are together this week and next week when we are in a committee meeting dealing with these matters. For now, what we should do is for the legal authorities of Parliament, Mr. Nkabinde, to work with you and find a way how they can help you in the circumstances. And then the committee will come and have a discussion on that matter and see how your rights as a citizen of this country are guaranteed. You know, when we fly that banner which says proudly South African, we also include you in that message. Yeah, Honorable Nomvan.
No, Chair, I know that it's not a meeting to discuss all these things, but we just want to put it to the committee that the sooner we call Paul O'Sullivan to come to the committee, the better. We've heard enough about this man intimidating people, running the show alone, putting his hands where he doesn't qualify to put hands. He must come here as a matter of agents. Before we close, he must come before this committee. We just want to put that on the record, Chair.
Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Chair. In adding to what Orb Nomvalo is saying, we'd already made a request for Mr. Paul to come before this committee. But I think, Chair, it is important to put it out there that we bear responsibility to protect the witnesses that are assisting the work of this ad hoc committee and won't tolerate or stomach any form of intimidation if it comes out of a testimony that has been given before this ad hoc. We agree with you, Chair, that we're going to await the Legal Services Department to give us available options to attend to the matter decisively and, if needs be, attend it aggressively. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Matthias.
Chair, I think we must also note that this is not the first time that Paul O'Sullivan has sent such messages. There's a PMG recording when the police committee sat, I think it was in 2018, and he sent a similar message to all the MPs. So it's not just about the witness that is here today, but it's also about us as members of parliament and as members of this ad hoc committee. So a very strong message must be sent out to it. And I think we should also explore our legal obligations and options on what we can do about him outside of him just coming to appear here. We can't be threatened in front of the whole nation, actually internationally, by this Paul O'Sullivan. It can't happen.
Okay. Honorable James. Honorable Sauls, do you want to say anything on this matter?
Yes, Chair. I think very imperative that Mr. Nkabinde should send a screenshot of that message to us so that we also have that on record. And I think the whole country will be watching. What will we as Parliament do? If there was ever a time to show the power vested in us to save this country and put South Africans first, it's now.
Okay.
We can't allow that.
Thank you so much. Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. And I guess Mr. Nkabinde must screenshot that before he delete the message. And I think as MKP, we've opened cases and the police acted. We'll open a case against him. Because we can't have a thug intimidating parliamentarians and witnesses here. Like my honorable colleague Matthias said in 2018, he did the same thing. We cannot allow that, Chair. Hence, I said earlier, we should not be a banana republic or a mafia state. And I hope the police are watching this. And unfortunately, this human rights issue sometimes take time for a person to be arrested. But if I was in charge of the police, or if we're in America, you will be arrested tonight. Thank you.
Honorable Shongwe.
Chair, just to emphasize on Ubabu Nkabinde, I think when you are screenshotting, just don't only screenshot where there's a name. Kindly screenshot where there is numbers as well, where we can see it's his numbers. You are our guest, Dila. So for this Paul O'Sullivan to understand what South Africans are no longer playing, can he report to any police station tomorrow? Because personally, I am going to open that case. This is our house and you are my guest. We will deal with this person. If his attitude thinks he can run in South Africa like he did, we will deal with him. So please, Chair, as soon as next week when we're going to seek at Matlala, can we meet Paul O'Sullivan in that jail so that we can deal with him in that jail and leave him there? Thank you, Chair.
Chief Whip, do you want to say something? Okay. We will escalate this matter to the legal team of Parliament. You are also here with your legal team, Mr. Nkabinde. And we have full confidence that they will advise you appropriately on what rights you have as a South African and what appropriate steps can be taken immediately to help you. Yeah. Unfortunately, where I'm sitting, I cannot say to them, help you. I can only acknowledge their presence here to say, as people who deal with the law, for sure, they know better what are your rights as a citizen of this country and what are the necessary and appropriate steps that must be taken. And your comments are appreciated, honorable members. There are South Africans who lost their lives. There are families that even today do not know where their children are buried, who were fighting for democracy to happen, freedom and equality in this country to happen. And there shall never be any individual citizen that can arrogate all the rights to himself or herself. This country and its constitution and all pieces of legislation are in the name of the citizens of this country. So when President Mandela said, "Let freedom reign," he meant exactly this, that South Africans must enjoy every imprescriptible right in their own country. There must never be any hindrance. There must never be any boundaries to the enjoyment of human rights. So your rights remain imprescriptible. So you have a right to enjoy your rights. Honorable Souls, it's now 15 minutes after 20 hours. Your time is until 20:45.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's also very important to soberly say that we take what the witness read into the record on his phone in good faith. And we know that he will support the delegation by the screenshot so that Parliament does not appear to be saying we are just taking the testimony and therefore is moving on that. We are still requiring that evidence. And once received, we must take action. No one is allowed to do what Mr. O'Sullivan is doing. Evening, Mr. Nkabinde.
Good evening.
Based on your letter to Minister Cele, former Minister Cele in 2018, do you consider yourself a whistleblower?
That's correct, Chair.
Now, because you were victimized, is it correct for me to say that you understand what whistleblowers goes through or fights against corruption in this country?
That's correct.
Earlier, in your response to my colleague, Honorable Cameron, who said it was illegal for you to record General Mkonazi without his knowledge, you said you are sure that it was not illegal and that the law allows you to record. Were you referring to the RICA Act, Section 4.1, that says any person other than a law enforcement officer may intercept any communication if he or she is a party to this communication?
That's correct, Chair.
Just so that the country knows that it is indeed the case. You say that you and General Mkonazi is very close friends. If you had to choose between your friend and our country, would you choose your friend or our country?
I will choose the country and I will choose what is right.
You state that General Mkonazi called you on January the 2nd this year. What did he ask you in that phone call?
He asked me to speak to the minister and ask the minister to withdraw a letter of disbandment. Otherwise, there will be a fight back. And if the minister is clean, he can then continue with the disbandment letter because they are going to dig the minister while he was a premier. Furthermore, don't speak to the minister as a chief of staff. Speak to the minister as a person you know before you become a chief of staff. So in a nutshell, Chair, that was the conversation.
In your statement in section 52 or paragraph 52, you also mentioned, in addition to what you just said, that he asked, why did you allow the minister to issue this directive? Is that true?
That's correct.
And then he says you must speak to the minister to withdraw. Tell me, how do you understand? How did you understand the use of his words? How can you allow the minister to issue the directive?
No, I think the way I understood it is that some of my responsibility is to advise the minister. So I understood by that, how did we advise the minister to reach into this decision and write the letter?
Then he says you must speak to the minister to withdraw. Why does he think you have the power to do that?
I think he was referring to speak to the minister not as a chief of staff. I think he thought that because I know the minister prior, I even took him to the minister. I think he had that perception that I can speak to the minister at that level, of which it was impossible.
Okay. Do you know that he called the national commissioner on the same day, the 2nd of January, and that he WhatsApped the Minister Mkuno, also on the same day? Do you know that?
Can you repeat?
Do you know that that General Mkhwanazi called the national commissioner on the same day, 2nd January, and that he also WhatsApped the minister on the same day?
No, I'm not sure.
Okay. I put it to you that that's what he did, and we'll see later why that is important. General Masimula testified that he never called the minister to ask about the letter after speaking to General Mkhwanazi. Do you think that it's possible that General Mkhwanazi told the national commissioner on the 2nd of January not to do anything because he will deal with it? Is that a possibility?
It is possible because on going forward, the national commissioner was dealing with the matter, and even General Mkhwanazi has stopped even talking to me about the same matter. We were just talking other things after that.
So you think it's possible that the provincial commissioner can say to the national commissioner, he'll handle it, possibly?
No, I think I misunderstood you. I thought you say the national commissioner said he will handle it.
There's the other way around, but okay, so you withdraw that. Based on how close you are to your friend, General Mkhwanazi, how would you rate his influence on the national commissioner?
It is obvious that he is having an upper hand because the national commissioner had no problem in implementing this disbandment. A person who showed unhappiness from the onset was General Mkhwanazi.
After he called you on the 2nd of January Did he call you again to follow up?
He called me the following day, the 3rd, to check if I did speak to the minister. And he also called me the 4th to check. And he also called me the 5th.
So he called you the following day, the 3rd of January,
Yes,
and he called you the 4th again.
yes.
Why was he so adamant about this, do you think?
No, it means he meant what he was saying, that this directive must be withdrawn. So he was making that follow up if I spoke to the minister, whether I come right.
Was your friend angry?
He was angry.
So when you say on the 3rd of January, you told the minister that he wasn't happy, you meant that he was angry.
Yes.
Can you describe that anger?
It coupled with the threats that he mentioned. He was not saying those threats politely.
Can you please tell us about those threats again?
That if the minister does not withdraw these directives, there will be a fight back.
Hmm.
And if he is clean, he can continue. Otherwise, we're gonna dig him while he was a premier.
Did the minister, you told the minister this, correct?
Yes, I told the minister like that, yes.
Did the minister continue after hearing that threat?
In fact, with these directives, the minister gave directives and there was nothing the minister has to do. In fact, the national commissioner was continuing implementing it.
Yes, but the minister didn't stop it, didn't change it. He
No, he
continued.
did not change it because what he said the directive was for the national commissioner, not for the provincial commissioner.
Now, given the wording of that threat, and the minister heard it, and despite hearing that, he continues to do what he set out to do. Is it proper to assume that the minister did that because he felt that he knew he was clean?
Yes, he continued because he knew he was clean.
You further said that he threatened to dig up on him when he was premier. And of course, you said he's going to fight. He said the General Nkabinde said he's going to fight back. Is this that we are seeing now, him fighting back?
With the circumstances, you can relate to it.
Is that a yes?
Yes, it's yes.
You say on the 5th of January, he sent a WhatsApp with an unknown name, and that you also went to look for it on Facebook because he said he got it from Facebook, but you couldn't find it. Is that true?
That's correct.
Do you think that WhatsApp was fake?
I just come to an inference that it was still intimidating tactics from him. Because why I can't find it?
Are you saying then?
That was my inference.
Does your inference mean that you consider it to be a fake WhatsApp?
Yes.
All right. Let's go to one of the annexures that we received. It's a WhatsApp, I think it's page 71. We received it as a separate annexure at our first meeting. I don't know if you have it.
Yes, I do.
You do? Page 72. Page 72. Do you have it in front of you?
That's correct.
Now, the SC told us in the last time we saw you that that WhatsApp was received, or that screenshot of a WhatsApp was received from General Mkhwanazi and submitted as evidence that shows that Brown Mokhotsi sent you a WhatsApp. And that's the conversation between yourself and Brown Mokhotsi. You said in the last session that you don't accept that as a WhatsApp sent to you. Do you still maintain?
That's correct.
If you look at that WhatsApp, what is it that you see there? It says the sender would be Brown Mokhotsi, and the assumption is that the message is sent to you. It reads from Brown Mokhotsi, "Hello, Chief of Staff. I get your numbers from Mr. Brown." Now, would you agree that that sounds a bit suspicious, because how can the sender be Brown and then he says he got the number from Brown? Would you agree?
I do agree.
Would you then say that this is also possibly a fake WhatsApp?
That's correct.
Would you then testify based on both your experiences? Would you say that your friend, General Mkhwanazi, is in the habit of creating fake WhatsApps?
I can't say that, reason being, I got a chance yesterday to listen to Brown Mokhotsi testifying in the Madlanga Commission, wherein he testified about the same message. And he confirmed that he's the one who manufactured this and fabricated these messages.
So you are testifying that this WhatsApp is fake, but it is created by Brown Mokhotsi?
Yes, according to what he has testified yesterday.
How would you think that General Mkhwanazi got this WhatsApp from Brown Mokhotsi, of Brown Mokhotsi to you? How did he get it?
I think they got this exchange of messages from Matlala's phone, where Mr. Brown and Matlala were in conversation.
I see. So you are, as an assumption, you are testifying that this is fabricated by Brown Mokhotsi and it was retrieved by General Mkhwanazi from Matlala's phone.
That's correct.
You testified in your IPOD report that to remove the acting commissioner, then that task team that you were part of, that O'Sullivan was a part of, and McBride and so on, that the tactic or the plan to remove the acting as national commissioner at the time was, one, get a search warrant, search and seizure warrant, and then organize with the media to then, when the search and seizure happens, that they are at the venue so that they can then, as a strategy, publicize it and in this way use that as a tactic to remove the national commissioner. Is that true?
That's correct.
Is that the same thing that Brigadier Konene did to you?
I'm not sure, because according to him, they are investigating allegations that this committee is sitting investigating.
I'm not following.
I'm saying I'm not sure if they are playing the very same tactics, because my understanding, they are investigating the matter that even this ad hoc committee is sitting. So they are trying to get evidence. So I think that is an ongoing investigation.
So you agree that you should be investigated. There's grounds to investigate you, to get a search and seizure warrant and also publicize it. You agree with that approach for you personally?
After all that has been said, I fully support that the investigation has to be conducted so that it will clear our names that are already on the map for nothing.
So your name is on the mud for nothing. So you don't believe that there's grounds for that action, but you are okay with it because you know there's nothing to worry about. They will not find anything, correct?
That's correct.
But procedurally, you disagree with the fact that they would take a search and seizure warrant and then have all this media around the whole situation. You disagree with that?
I disagree, yes.
So you would then testify that it looks similar than what you have reported in 2018.
That is correct.
Would you then say that the similar thing has happened to General Sibia?
It's great possibility.
As a fact, the PKTT was not disbanded immediately. That's a fact now. They agreed to the winding down. That's what the testimony we've received. And you testified that you were part of 2 March meetings where the winding down was discussed and the minister participated in that. Would you then say, based on that, that even though the minister in his directive said immediately, but based on his conduct and actions thereafter, and you were part of 2 meetings in March, that would show that the minister was not forcing to rush it?
That is correct.
And then let's go to section 33 of your testimony. It would be paragraph 33 of your main statement.
I got it.
You got it? You say there in the second sentence, you say, I agreed to go with Lieutenant General Mkwanazi because I was also planning. Are you there already?
Which paragraph?
33.
I got it.
You got it? All right. You say there, in the second sentence, I agreed to go with Lieutenant General Mkwanazi because I was also planning to visit Minister Mkunu the next day, who is also based in Mpangeni. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now that sounds like you are saying that you only agreed when General Mkwanazi came to your house to visit. The wording there says that you agreed because you were also planning to visit Mr. Mkunu. At first reading, that is what it sounds like, that you already had a plan to visit Minister Mkunu. And then when General Mkwanazi came, you agreed to go because you already had plans to go to Mr. Mkunu. Is that the correct way to interpret that, or is there a different interpretation?
The correct interpretation is that when General Mkwanazi wanted me to accompany him to Mpangeni, this is what I told him, that we can go. I was also planning to go and visit the old man. It's been a while. So when we're there, we can just pass by.
Or it was not to mean that you had the plan before?
No.
All right. Then you also submitted, this is now just as a matter of interest, as I draw to a close, you've submitted to us the staff in your office, the support staff. You there, number 4, you have a Miss Mohoti and you have a Mr. Kumalo as part of your support staff.
That is correct.
Just out of interest to confirm, is there any relation to Raun Mohoti and General Kumalo?
Not at all.
You are 100% sure?
Yes.
All right. My last question, another one of interest. Your friend, General Kwanazi, you make us believe that you are very close to the point where you attended a funeral of a family member, etc. Do you know the former veteran and hero in our country, Mr. Riot Mkwanazi? You heard of him?
No.
Never?
Never.
All right. Mr. Nkabinde, that's all I have for you. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Souls. Honorable James, your time starts now until 10 minutes past 9.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nkabinde, do you agree with me that first impressions last and that you never get a second chance at making a first impression?
That is very correct.
5 days ago, you appeared before this committee. You were a completely different person. Am I correct?
I agree.
Who coached you?
No one, Chair, coached me, but you go to a place for the first time, you feel, you assess. Then if you get a chance to come another time, obviously you will then have the sense of environment.
So you left here 5 days ago. You've decided that you're going to pull yourself towards yourself and come here and respect this committee and not undermine us like you did the last time.
Not really to undermine. Even last time I was telling what I know, but obviously there is always a room of improvement.
Did you have any contact with Minister Nkunu over the last 5 days? Did you make a phone call? Did he call you? Did he say, well done? Did he say, do better? Any contact with the minister?
We did communicate, yes.
You did communicate in the past 5 days. And what was his advice to you?
No, he did not have any advice. The only thing he'd always say, not even when I testified, he always stressed that go there and tell the truth.
Okay.
You don't go there to cover anyone, go there and tell what you know. That's what he's always saying.
The other thing was, General Konazi came here and he said he saw you wearing an ANC t-shirt. What type of friendship do you have with General Konazi? Because in your testimony last week, you said you are best friends. That's what friends are for. He got you a job. You were traveling together. You designed his house. He came, he said he saw you in a t-shirt. And do you have a real friendship? I'm beginning to question that friendship.
Hence, I stipulated earlier that he was angry that I recorded him.
So he lied about you wearing an ANC t-shirt?
No, there was no need to say it. He was just throwing tantrums.
So
There
well,
was-
he said.
There was no need to say it. Yes, I did.
So you are saying your friend lied.
No, I'm saying he was correct that he saw me on my picture wearing a t-shirt, but there was no need to say it here. There was no relevance of it.
No, we wanted to determine the extent of political interference. I think that's how that question came, where he said that he saw you wearing an ANC t-shirt. You said earlier on that you're not affiliated to any political party. Are you then, you were seeing you've got a picture in an ANC t-shirt. Are you an ANC supporter or an ANC member?
I'm in a political office. The minister is an ANC member.
I'm asking about you.
No, I'm not.
You're not. You just wear those t-shirts.
Yes. If the minister is another political party, I'll support him like that as my principal, whatever is
So
doing.
you'll just wear any t-shirt that where you can benefit. If there's a job, you'll wear the t-shirt.
No, I'm already in the job when I'm wearing the t-shirt. I'm already the chief of staff.
But you just said that you'll wear the t-shirt irrespective if it's a different political party. I'm trying to determine who is this man before us.
Yes, I'm saying my principal. If my principal is affiliated in any political party, I will support him in that because my job is to support him, whatever he's doing, because I'm in a political office.
So irrespective of your own values and your own principles and your own beliefs, you will just do what your principal does and support.
No, especially if there is no harm in doing it.
Let me get to the more serious questions. In your meeting about in your report about the meeting at the house of former alleged gangster, drug kingpin, murderer, mobster, organized by Paul O'Sullivan, who was the AfriForum white male? I'm asking this because AfriForum has been meddling in a lot of issues, and especially when you're saying we have a state, the state has been captured. So I want to determine how far back does this go? I want to know who was the AfriForum white male and who was the DA white male at this meeting?
They were introduced like that, but without giving names.
So there's no register, there's no way of us tracking who these people were?
No. They were referred as representatives.
And the journalist, will anyone know the names of those two people at that meeting if we must go back and investigate this? Because this is very serious, what you've mentioned. And the fact that this man is now sending threats, we need to verify that what you have told us here today is 100% truth.
That's correct.
Will we be able to get the names of the DA white male and the AfriForum white male?
That's what you can get if you investigate, but no one entertained this. It was never investigated.
And now it needs to be entertained.
Then it will be, the truth will be revealed.
You said Paul O'Sullivan often speaks and everything stops in SAPS when he speaks. Are you aware of the allegations that Paul O'Sullivan is linked to foreign intelligence services?
No, I'm not aware.
Because that was one of the allegations your friend made.
I'm not aware that's possible.
It's possible.
Yes.
Is it a coincidence that Mr. O'Sullivan owns the house of a drug kingpin, gangster?
It is correct. Where we had a meeting, that house was bought by Paul O'Sullivan.
Do you know what is so scary? The evidence is from a decade ago, your report. Yet the same characters are still very active and in fact are the first to come out screaming after that press conference. And today again, they are the first to come out screaming, sending threats. 10 years ago and today they are still active. That is extremely scary. And I ask myself, you formed a task team, and today we're all supposed to be clapping for a swimming fish. You formed a task team. You knew what you were doing. and you went to the home where bodies were found in bathrooms. You're part of SAPS, and you use taxpayers' money, and you take members from every unit within SAPS to advance agendas because people want ranks. Is that fair on South Africans? Is that the right way to deal with matters that compromises our safety in this country? And then you say, I had an aha moment, and then I stepped away. Do you know these people embroiled, these people that you were sitting around this table with? They've been feeding drugs to our communities. And I'm not saying this from hearsay. This is how serious this is. And it's scary to think that Mr. O'Sullivan is sending messages right now in this committee, compromising all of these members in this committee. And you as SAPS had a task team set up, a task team not to deal with the safety of citizens, a task team to deal with plotting against your fellow colleagues. Does that make it right?
Not at all. That's why I reported it.
You reported it, but you were part of it. There's no holy cows in this. There's absolutely no holy cows in where we find ourselves. So people can't participate, and months later they have an aha moment, and because they come here and they speak truth, we're supposed to be clapping hands. You were part of the harm. And you need to be held accountable. Am I correct?
No, you're not correct.
Honorable member,
You're not correct.
may you please not pass judgment on the witness. Ask him questions and allow him to respond.
The moment I realized,
Chair,
I reported.
understand where I'm coming from. These people, I cannot understand, Chair, how SAPS members can go to the home where women were murdered, where bathtubs were filled with blood, and they decide to host and have meetings at a crime scene. We cannot be calm with it because that person that was sitting in jail was selling drugs in our communities with all the networks.
No, I hear what you are saying, Honorable James, but we said that the witnesses who are appearing before us are not suspects. They are having a conversation with us as a committee to help us realize the objectives that we have agreed on in the terms of reference, the 4 pillars.
I agree, they're not suspects, but even if they're not suspects, Chair, sometimes they are enablers.
Let me conclude this. Because nobody has been charged here or has been found guilty, has been convicted, let's not cast aspersions at them. Even those that are convicted, we still believe that they can be rehabilitated. So just have a conversation with the witness, ask him questions, let him respond to your questions.
Chair, you need to understand where we're coming from, and when we say we are the voice of South Africans. They cannot be rehabilitated when they've destroyed the lives of many children in our communities that's now suffering with drug-induced psychosis. The scars of what they have done. We need to see and link what is happening here to communities, what is unfolding on the ground. Let me move on.
Ask him a question, don't condemn him. When he comes out of here, he must still say, I met with the leadership of this country.
Mr. Nkabinde, in your supplementary statement, you apologize for using thumbsuck dates in your original affidavit. You say the wording thumbsuck was due to your inability to verify dates. Correct, in your paragraph 16?
That's correct.
You effectively excuse the fact that you told this committee that your dates were thumbsucked because your devices were seized on the 10th of October and you could not verify the dates, correct?
That's correct.
In the same supplementary statement before us, you again provide exact dates. For example, that the 30th of September meeting was cancelled and replaced by the 28th of October meeting, and that Konazi called you on the 1st of October and not the 30th of September. Now, how did you verify these dates if your devices were seized?
I verified it with an assistant of the PA of the minister and the minister's diary.
You blame the device seizure for your thumb-sucked first affidavit. But in the supplementary, you say you verified dates using the minister's diary, which you say now, shown to you by the PA. Why did you not consult that diary before signing your first affidavit? Because what you said here the first time you appeared before this committee, you said that under oath.
My initial affidavit and the topics that I was advised to cover, I was satisfied with the version that I gave up until the question came from the committee that it's not enough. I must first check when and how I met the first time Brown, of which I never, and I think with the evidence leaders and my legal team, we never anticipated that we need to clarify as far back as I only reported the meeting of October, which it had materialized. I thought that was the issue, according to the guidelines.
Moving on to claiming you didn't know Mokhotsi to now, you know him. When exactly was the first time you came across Brown Mokhotsi and how did you get in touch with him?
The minister gave me his number.
When did you first get Mokhotsi's number, the date?
28th of August, 2024.
You say in your statement that minister gave you Mokhotsi's number on the 20th of August. Is that your evidence?
That's
Paragraph
correct.
55
Yes.
and 55.6.
That's correct.
And then when you first started communicating with Mr. Mokhotsi, how many meetings did you set up in total between the minister and Mr. Mokhotsi? Because the last time you were here, and I'm getting somewhere, I know we've asked you these questions, you said only once.
Yes, I was referring the one that said.
You said only once.
Yes, it's only once.
And today, 5 days later, it's more than 5 times.
No, it's
because
only,
there's been 2 cancellations.
it's only one.
Only one what?
Only one meeting that said.
I'm not speaking about one meeting that's set. I'm asking about your communication and your interaction with Mr. Brown Mokhotsi.
My initial statement is saying I had several engagements with him.
You told Parliament last week that you only arranged the one meeting in Stilfontein, 28 October meeting. Do you remember that that was your evidence?
No, 28 October is a supplementary. Previously, the initial statement, I don't have a date. I said October or November.
But do you see the contradictions between your 2 statements?
It's not.
And they were both under oath today and last week.
It's not contradiction if the date of the meeting is October or November, and the actual date is 28 October. There's no contradiction there. It's within the estimate.
Let me say this to you. What I cannot understand is that you were under oath last week, as you are today, and you told us last week, you told us A last week, but we are being told B today.
Yeah, there's no different anyway. So it means my estimates were accurate, in fact. The only thing I did not have an exact date.
I am struggling to understand when you were telling the truth. Was it last week or was it today? We know that there were discrepancies in dates.
It means both because there are no changes.
You left out a lot of information last week.
Yes, we never anticipated how the committee will probe.
Given all these contradictions, whether you knew Mokgotsi, how you got his number, how many meetings you arranged, your reliance on thumbs-up dates, why should this committee accept that your corrected version of any of your evidence? Why should we accept it as being reliable?
It should accept it because it's not off.
So you're saying
It's
that
not
this,
way off. If the initial statement, it's estimate October, November, and the correct date is 28 October, so it means there's no contradiction.
so you're saying within 5 days, a leopard changed its spots? I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Are you done, Honorable James? Thank you. Honorable Shongwe. You'll come after him. Yes. Yeah, let's proceed, Honorable Shongwe.
Okay, thank you, Chair. For
Just a moment, Honorable Sols is raising a hand.
Chair, I have a question. I know I still have time left. Would you be kind for me to ask that one question I didn't ask?
Yeah, I will not agree. You can only come and ask later when all speakers have. We have agreed in principle that we are not going to come between the speakers.
No problem, sir.
Okay, Honorable Shongwe, let's proceed.
Baba Nkosi siyaphila mphathi.
Siyaphila.
Siyaphila ungixolele iloya lengisithile phambi kwakho usuyongilunguza. Hayi no ngizohlala la. Mhlawumbe usisangashifta kancane. Mfowethu ngicishe ngathi kuwe mawubuye nabazali. Ngoba ngifuna nje sekethi ukuxoxa ngoba hayi bengingakuzwa kahle iveke elidlule. Ngiyabona kubuye udla intelezi. Uyikhafulela. Uqinile namhlanje. Udlile. Asicale la mfaka baba. Ngicabanga ukuthi namhlanje ngifuna ukusho ukuthi ngiyambona ke mina umngwane kaMkhwanazi. Ngoba sidinga amadoda azokwazi ukuthi alimele iqiniso. In the position you were serving, kudingeka amadoda aqinile. Kodwa ke kumina ukaphuma ecaleni leveni, isakulindile iveni ngaphandle. Sekuyoba ukuthi ikhapha ukuthi uyovula icala noma ungene phakathi. Siyoxoxa lapho lo. Ngicela ufuna ukudlula la. Wenze kahle ke wathatha le offer yomsebenzi when you had a fight with McBride. Why I'm saying you did very well in taking that offer is this. The forms at 83 asks you then, somewhere down there, have you worked for SAPS? Were you ever fired at SAPS? And once you tick the yes, I've been fired, give you a space. Chair, young Pazamis, 5 minutes. 5 minutes, Chair. No, penalty, 5 minutes, Chair. More, 5 minutes more.
Proceed, Honorable Shongwe. I'm sorry.
I need that 5 minutes.
I apologize very profuse.
No, thank you. So I'm saying that document says where you fired at SAPS, and should you tick yes, it gives you a space where you must put reasons. You are not going to have those reasons because you had a contract or something that was signed, which is an agreement between you and McBride.
That's correct.
So I would applaud you for taking that offer. And I feel very, very sad. You know, when your phones were taken and Mr. Mkhunu's phones were taken, not so long after that, a gentleman who's also ahead in the IDEC got kidnapped and his phones were taken. What worries me is that the same Z33 you are applying IO to get IDEC, right?
That's correct.
It said that Sisoko got fired twice in the subs, if I'm not wrong, or IDEC somewhere.
I paid. Yes.
How come, in your own knowledge, he got to be rehired on at that time?
By that time, McBride was on suspension when Mr. Sissoko got fired. And when McBride returned back to work after he won a constitutional court, then he brings them back.
So is that allowed in SAPS?
We don't know what processes he followed to bring them back. I was not privy to that information.
Do you happen to know why was he fired?
I know I can't recall.
Angibambele na umphako mfethu uye nawe ekhaya ngakakhohlwa. One ngicela mawufika makubuya amafoni wakho ungizamele ngakho yonke indlela ukuthi umthole labantu be-DA, AfriForum, especially lower media. Do you know who was that journalist?
I don't know the name.
You know the name?
I don't know the
You
name.
don't know. Okay, umphako oqala lo mphako wesibili nawo oSolomon wakubhalela i-email, wabhala i-email to whoever was supposed to hire you, right?
That's
And
correct.
you're not hired. I need that email. And who did it go to? Who was it sent to that email?
The former national commissioner.
Who was that?
General Sitol.
Did he confirm that he got such an email?
Yeah, I was copied. He got it because he responded to Paul O'Sullivan.
How did he respond?
He said he acknowledged the message. He will keep him posted.
And do you think he did keep him posted?
Yeah, because I was never hired.
Okay. Do you assume you were never hired, or you know what you were never hired because of that email?
I know I was never hired because I had all documentation that I was recommended for the post.
Oh, okay. Okay. So please, ubambele lo mphako mfethu, I need that. Do you have any evidence, mphako wokugcina, do you have any evidence that O'Sullivan gets money from ngaphandle?
What I know is that he frequently to London, and then he comes this side with equipment of spying.
He bought them outside.
Yes,
Does he have any business with Paul O'Sullivan? Uyasebenza anyway. Does he have a salary or what?
I don't know. He calls himself forensic examiner or forensic investigator. He called himself like that.
Do you think that would make him a very rich person?
No.
Who McBride, is it the same McBride who was, I'm not sure, fired a Kuruleni or something was happening? Is this the same McBride?
Yeah, the same one who was fired at Guruleni.
Is he friends with Paul O'Sullivan?
Yeah.
And why would you say that?
Yeah, because while I was in IPID, they were very close together.
They were very close.
Yeah. I thought at the beginning, Paul O'Sullivan is a complainant.
But
I realized that no, they are pushing a certain agenda here.
Unpet. Is this the agenda of getting McBride as the commissioner of SAPS?
That's correct.
Ngike ngasebenza ke mfowethu emaphoyiseni. Ngenkathi ngikhona, wayekhona lama rumors lawo. Ngikhumbula indaba kaPhahlane, ijimiswe kakhulu nge-sound system. At some stage, General Pahlane, it was said he was in his office giving proof to whoever was there in that office of the payment of sound system. But at the same time, it happened with on the media, there were people with estate broadcasting the issue of this sound system, while on the other side, he was giving proof. Do you recall such a story?
I was there.
Which side were you, at his office or in the house?
I was at his office. We arranged the media to be that side. So that when we arrived, the media was waiting for us to capture us. Then when he produced the proof that he bought the sound system, we were so disappointed. Then we contacted McBride that no, we are having a problem here. This man is producing a proof. Then he said, no, just go, just so that we can do what we are doing for the media.
In that same time, I remember in one of his interviews or somewhere, Hashan, or it was part of the story moving around SAPS, because I was in the college. It is said that Paul O'Sullivan entered that estate pretending to be working for SAPS,
That's what happened, pretending to work for IPID.
for IPID.
Yes.
Was there a case open for that?
Yes, that is a case that I said it's gathering dust.
How long ago?
When I left IPID, the docket was already there.
And
Maybe
how long ago have you
maybe
left IPID?
2018.
Is this when you were fired or given an offer?
Yes, the docket but was already there.
Ngikhumbula something, when I say now I see umngani kaMkhwanazi, you are now showing me what you did what Mkhwanazi did. Bakushaya.
That's correct.
So usho ukuthi ekuthenini uphinde futhi uyenze lento wayenza bosovinjwe isisu mntaka baba ukuthi mhlamba kunakudla ekhaya.
No, under the circumstances, it's all about principle and the truth. I can be your friend, but I also be firm with the truth.
If you were to get a chance to speak to Ubaba Mkhwanazi, what would you say to him?
We're still gonna talk.
Mbungathini again.
No, we are still gonna talk about the whole of this thing because my assessment into all of this, and now we are having ad hoc committee and all. First of all, General Mkhwanazi is a person that what you see is what you get.
Okay.
And
Mhlamba ungizwa mntaka baba ubungathini ubaba Mkhwanazi. Ngizokunika ithuba lembuzo yakho. Yabo lo wakho umbuzo uzubuzile wena. Asambe ngalo kwami mntaka baba. Uma ungabona ubaba Mkhwanazi ungathini ke?
About the whole issue.
Ungathi asilungise insizwa sebabangani silwempi noma info ayishayani lethi indoko ushayani.
Hayi namanje siyibona abangani.
Nisaxoxa.
No bese ngakaxoxi phela kusashisa.
Idubela.
Kodwa namanje sayena umngani noma sixabane ngalutho. Wadinwa nje ukuthi ngimrekhodile ngizozomchazela nje futhi mhlawumbe ulalele la uthi hayi ngangikurekhoda ngoba ungilethele imessage engingayithola.
Okay. Uyabona la
Kodwa kona ukuxabana sixabene.
Ngixabene.
Asixabene.
Phethe 3 amaphepha imibuzo yami yokuqala nayo bengikufaka evenini ngale. Ngale ngifuna ukukulalela. So ngifuna ukuthi sicede sibuyele emuva. Senimshikishile kuphahlana. The next in line was supposed to be Umthiba to be national commissioner. What happened with that? Did you guys anticipate ukuthi angangena?
Yes, then he was become a target.
Namenzani yena?
There were 2 cases opened against him.
Which cases were those?
Defeating ends of justice. That I remember. I think it was 2 defeating ends of justice.
Were they successful?
They wouldn't be successful because they were fake.
They were fake.
Yeah.
Okay, asidlule lapho. Kunomfo kaDladla uyamkhumbula wayeprotect uBaba Zuma. Kwakune story ukuthi ukhandelwa amacala. And then I think I remember ngalezo inkathi wonke umuntu eSAPS becabanga ukuthi uyena ozoba ugeneral. Umsholozo wanishikisha wadlala idraft wafaka usithole. Nenzani ngomfo kaDladla?
uDladla, he was very close to the former president because he was responsible for presidential protection services. Then McBride identified him as a person who could speak to the former president and make it happen for him to be the national commissioner. And in doing so, they had to go and check and dig what they can find against Dladla, so that that will be used as leverage to Dladla.
And what did you find?
There was a case of he bought a house and he had a shortfall, and that shortfall was paid by a certain service provider.
Was that service provider Mr. Mantata?
Yes.
Mantata, Mantata, ne?
Yes.
Mantata. So in that case, nenzani angitholi kahle uyichaza. Yavulwa leyo case kwathiwa.
Then he was called. This is the case we are having, but this is what, let's just make a deal. This is what we want for McBride to become a national commissioner.
And was the
Then the
deal,
case will be not go forward.
was the deal made?
Yes.
Do you think he took that offer because he was guilty or what? Was this money clean? The money was this money clean or what?
No, we couldn't prove any corrupt activities in that transaction because there was a loan settlement, there was a loan agreement, and also we could not find if Dladla is involved in any supply chain or procurement services.
So it's also alleged we supply chain as well. There were allegations as well.
The allegation was that the service provider paid a shortfall who happens to fitting a blue light in the VIP cars. So now, because Dladla is a head of presidential protection services, and the cars under his environment were fitted by the very same person. So they were linking that as it could be a corrupt activities.
I once came across a newspaper, I think the article was down there, saying this Mantata won a case. Was it the very same case, Lenny Bill deal or something?
I think so.
But now, you said today they are back in court on the same issue again.
No. This is a separate blue light. There is another blue light where Pahlane is involved.
At the time I was working as SAPS, I think there were 3, if not 4 times of this blue light, because I was working at Benoni Mechanical, where we also fitted blue lights in that college. So his name was very well known. But there's a company that fits blue lights, and the vehicle markings as well was done there as well. So I remember the standard didn't come once, it was in sections, right? So all these sections, do you suspect the people who are busy opening cases against Mantata were like looking for Imali?
No, I can't be sure because I don't have such evidence.
So what would be making ukuthi abuyele kangaka record Mr. Mantata kangaka? Because he's rumored to be complaining about Abosisoko.
Yeah, I'm not sure because I don't have merits of those cases. But if he is complaining, he need to have some ear to listen and investigate.
Okay. Asibuyele kokugcina la. Why did the NDPP, Mr. Sean Abrams, never agreed with Mr. McBride to bring any docket without evidence?
Yeah, because Sean Abram will not allow to be part of capture.
So that's why he left.
Yes.
So, Mawuti capture, were you captured by McBride?
No, he cannot capture me because I'm working with him.
Okay. So were you part of him?
Yes.
In terms of doing this wrong?
I was part of him until I realized that something is not right.
Ngiyakhumbula inkulumo ethi wena naqabaniswa icase McBride wayekunikeza isiqondiso sokuthi uyifuna ihambe kanje. Which case was that and what did you do? If iqiniso lelo. Yini yaniqabanisa kahle hle?
Ewo wona lama case abo Phahlane no Motiba. So those are conduct that I could not take it once I realized that we are not pursuing crime here, we are just destroying people.
So which case specifically singayixoxa ukuthi kwenzeka kanje?
No, mainly it's gonna be Phahlane.
Phahlane.
Yeah.
So Phahlane, you're saying nje ubuhleli lapho in your own word, Phahlane akenzanga lutho, waxoshwela mahala.
Yeah, he produced even a proof, but we had to do that drama because that is a drama that suspended him,
Which drama was it?
the media.
Which drama in specific? Nothing. Is it the sound system one or
The sound
something
system
else?
one is the sound system one. Even after he produced a proof, but we had to go to complete the mission.
I think, Chair, on record, can we ask who Mr. Pahlane ukuthi asondele sizoyiqoqa lento. I'm finding evidence la ukuthi no, I'm not finding evidence. I'm finding into eshoyo ukuthi ke kugangiwe in the state and people were destroyed by his team nabo McBride and the Sissokos, if it is alleged, nabo O'Sullivan. But now I want to know something. The time O'Sullivan angene office in akhuluma nana niphama meeting, you said there was this WhatsApp group. In that WhatsApp group, bekhona bani nobani nobani nobani.
No, it's McBride and the team.
And the team.
And the team, yes.
Paul was part of that.
Paul was always part
of that WhatsApp.
Yes.
Giving instruction or just listening?
Giving instruction.
Sesizoyivala le ndaba yami nawo manje. Ngine question nje oyishilo, something oyishilo. Kondote, I was not there when a letter was written. But somewhere you say Upikoli had an input within Lapo. What was Upikoli's input in that letter of disbanding PKTT?
I can't recall, but the minister said before you send the letter, get Upikoli to proofread and check it. And then I remember there was few amendments that he made, which the minister agreed that I must send it with those amendments.
Angimkhumbuli lo Pikoli. Is it Vusi Pikoli? Is it the one bekakhona ku Zuma Must Fall campaign ahamba lapha phambili? State capture something?
No, I don't think so. He was how I know him, he was a former DPP at one stage.
Yes. Very vocal.
Yes.
Okay. Mvuka baba, ngicabanga ukuthi abakwaNkabinde namhlanje uzamile ukuthi sihloniphe isibongo sabo. Ngabacelela ukuthi ekuyeni phambili ingathi mfethu ukwenza kwenu ngayicabanga izibongo zethu. Ukuthi kudinga ukuthi siprotecte futhi siyilwele. Ngoba yabona last week abanga ukuthi bowusindwa ilento eleziyami. Ubutatazela into engazwakali ube ngathi ukhuluma into engekho. But today mfethu ngicela uhambe ekhaya uqine. Yabona ngiyakwazi ukuthi ngubale nami nalamadoda engihamba nawo amathathu kanye nomkhwanasi. But asike sibuye siphinde sidibane. Sasa ngicela uyongivulela icase mfethu ngiyacela mina this one ngiyacela angu instruct ngiyacela. Ngikhathele lo Paul Sullivan wakho. Ngikhathele impela uyena. Sizokwazi ukuthi silungise country yethu. Ngiyabonga. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chief Whip.
No, thanks, Chair. I think the first question I would like to get a clarity on Mr. Nkabinde. It has to do with the participation of the journalist that we are referring to on the McBride plot. What I want to understand is whether the journalist was engaged consciously in an effort to cause distraction to certain people, or the journalist only knew about his or her participation in as far as he or she will be a headline breaker.
No, they knew. They knew about the plot.
So they were not just going to be breaking the news, but they were fully in support of the plan of taking McBride to the role of a national commissioner, meaning fully conscious that we also want to see that happening.
Yes, they will be present in the planning, even if it's a planning for next week or days coming. They will plan with us.
What could be the motivation or the possible gain for the journalist, in your own view, having gone through
A
that process?
journalist, it's a breaking story. This is a high profile people, acting national commissioner.
Yes.
And on the other hand, the media is got power to influence the decision makers, like the president.
Okay. So what would probably be their benefit at a later stage would be that this journalist in particular, or those journalists, will have a national commissioner who I will say eats on the palm of their head.
Possible.
Okay. And then on the issue of, and I want to come back to your statement. If you remember the statement that you gave us, I think it's on the first one, paragraph 25. Paragraph 25 of the first statement, not the supplemental one. In that paragraph, you are making references to the hawks being used. That is a matter relating to the concern that had been raised to you and IPED. Who, in your own opinion, and for what purpose was using the hawks, or could be, or could have been using the hawks?
No, I was not privy to understand political dynamics at that stage. I'm not sure.
Okay. You know, when Minister was here, and one of the things that, among many that he told us, was that he directed you to send his letter, his directive,
Yes.
to the Office of the National Commissioner.
Yes.
But then he discovered that beyond the National Commissioner, you also sent the letter to the PAs of other generals. Are you aware of that?
No, that's not correct.
That's not correct.
Yeah, if he referred to PAs, he will be referring to PAs of the National Commissioner.
Okay. Because he said, we have that on record, that I think it was me or someone else who even asked a question. It must have been myself. I asked a question that shouldn't we draw some inference to the conduct of Lieutenant General Sbiya on the matter, and with him having been told almost at the same time with the National Commissioner about the directive, would not create a perception that Mr. Nkabinde was somehow a part of a game which was intended to ensure that this directive is out. It must never be delayed. Sbiya must have it as soon as possible. I posed that question to the minister because he said, I then discovered that the letter was also shared with the PAs of other generals. So I'm explaining to you to understand why was it important for me to ask that question, because we have been exposed on the activities of Lieutenant General Sbiya, some of which raise questions about the manner in which he essentially applied himself to the disbandment of the PKT. So that is the context within which I was asking the question. So you didn't share it with PAs of other generals?
Not at all. What is reflected there, these are only people absent.
Okay. Now on paragraph 32, that's when you were talking about that you were introduced by Mahlangu to Mkhwanazi.
Correct?
Yes, you were introduced by Mahlangu to Mkhwanazi, and then of course you got along from there as friends. How often were you seeing each other as friends
between the time of introduction up to around 2024, how often were you engaging with him?
No, because of the busy schedule, especially his site as a PC, and also me working in Gauteng, and he's a PC in KZN. So it was not that regular. Maybe if he comes this side, we might meet. I might go to his hotel. Then when I go to Durban, he might come to me. I might go to him, but it's not regular because of his busy schedule as a PC.
Okay. And then after you were appointed as the chief of staff, how regular were you interacting with him?
We were interacting quite often now as a chief of staff.
As chief of staff.
Yes, we were interacting quite often.
Especially before the 31st, let's say even before the 31st of December when the
Even
minister.
before 31st, even after, because without the directives, we used to talk some other things as well.
Okay. So in the course of your engagement with him as your friend, I mean, it's natural that friends will also share their own frustrations about the work where they are working, whether it's government or in the private sector. Has he not engaged you about what is happening in the PKTT and his assessment of developments that would have resulted into what happened after the 31st of December?
Not at all. Not at all. This thing of PKTT, it came after that media briefing. We never even spoke about it.
Okay. So when he called you on the 2nd of January, called again on the 3rd of January, because at that time there were no difficulties between the two of you.
Yes.
Why was it not easy for you to get back to him on the 2nd of January? Even if you say, look, I can't find the minister, but I thought because you and I are friends, you deserve to know. You can't call me today about a matter that is of serious concern to you, and then I sleep over it, not come back until you call me back the next day.
I never realized. In fact, I thought I was going to speak to the minister when I see him in Cape Town. I never realized it is so urgent. My aim was not even to call the minister because I knew that that week we're going to be in Cape Town. Then when I sit with him, then now because of these consecutive calls, then I had to now check with the minister that.
You made a reference to paragraph 49 of your statement. I will give you a summary. You don't have to go back there. You remember once I said. But with the point that we were saying was that in your understanding, the implementation of the directive of the minister will only take place when the national commissioner is back. You said that is your understanding.
Yes.
Now, what informs that understanding, given the fact that the directive is issued on the 31st of December, the national commissioner is away at the time when the directive is being issued, and he will only come back on the 14th of January. And yet, the first report is required 6 days later, which is the 20th of January.
For me, after General Mkhwanazi indicated that he is not happy, he indicated that let us wait for the national commissioner to come back, because in any event, the letter was directed to the national commissioner. So why I'm referring to this, it's because the due date is after the national commissioner is back. So when the national commissioner is back in the office and there are any concerns he wants to raise, at least he will be back in the office. It will be different if the due date is during the time is away.
Okay. You know, the National Commissioner told us, I mean, there's one thing that you and him agree on about the meeting of the 6th of March. I think it was here in Cape Town, that meeting.
Yes.
The two of you are agreeing in terms of your testimony that you were both in the same meeting.
Mm.
But his contention is that that meeting was very difficult. There were strong disagreements. On one hand, it was him and Lieutenant General Kumalo who were advocating for a particular line in terms of what has to be done in response to the directive. And on the other side was Lieutenant General Sbia. I can't remember who else, but with you, also very, very strong pulling to the different direction. What's your comment on that?
On that meeting, there was no heating up argument. There were debates, there were seeking clarity questions, but there was absolutely nothing. And if I remember correctly, even myself, it was only once where I seeked clarity on. So you cannot say a person who raised a clarity once, you can refer that person as he's advocating something. I even remember what I was asking in that. I was just seeking that clarity, but all in all, the National Commissioner has never gave any sign of there is a problem. Absolutely. I really don't understand what is going on now, because he has never, even a facial expression, you could not even see. He's laughing, it's flowing. It's a healthy debate, clarifying things. He's just pushing the implementation. And this implementation plan came with him, that this is how I want to implement this. And the minister agreed.
By the time you met in March, obviously, you had worked with the National Commissioner for almost a year, because you started in August.
Yes.
Do you have any recollection of any other time during your tenure with him where he demonstrated facially, as we are saying, or otherwise, that he's really hurtful, angry, and unhappy with something?
No, it has never happened.
So then how do you know that on that day he was not happy? Because it has always been like that. How do you know that he has a different way of demonstrating how he feels when he's confronted by a matter that is uncomfortable to him?
No, we can't have a national commissioner like that. Otherwise, we'll have this ad hoc committee again and again. We can't have a national commissioner who cannot say left or right. Because we are here today, it's because of the national commissioner.
No, he told us that he was saying left and you were saying right with others.
No,
so his
was,
version is that that meeting was very difficult, and he, together with Lieutenant General Kumalo, were very much opposed to what you and Sbia stood for on that day.
No, there was no such thing.
There
was no such thing.
Now, with the benefit of hindsight and with your experience in the police, Mr. Nkabinde, would you say that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was correct that the minister must be careful because he might be caught in an internal battle within the police officers?
Yes, he did share with me that sentiment. He even said we need to protect the minister.
So you and in your own assessment, the minister is really now into the space that Mkhwanazi has warned against?
No, I think it was a directed. As a person who is also close to the minister, I believe that the minister is just caught in the middle here.
You believe that?
Yes, because I'm close to the minister, and even General Mkhwanazi did share with me that sentiment, because General Mkhwanazi had a problem with General Sibiya, of which the minister tried to call them together as to try a peacemaking meeting. So now the minister is in a predicament where he speaks to everyone in the top management, not necessarily because Sibiya is his friend. So General Mkhwanazi was engaging me in that perspective, of which me, next to the minister, I could not see anything wrong as well, because the minister, it was all about work.
Okay. And so Mark Bright, and those who worked with him, for, of course, including you at the time, for his ambitions to become a national commissioner, it will appear to me at all cost.
That's correct.
So that he can achieve what? What does Mark Bright want?
I think they had more things with Paul O'Sullivan, maybe things that we don't know at our level. But to be a national commissioner, it was identified as more powerful than being executive director of IPID.
So in your discussions, when he was leading you into these various interventions of plots, he never indicated what is the end game. Because it doesn't seem to me that it would be convincing to come to the conclusion that all that he wants, nothing else but just become a commissioner. For what purpose? What did he want to achieve?
If there was anything behind, surely it will be not revealed to us at our level.
So you may have been juniors sometimes to understand some of those details, if they were.
If they were, surely he will not discuss it with us.
Yeah. Now, with your exposure to him and the activities that he was engaged on, your conclusion about him is what? Is a criminal or he's not a criminal? I mean, all of these things that he committed to destroy people's future or livelihoods, if I were to use your name, who is this man? I mean, how should South Africans understand him?
That's a rock element.
It's a rock element.
Yes.
Now, it would seem to me, Mr. Nkabinde, that following your report, the IPID report that you gave us, it would seem to me that maybe more than what we have come to realize, but there are seriously dirty policemen, because I've not heard of a policewoman as yet, policemen in our system. And what do you think we need to do to eradicate them? What will it take? You are a police officer yourself. This is your terrain. You've been there. You were fortunate that besides being an ordinary police officer, you were taken into the IP, deployed there, and from there you went to the department to become a chief of staff. Now, you are almost closer to people who might say in the nearest future, I've seen it all. What do you think we need to do in order to defeat that behavior, that destructive behavior within the police service?
Yeah, I think it's more of a consequence management. No accountability. instead of accountability, there's so much cover-ups. So now, if there's so much cover-ups on the top, the train is losing a direction. But it's more of accountability and consequence management, and make sure that things are people are held accountable.
But how to do it when the leading figures are those who are in charge? I mean, McBride is the top guy in IPID. He's the executive director, that's what it's called. And then, but he engages in such a dirty exercise. How to deal with that?
I think even oversight bodies, including portfolio committees and all, they need not just to receive what is presented to them. They need to be more held people accountable.
Would you say that with the benefit of hindsight, given where we are now, since the day, that fateful day, if I were to call it, when Mkhwanazi did a press conference, would you say that you are happy that he did that press conference, in a sense that this has given us an opportunity as a nation to confront the rot and hopefully to eradicate and defeat it?
Yeah, as a person who even did it before myself, I always support when people are coming up front and report things. Then it's depending whether the truth or not truth and how the investigation unfold. But I will always encourage people to come forward and talk about issues.
And then this document, your report on IPID, that report on McBride, I just want to draw attention to a paragraph on page 6 of 8, where you say, Mr. Sisoko recalled this docket back to the original investigating officer to continue with the investigation after the outcome of the ANC conference. And this case is still not yet finalized up to date. What was the significance of the docket being recalled and you mentioning the outcome of the ANC conference? What is supposed to be understood by us with that? Can see it's on top of page 6, ne?
On top or at the bottom?
No, at the top of page 6. If you go to page 6 of your report to Minister Kane, page 6 of 8.
Or Mr. Sisoko?
Mr. Sisoko, yes. That sentence. We can read it loud so that we can confirm on the same sentence.
Mr. Sisoko recalled this docket back to the original investigating officer to continue with the investigation after the outcome of the ANC conference. And this case is still not yet finalized up to date. This docket, it was the docket against Ladla. And it was used for Ladla to arrange and talk on behalf of Mr. McBride to the former president. And then this docket was removed from the initial investigator. Then, after the former president appointed General Sithole, it means the plan has never materialized. So it was thereafter, after the conference, when McBride wanted the docket to move now because it did not yield the desired result.
You know, the reason I was asking Mr. Nkabinde, I wanted to ascertain the significance of after the outcome. Because after the outcome and after the conference may be two different things in terms of the importance you are attaching to them. But you have used the word after the outcome. Is there any particular reason why there is a reference to the outcome, not after the conference, just general?
Yes, it was relevant because this docket was in reference to Dladla, close to the former President Zuma. So the only time this docket could move, it was after the conference where a new leader was elected.
Oh, I see. No, the chair is protesting that I need to conclude. So let me just ask one last question in this case. The very last, no, it's page 7 of 8 of the same document. Page 7 of 8, same document, last paragraph. And I want to draw your attention to, okay, that paragraph is also, is both a paragraph and, no, it's not a sentence. The last sentence. The last sentence says the other mandate given to the two DPCI members was to control the NPA through their white prosecutors' contact. Who were the white prosecutors?
They had their own prosecutors that they deal with, not any other, because they had a certain understanding.
So basically there was a cabal of prosecutors.
That's correct.
Who are equally part of these conspirators.
That's correct.
And will those prosecutors be within the same group that Mr. Paul O'Sullivan also uses for his own objectives?
Yeah, it's one group.
It's one group.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Thanks. I would like to end there. Thanks a lot, Mr. Nkabinde.
Thank you so much, Chief Whip. Thank you so much, Mr. Nkabinde. We have come to the end of the list. I want to ask you some questions. Honorable Skosana, what is that?
Oh, thank you, Chair. Remember when I asked to go, when I had a problem, I said, I'm going to come back. You said to me, because of your benevolent, as usual, you can afford me to make that to finish with my follow-up. Thank you.
How many follow-up questions do you have?
It will take me 3 minutes, Chair.
Okay. Who else?
I'm donating the other 3 to you, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Who else? How many questions, Honorable Sols?
Two,
Two.
Chair. Yeah.
And who else? Honorable Matthews, how many questions? Yeah. You are the only people who did not exhaust their allocated time. But today is the last time we do this. I'm not a storage or a bank or a loan shark. where I loan you time and then you don't pay me back. You don't want to use your time, Honorable James. Eh? You're fine. Honorable Kola Barnett, because you had the most time of all the members, you still had 20 minutes. So, and I wanted to give you those 20 minutes to use. 3 questions, Honorable Skosan. When you ask, I say 1. Come with the second question, I say 2. Then, yeah.
Young intimidator, your benevolent has been thrown out of the window. But it's fine. I'll combine them quickly. Ngithokoze mgcinisihlalo che lapho. Yabona namhlanje ke che ngihaphuhlekile namhlanje. Yabona angifuna ukuleya mala ni. You know, ngihaphuhleke khulu into erarako la. Ngizokuthoma ngithi if you remember quickly, do you know Leon Mbangwa, the former chief of staff of Minister Natim Nhleko? And why I'm asking that? I'm asking that because if the allegation is true that he's one of the person you asked him to help you in terms of how are you going to perform your duties as a chief of staff in that office, is that true?
That is correct.
Now, because already you've spoken about the combination of Paul O'Sullivan and McBride, if I remember well. And did you remember that you've discussed that with General Mkhwanazi? And as well, if I'm right, is it true that as a result of that grievance that you registered, that some person was appointed into the post to investigate because of experience as compared to you? Or was it what you told us that McBride is the one who made sure that you don't get the post?
No, it was a post in the SAPS. It
Yes.
was Paul O'Sullivan who sent an email.
Yeah, oh, okay.
Yes.
My last one. Chair, I just want to find out whether is it true that you told General Mkhwanazi that Paul O'Sullivan was using the grabber.
Yes.
Now, Chair, it means that we still have the grabber with Paul O'Sullivan as we speak today here, and which is dangerous for this country. We have someone who's not authorized. It's illegal. But let me tell you, and I must say this as I'm closing, Chair. Mr. Nkabinde said, you must walk with pride. You must walk all. Few men and women have done what we have done to today. Forget that you are part and parcel of the cabal, which the Pathane task team. But we need people like you in this country. You know, your conscience spoke to you. To say, noma ngabe kwenzeka ini, mara wena namhlanje uyositshela iqiniso. Ngamanye amagama ngithi ukuthi ungathuki of what happened earlier here.
Thank you.
That why namhlanje udecide ukusitshela.
Charlie, thank
Ngithi
you.
ngamanye amagama salute.
Thank you so much, Charlie. Honorable Souls.
Mr. Nkabinde, which year did your friendship with General Mkhwanazi start?
2017.
And the job that he got you at the security company, what's the name of the security company?
Can I reserve the name?
Are you willing to say it in camera?
Yes, because it will be unfair to disclose a private company name in public.
Granted, if chair allows for us to get the name in camera, I would appreciate that, chair.
I will arrange for him to inform you. Yeah, but he's right. Because, I mean, it was not criminal that we can say it's a matter of investigation, but just to mention any innocent company's name like that, I don't think it's okay. Unless if it was a subject of investigations, and we would only do that if those investigations were concluded. Sister, Honorable Matthews.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nkabinde, it's just also to follow up on Honorable Souls. You actually state the name of the company in your first, are you withdrawing that from your statement? Because you, on paragraph 36 on your first statement, you indicate that you were qualified because you served as an assistant director at IPID for 5 years, and then you were the forensic manager at Secure Assist for more than 6 years. So are you withdrawing the name of the company now?
Can I not disclose the name in public? It's fine
But you
if it's
did,
there.
you put it on your statement.
Yes, but can I not shout the name?
But the statement is public.
Yes, it's fine, but can I not shout the name?
Okay. Your understanding is assistant director position considered a senior position? I thought it was a deputy directors considered senior.
Assistant director, yes, it's not a senior, it's a junior.
Okay.
Then I acquire more when I was in the private sector.
Which was, as you indicated.
Yes.
So you started at that company, which you don't want to shout out, but it's here in your statement very clearly. You said in May 2019.
No,
Am I correct? When did you start working there?
it should be November 2018.
It was November 2018.
Oh.
Okay. Do you know that the company was only registered in July 2021?
Yeah, the subsidiary of that company. I know we've got another new one, but I'm started with an old one.
Okay. So here in your statement, you give us the name of a company where you spent 6 years and you named that particular company that you
Yes.
don't want to say loud.
Yes.
But now you're saying there was a different company that you were with. Because
Yes.
this one that you mentioned here in your statement
No, that's
was only registered in July 2021.
no, that's another one, which is a subsidiary after that, an umbrella company. That is a trade name since then.
Hey, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matthews. Mr. Nkabinde, the chief whip, when he asks you here, you say you think or you agree that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was justified on that day of the 6th of July 2025. Is that what you restate?
Yes, I iterated that anyone who wants to come up, we always encourage that person to come up and report wrongdoings, depending whether the investigation will prove it or not, but it's always encouraged people to come forward.
If he had invited you to join him and for you to say the things that you said about the plots in which you were involved, would you have joined him?
No,
and say, no, look, my friend, I'm going to a press conference and I know there is some stuff that you know. Can you come and join us? I will address and finish and I will give you an opportunity to say what you know. Would you have done that?
It's different how you approach things because I would have loved to expose, but not probably in the way he did. Because there are so many ways to do things.
Okay. So this information that you have, in your understanding, how was it going to come out? Because you have a very explosive information that you shocked us with today. If you say maybe there could have been another way to say it out, how were you going to make it known?
No, for me, I think I did enough when I sent it to the a commanding channel. McBride reports to the minister, and my report ended up in Parliament. So it was up to those people that came across with it, how they deal with it.
I mean the plus, not the McBride report. I mean this plus, when one of the members asked, you said, it is for the first time I speak about evidence like this one that I have.
Yes, I has never get a chance.
How was it going to come out? We plotted Patani, we plotted Mutiba, we plotted so and so. How was that going to come out?
It means it was not going to come out because it's already 6 years.
If we place it on record, how many plots were you involved in?
No, I was involved with what is contained in the report. There was nothing else. I never left anything.
So the Patani task team, you were part?
Yes.
And then what about acting Police Commissioner Mutiba?
I was part. It's included.
You were also involved?
Yes.
But you have been very scanty on the details about what happened with Mutiba.
No, he acted a very short.
Was it the very same team that was involved against Patani?
Yes.
That was also involved against Mutiba?
Yes.
Same dramatis personae, same
Yes.
characters?
Yes.
So to say, we have tried to stop Patani, I mean, or maybe to remove him from office now, is Mutiba, the struggle continues?
Yes, and he was removed.
And so with Patani was also removed, and then Mutiba was also removed.
Yes.
So the task team came later at some point to converge and say, mission accomplished.
Not really.
To your recollection, how many plenary meetings would you have had? Or how often, how regular were your meetings? Did you have a schedule to say maybe we can meet fortnightly?
It was often and regularly.
Yeah.
Often and regularly, but it was about pursuing a case.
Yes.
Up until you start gradually realize that when you picked up what is being said, you start realize that no, it's not about pursuing here. It's something else.
So you might have met more than 10 times?
Yes.
Oh. And then these people who were being plotted, they did not know?
Yes.
I mean, in such very senior positions of a National Police Commissioner, people gather. I mean, were you using some magical ones or that a senior police commissioner may not know? I mean, the intelligence services is reporting to them all state apparatus falling under the ambience of the police. They could not even detect that you guys were working under their feet.
Correct.
Okay. So tell me, this is going to be personal. You know, the book of Exodus says, Exodus 2, 11 to 22 tells a story of Moses when he was still a young man. He came across an Egyptian fighting against a Hebrew. And then Moses joined the battle on the side of the Hebrew, and the Egyptian was killed. But when you go to Exodus 3, God sends Moses to go and deliver Israel out of Egypt. How do you understand these two verses if you were going to interpret them in accordance with your experiences in life?
Yeah, it's a lesson.
You might have killed an Egyptian in your life.
It's a lesson.
And you now want to deliver Israel. You reached the Damascus moment. Is that what you are saying?
No, not really.
Yeah, but it's a lesson to you.
Yeah, not really. What you are saying, it's not exactly,
Yeah.
but it's a lesson.
It's a lesson. So you want to confirm before this committee that one of the pillars that we are investigating of influence or a relationship between officials in the SAPS and members of the public is happening.
That's correct.
And this relationship is a corrupt relationship.
Yes.
And there could have been other members of society who were destroyed by this corrupt relationship.
That's correct.
Okay. And then okay, the people who are sitting here as politicians, in the eyes of the public, they are generally perceived as corrupt people. That is the perception that, the general perception that is there. Can you confirm here that there are officials in the administration of the state that may not be known but are corrupt?
It is possible. It's possible.
And you know some of them?
No, it's possible with my experience
Yeah.
because we dealt with others.
That there are public officials who involve themselves in corrupt activities.
Yes, we dealt with them before.
And politicians are the ones who are being slaughtered in most cases.
No comment.
No comment.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. On the day that you received the letter, did you read that letter?
Yes.
And as the chief of staff in the office of the minister, because I will assume that some of the documents that the office processes, you are the last line in defense, isn't it?
That's correct.
You read through the documents and say, Minister, even before you sign, let's sit down here. I want to brief you about these correspondences or these memos because you are going to put your signature.
It's correct.
Did you try to, or after Advocate Pikoli has made his inputs, did you try to sound to the minister to say, following your directive, we have sent this letter to the attention of Advocate Pikoli. These are the recommendations he's making, and as the chief of staff in your office, I'm also satisfied that we can incorporate them in your sign, and then we release the letter.
Yes, that's correct.
And then with that, you did not find anything wrong with that letter.
Yes, there's nothing wrong with that letter.
The minister was justified to your own opinion and understanding to say we can sign and disband the PKTT, place a moratorium.
Yeah, I saw nothing wrong with the letter because it was limited. He never overreached when I look at it, when he leave it to the National Commissioner to implement. So one will just expect that the National Commissioner will come back if there are any concerns.
And then you still say that the letter which was written by Miss Mary DeHaas, yeah, because I think I called her doctor so many times last night. I must also enjoy the privilege to say, Miss Mary DeHaas, you have not seen that letter.
No.
But you might have heard about the contents of the letter.
Yes, yes. It's been said even here.
How does it strike you? This thing reminds me of a problem that is called the synoptic problem. If you might have heard about it, the synoptic problem, where there were three authors, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, who wrote their gospels from different localities. But there were striking similarities in the three gospels. I mean, how, as a person in the office of the minister, this synoptic problem, what is your take on it? Where Miss Mary DeHaas writes, and look, even the day is the 31st, the words irregularly, immediately, but different authors writing from different venues on different days and different times. When this was brought to your attention, what becomes your comment on this synoptic problem?
First of all, the directives of the minister, I took it as a minister is giving a directive to the National Commissioner in his own initiatives. With Mary DeHaas letter, unfortunately, I never got a chance to look at it, but if we talk about Mary DeHaas, we talk about a person who always sent complaints, even when I was in IP.
Yeah. Let's leave that part of complaints and come to the synoptic problem of similarities from two authors writing from different localities.
I could not, maybe if it's in front of me, I could compare. I never saw it.
No, we have compared it many times ourselves.
No, I never saw it. If
there are striking similarities.
It could be a coincidence.
You don't have a comment. Oh, you
It could
think
be
it
a
might have been a coincidence.
Yes.
And then what do you then say after 2 months in February when she writes back to say now, Police Commissioner, why aren't you implementing the decisions? Do you have a comment on that one?
Yes, it is possible because people like Mary DeHaas, they have information.
Okay.
Maybe she knew it's not implemented, I'm not sure. But according to me, the directive was implemented from 22nd of January. National Commissioner sent a disbandment plan already in January 22, which that disbandment plan, it's carried out even today as we speak. As a result, in July 23, General Mkhwanazi requested an extension in implementing the very same directive in the phase-out approach. General Mkhwanazi is implementing it even after the minister is on special leave.
Okay.
Yeah, so there is absolutely nothing wrong with the disbandment of a PKTT.
Have you worked loyally with Minister Mtun? Not loyal to him as a person, but loyal to the office.
Yes.
So with that loyalty now, what is your interpretation of the contradictions that you have made here before the committee, the two of you? Because there are some statements that have been made which are contradicting.
I'm not too sure, Chair, which ones.
One of them, to give example, is that you said that there were no interviews when you were appointed. He said there were interviews.
Yes, my understanding in that one, Chair, the minister has never been involved in that process. So my inference is that the minister was referring to a generic HR process, that there has to follow interviews, there has to do this, that, without probably getting
No,
involved.
he said there was a panel.
Hence, I'm saying that my inference, that in general speaking, when there's an HR process, there has to be a panel, interviews, and so forth. If he was involved in this one, he would have known that there was no panel or interviews. Hence, my inference is just referring to generic standard practice.
Okay.
And I don't think he was going to lie for what.
Yeah, because the other contradiction is with regard to the recording of your conversation with General Mkhwanazi. Because he said to us that I told him to record him. That's what the minister said. And when an honorable member asked you about the recording, you said, yes, there was that idea, but I did not use it when I was recording.
No, I never heard him saying he instructed me to record.
No, let me tell you what happened. When we started conversation, we were coming back from break. He said,